Education and Methodology of the University, and myself, Professor S. Lal, before you to assist you in your nice delivery and coordinate with the organizing team. So, on behalf of the whole fraternity of this organizing team of Faculty Education Conference, International Conference, we are welcoming everyone. And now over to Madam Emma Papilaji, Registrar, Jyoti Vidyapeeth, Women's University.
Namaskar, all the esteemed guests, our Honorable Advisor and CEO, sir. I heartily welcomes you all on this international conference, inauguration day. And before proceeding further, on the name of God, I request our Honorable Advisor and CEO, sir, Mr. Vedant Garji. So please, I request you to please lighten the lamp and to inaugurate this day with God blessings. Good morning, ma'am.
Namaskar.
Sarat Sinha ma'am, are you audible, madam?
Audible.
Yes. Then our registrar has greeted you. Perhaps you have not listened.
सभी को नमस्कार. A very warm welcome to all of you and thank you for having me with you.
Thank you so
Actually, I was busy making adjustment on the screen.
Let us spare some moment for us for the cause of the women empowerment. By the blessings of all of our esteemed guests, we are going to start our international conference. This is the first day of this conference. And in the series of conferences, we are having two different conferences under Faculty of Education and Methodology. The first is on NEP, and the second conference, that is basically for science, engineering, and technology, is scheduled for 17th and 18th of this month. Very soon, this session is officially going to be inaugurated by the blessings of all our esteemed guests, guest of honor, special guests, officers of the university, In this session, we have Honorable Advisor of Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, JVN Vedant Garg Sir, Registrar Dr. Hema Bafila ji, Guest of Honor Professor Sarath Sinha ji, NCERT Delhi, a special guest Dr. Deepika Bhaskar ma'am, she is the Registrar IIT Delhi, a special guest Professor Mahua Banerjee, IIT Kanpur, a special guest Professor C.R.K. Murthy, Stride IGNOU Delhi. Over to Hema ma'am, please.
Yes, now we are here to inaugurate the day with blessings of Ma Saraswati, and our Honorable Advisor and CEO Sir is lighting the lamp. So I request all the guests, please stand on your seats for just 2 minutes to seek the blessings of Ma Saraswati. Jai Mata Rani. Thank you so much. Jai Mata Di. Thank you so much. All the guests, please. So now I formally introduce myself. Myself, Dr. Hema, Registrar, Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, and I heartily welcomes our Honorable Advisor and CEO Sir, Vedant Garg Sir, Honorable Chief Guest, Mamta Rani Agrawal Ji, Advisor, AICT Delhi, our eminent guest, Professor Sarath Sinha Ji, NCERT Delhi, Professor C.R.K. Murthy, Stride IGNOU Delhi से, Dr. Deepika Bhaskar, Registrar IIT Delhi, Professor Mahua IIT Kanpur, and our Chair Professor, Professor Ashwin Kumar, our President IC, Dr. Pramod K. Raghav, our Dean and Proctor, Professor Subha Lal, and Director, Dr. Manju Ma'am, Organizing Committee, all the faculty members, delegates, and participants. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all on this inauguration day of international conferences which are being organized under the different 6 faculties of Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University. And today is our first 2 days international conference, which is being organized under the Faculty of Education and Methodology in association with our collaborated partner, international partner, Northern Illinois University, Chicago, USA. On the theme of NEP 2020, Catalyzing Quality Academic Multidisciplinary Research and New National Research Foundation. So on this great occasion, firstly, I would like to introduce ourselves as a Center of Excellence for Women Education. Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, Jaipur is with its commitment for providing the medical, technical, professional education to the women, has recently completed its 15 years of academic excellence. Over the past 15 years, the university has taken many initiatives in the direction of bringing quality education and innovation. And today, in the continuation of these efforts, we have gathered here with the common goal of sharing knowledge and expertise on various themes related to our different field of interest. These conferences provides an opportunity for us to engage in intellectual discussions, exchanging innovative ideas and collaborations on solutions to some of the most pressing challenges of education sector. Over the next few days, we will have the privilege to hear from the brightest minds of our country, who will share their insight and experiences through the keynote speeches, panel discussions, and obviously scholars and students' presentations on various themes related to this international conference. And we will also have the opportunities to network with our peers, build some new collaborations, and deepen our understanding of the issues and trends shaping their fields. So as we navigate those through these opportunities, it is more important to come together and work towards a common purpose. This conference is a testament of our collective commitment to advancing knowledge, promoting innovation, and finding solutions to global challenges. On behalf of entire organizing committee of Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all of you for joining us today on this great occasion, and we hope that you will find these conferences very informative, engaging, and fruitful, and you leave here with a new insight and connections that will help you to build your future career. So once again, a warm welcome to all of you, especially our honorable chief guest, Mamta Madam, for having some time with us, and all the distinguished guests who are present here to make this international conference a great success. Thank you so much for joining us.
Now it is time to request our Honorable Advisor and CEO, sir, for keywords. And we hope that these words are going to give some inspiration to all the participants and all the viewers. Over to Honorable Advisor and CEO, Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, JBN Vedant Garg.
Namaste, a very good morning to all. First, I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak in front of all these distinguished guests that we are having in this conference. I would like to welcome, I would like to also welcome our distinguished guest, Dr. Mamta Rani Agarwal ji, Advisor 1 AICT, Professor Sarad Sinha ji, NCRT Delhi, Professor CRK Murthy ji, Stride IGNOU Delhi, Dr. Deepika Bhaskar ji, Registrar IIT Delhi, Professor Mahua ji, IIT Kanpur, Chair Professor Ashwini Kumar ji, the invited keynote speakers, all the faculty members, and our students for this 2-day virtual International Women Conference, which is being organized by the Faculty of Education and Methodology under Jyoti Vidyapeeth and Women's University on the emerging theme on NEP 2020, Catalysing Quality Academic Multidisciplinary Research and New National Research Foundation. Firstly, I would like to congratulate all the faculty and departments for putting their efforts for the conduction of the series of 15 days long international conferences, bringing together the experts, the speakers, and all the scholars from various fields is not that easy. And I appreciate the organizers for their efforts in making this conference a reality. Today, we find ourselves facing a multitude of challenges in education sector. It is more important than ever for us to work together across disciplines and ideologies to find solutions to these challenges and grab new multidisciplinary research oriented opportunities to provide quality education among all our students. As an education institution, we also have the responsibility to use our knowledge and skills to contribute the society's development. And with that, and with this medium, we have an opportunity to just do that. So I urge you all to engage in open and constructive dialogue, challenge each other's ideas, seek the common ground. By sharing knowledge, expertise, and innovative ideas, we can collectively work towards a better future for ourselves and generations to come. I extend my best wishes to all of you for your commitment to advancing knowledge, promoting innovation, and finding solutions to global challenges. I also wish you all a fruitful and productive conference, and I look forward to seeing the impact of your collective efforts in the years to come. I extend my sincere thanks to all of you for joining us at this 2 day International Women Conference 2023. Thank you so much. Jai Mataji, Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. And now, Professor Pramod K. Raghav, who is the president in charge of this university, has joined also with us. So, welcome, Professor Raghav, sir. And it is time to request our one of the special guests, Professor Deepika Bhaskar, madam, who is the registrar IIT Delhi. And since 2020, she is working in Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. Prior to that she has worked in different organizations in the different capacity as a registrar in UNESCO DBT, Regional Center for Biotechnology, Coordinator Center of Science, Education and Communication, University of Delhi, Deputy Dean, Research Academy, Secretary, and other different in the different portfolios he has worked. And she is a very famous personality, and she is a symbol of women's empowerment. So, madam, we invite you for your blessings for our participants and for our researchers. Over to Dr. Deepika Bhaskar.
Good morning, everyone. I feel very honored to be a part of this very important initiative by Jyoti Vidyapeeth. The International Conference on NEP 2020, there is a definite need for a very wide discussion on this topic because it encompasses the entire country, and every organization, small or big, needs to come under its umbrella. And whether at the ground level or with institutions like ours, all of us have a mandate to follow. The institutions which are more prestigious also need to extend a hand of support for institutions where there is a requirement of multidisciplinary research, upliftment, and also foster some kind of support, whether in the area of teaching, whether in the area of research, whether for finding out more credit transfer policies and making the new institutions or institutions that need to grow beyond the regional domains. That kind of support we all need to offer to each other, and that National Research Foundation has been formed, under all of us come under it. The active collaborations that Jyoti Vidyapeeth can have with top institutions in India as well as across the world to support the mandate of NEP 2020 is an extremely important initiative. I congratulate everyone in Jyoti Vidyapeeth for this excellent initiative and offer any and every support that I can being present in this organization. Please keep letting me know, and I will extend all support in collaboration with our academic departments. So, heartiest congratulations and best wishes for this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Really, we are excited by listening that IIT Delhi is ready to collaborate with our university. So we are also proceeding in that direction very soon to request you for a very big collaboration in our specifically girls students exchange program, research collaboration, and other academic and research activities. So thank you very much, madam Deepika
Sorry, I
Bhaskar.
would like to add a message for the women and the girl students of Jyoti. Uh,
Yes.
do not restrain yourself in any way. The world is open for you, and use NEP 2020 to dream big and realize your vision, and you will get help. You just need to break the glass ceilings and come out and open and do whatever you want to. We are all there to support you. Good luck.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you very
Thanks a
much.
lot. And now it is time to request Professor Mahua Banerjee, who is from IIT Kanpur. Madam Mahua, yes. And one thing it is mentionable here that she is not only symbol of women's empowerment, but she is supposed to be one of the best researcher in modal logics and rough set. And as per the information, she is the first lady in India who has done her PhD on such a specific field of research in mathematics and statistics. So, Madam Mahua, since there are big and long things to say about you, but time is not warranting us to say a lot. So we welcome you on behalf of the whole fraternity of the organizing team, and we are inviting your blessings for our participants. Over to Madam Maua, please.
That's okay. Thank you. The shorter the introduction, the better. Yeah. So it's a real honor and for this, your kind invitation to me to join this very nice initiative by the Jyoti Vidyapith. Um, I'm especially glad because this is a women's university, and I have been involved at IIT Kanpur with the women's cell, and right now also as head of the Department of Mathematics. Um, we have been reaching out in different ways to girl students, and for their realization that they are really no less than anyone else. And this your conference focusing on NEP 2020 is also a message. Actually, the NEP itself is also gives a good message of empowerment to everybody through different methods to reaching out to right from the children to higher studies that so-called glorious institutes like IITs do. So yes, I would like to reiterate what Dr. Deepika said, that girls are, of course, no less than anyone else. And we have been supporting in different ways. So, for example, we have these girl students from class 12. You know the government program of Vigyan Jyoti, right? So they come to us regularly, and we have faculty from different engineering streams as well as the science streams. You know, talking to them, giving them rounds, and trying to inspire them in every possible way. So that's one avenue. But of course, even otherwise, uh, there are routine visits from local schools and colleges and so on, and we also go out to them to encourage studies in science and engineering. So this is already on, and the interdisciplinary flavor, and leaving out just the women from the conversation, but just focusing on the science and technology point of view globally. Uh, this interdisciplinary flavor that the NEP stresses, that the IITs have been doing right from the start. So even it's not just between engineering and science, it's also between humanities, social sciences, and engineering and science. So which is why you will see that IITs right from the start have emphasized that there should be a humanities component in every IIT, right? So that bit was emphasized right from the beginning, and even now it continues. So now in the world the research is like it's not just limited to one particular subject, it just spreads across disciplines anyway. And that our country, and particularly I can say about IIT Kanpur, we have been stressing in every possible way. So there are collaborations within departments, inside the department of course, but between departments, outside, and so on, but between different disciplines. So this I think is already there. And it would be nice, it is nice that you have taken this initiative to bring that more into focus. So I wish you all the best, and of course, any help that we can give you, would certainly like to consider that. So I wish this conference all the best, and especially the women out there in the university. Uh, just go all out. Okay, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, madam. Thanks a lot for your kind words, and we are expecting at least collaboration by, since you are working as the head of the department also, as per information we have in IIT Kanpur, that is a very prestigious institution of the country. So we would like to collaborate with your this department to our Department of Science and Technology in future for the sake of the you know research purpose of our young generation, young mind of this university. Basically, PhD scholars who are pursuing PhD in mathematics and other computing-based subject regarding some exchange of knowledge and others. So we
Yes,
hope
sir.
that you are going to help us in that case.
Yes, in whatever way is possible, certainly.
Thank you, thank you. And now it is time to request our president in charge, Professor Pramod K. Raghav, to say a few words for all the participants. And
Namaste. Namaste. And first of all, I would like to thank you, our Honorable Chairperson, Ma'am, Sri Mithilesh Gargji, our Honorable Advisor and CEO, Sri Vedant Gargji, for providing us this opportunity to conduct today's conference. And also, thank you and best wishes to Faculty of Education and Methodology for organizing this conference, which has already started today. And as I'm seeing the title, that NEP 2020 Catalyzing Quality Academic Multidisciplinary Research and New National Research Foundation. So here the thing on which I would like to focus, that we have already talked several times on multidisciplinary research, disciplines, integration of various disciplines. The new aspect of this conference, which I would like to highlight, is the National Research Foundation. A National Research Foundation has been already established. It is coming up. Things are shaping up. But not many institutions, not many scientists, not many people are aware with this. And I had gone through the basic motive behind this. Once this National Research Foundation will be fully in action, the scenario of the research will be different in the entire country. All the research being done will come under one umbrella. So this is something is a new aspect of this conference, and I'm sure in 2 coming days we have distinguished speakers and efficient speakers, academicians from all over the country, even on international level. So they'll be focusing on this National Research Foundation, and that is the main highlight of this conference. So again, I would like to say all the best, to the organizers of this conference, and especially to the other stakeholders and the students, because the one purpose of organizing it to give the opportunity to our students, because who's gonna be the future researcher, so that they can also contribute what they have learned till now, and they can also get acquainted especially with the research, because a university and institution, if it is a leading university institution, it should be research based. And entire country is now, if we talk about the institution and role of academic institution and universities, it is going research based and need based research. So this conference will fulfill that purpose also. Once again, all the best to Faculty of Education and Methodology and for organizing this conference, and we will see a lot of discussion in coming 2 days. Thank you very much.
thank you very much, sir. Now it is time to request Professor C.R.K. Murthy, sir. Professor C.R.K. Murthy, Stride IGNOU. Professor Murthy sir, are you listening, please? Professor C.R.K. Murthy, technical team, please connect with him. Professor C.R.K. Murthy. Professor C.R.K. Murthy sir. Perhaps he has lost the connection. We are coming back soon with him. And since we have to listen specific things on the theme of this conference, NEP 2020, Catalysing Quality Academic Multidisciplinary Research and New National Research Foundation from Sarat Sinha ma'am. So we are at last we are going to listen her. We are going to get her blessing. In the meantime, I am requesting our chair professor of this university, University Harbind Khurana chair, Professor Ashwini Kumar. He is a very big name and he has done a specific research on different dimensions of life sciences and others in Germany and other parts of the world. So, Professor Ashwini Kumar, over to you, please.
Thank you, sir. Respected
Namaskar, sir.
Chairperson, Namaskar. Respected Chairperson, Mrs. Mitresh Garg, Advisor, Mr. Vedant Garg, President in charge, Dr. Pramod Raghav, Chief Guest Mamta Rani Agrawal, Chief Guest Shri Nikhleshwaranand ji, Co-Organizer, Northern Illinois University, Chicago, my famous place to visit. And I'm very glad to say that Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University is organizing this conference on NEP 2020, Catalysing Quality Academics and Multidisciplinary Research, a new national foundation. As my previous speakers have spoken all, from my personal experience as a Hargobind Khurana Chair Professor for a very long duration, I can say that Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University is one institution which not only does the teaching, classroom teaching, but it also emphasizes on learning process. Our Prime Minister has only 2 days ago said that the new education should have less emphasis on teaching and more emphasis on learning. And National Research Foundation is an organization which will help in the development in this direction. The theme of the conference is very dynamic, and NEP focus is on learning as compared to teaching, and multidisciplinary research is need of the hour. I'm very glad to note, and from my personal experience, I say that Dr. Pramod Raghav on one hand is doing researches on basic fundamental biotechnology, and under Dean Dr. Lal and Faculty of Education and Methodology, excellent researches and work is going on. I have a chance to examine different activities of this institution. And I'm very glad to share with you that this institution is not only confined to within the boundaries of Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, but once I was in Rainwall, and then they said that the student from Jyoti Vidyapeeth come and participate in the village activities. So the university is very dynamic and is a good platform for all the scientists and learners. I'm very glad that distinguished people from IITs are great institutions are here. Without taking much time, I will request that I will welcome all the distinguished speakers from all over the country. And I am sure that people will listen this conference from all over country and make a positive contribution. I wish all success to the organizer of the conference, Dr. Lal and Director Manjuji. And I'll be there for the discussion and discourses. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Ashwini Kumar sir, for your kind words and your appreciation. I hope Professor C.R.K. Murthy sir has joined. Technical team, please confirm. Professor C.R.K. Murthy. Professor C.R.K. Murthy. Anyway, now it is time to request our guest of honor, Professor Sarat Sinha ji, to place all the participants. And Professor Sarat Sinha, who is the symbol of women empowerment in India, and she has worked in different capacities in the different institutions of national repute. Currently, she is working in National Institute of Education in Panshiwat, Delhi, and we are sure that the blessings of Professor Sinha is going to play vital role this, because the theme of our conference is NEP 2020, Catalyzing Quality Academic Multidisciplinary Research and New National Research Foundation with the collaboration of NIU Chicago, USA. So over to Madam Sarat Sinha ji, please.
Namaskar, ma'am.
Namaskar to all of you, and thank you very much for having me here. Respected Madam Chairperson, Professor Mithilesh Gargji, the young CEO and advisor, Mr. Vedant Gargji, Professor Raghavji, Professor Deepika Bhaskarji, Professor Bahuaji, Professor Mamta Raniji, Mr. Lal, Professor Ashwini ji. Forgive me if I am forgetting some names, and dear Dr. Manjuji. A very warm welcome to all of you. And I was very patiently listening to all discourses. I'm very happy to share with you that my association with the university is very, very old, right from the inception of the university. So whenever any activity or any big initiative the university takes, I feel very proud that the university is doing so well in the field of women education. So I, on this occasion of not on this occasion of this international conference, a 2-day international conference, which is at a very opportune time and on a very thoughtful subject, that is about the research and international conference on interdisciplinary research, which you have taken up. This is at a very opportune time and very, in fact, very much needed also, because even I was listening to one of the discourses on lectures in the Global Science Conclave given by our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, that he has urged all the state governments to come out with modern policies on science and technology and education also. And he says that for the development of 21st century, this has the power to accelerate the development of every region and development of every state. So on the verge of fourth industrial revolution, where the country is standing upon, we need people in education, science, and technology, which have a very, very strong research orientation in the mind. And this gives me, of course, I feel that when I was going through all the topics which have been chosen for the conference, particularly in this field of education, I felt that they are very, very much timely and required. Because research is something, our previous speaker, Ashwini ji also spoke about the National Research Foundation. Professor Mahua also gave some ideas about the National Research Foundation, which is being formed, taking shape, and the policy intends on that. Policy hubs on researches on so many points. If I quote on page number 45 and 46, the India has long historical tradition of research and knowledge creation. This needs to be further stepped up. So many things. India has given zero to the world. India has given the Gurukul system to the world. So rich was our ancient cultural heritage education, thoughts and discourses on education, that all of you know that when the Nalanda center was burned, it took almost many months to burn the literature. Such rich was our literature, such rich was our research. The modern people, the young generation need to know this. There are so many things when the world is being defeated, the modern medicine is being defeated. At that time, people turn towards India's Ayurveda, long knowledge traditions of the Ayurveda, which are very much inherent in our practices, discourse. So when you need to talk about something, you need to have a research base and an empirical evidence. Being a person in education and teacher education especially, I feel, and I get a lot of researchers from all over the India in the field of education, and sadly enough, I say that most of the researches are done only for the purposes of getting degrees. We need to think over that how to augment these type of research for their utility, how and what type of research should be taken, and how these researches should be actually done so that they are useful to the mankind, not only useful for getting the degree. And then policy, we are at the age of transformation also. NEP 2020 is a great changer, game changer, great game changer. And it's a very futuristic policy. Now, to understand the policy, to understand the tenets of the policy, we need to really take up research on each and everything, and how this is going to be improved, how this is going to be implemented, how this is going to be helpful for our younger generation to come. We need researchers to be to done that. You need to catalyze all the activities supplemented by the research. The National Research Foundation is one step towards that. And in institutions in teacher education area, mostly after completing a research, we normally, it's only the action research which we do in the field. This is very small, it is localized, and we don't find much of the utility of action research. So in the when we see that anything which is linked to the promotions, any linked to the incentives, things come up. So teacher take up only those activities which are linked to some incentives or some promotions. Otherwise, what happens is the rigor of the research, the initiative research is not found anywhere in the institution. So right from the start, the policy which is talking of 21st century skills, that is one of the skill which comes is the problem solving skill also. So solving problems, looking into the problems, researching, creating empirical evidence, finding out what is already existing and strengthening on them. That has to be one of our key focus areas. And since I was told that I have very limited time to speak, I would like to say that the initiative which has been taken up by this university is definitely commendable.
Madam Sarat Sinha ji, let me interrupt. Since you are going to chair the session, so you have enough time. No problem.
Okay, fine. I just thought you said that I have 10 minutes.
No.
I was sticking to that.
Session, you are supposed to chair the session, so please continue. No problem. Yes.
Okay. So I would like to continue on that, what I had been speaking. And there are a lot of initiatives which have been taken, lot of reforms which have been taken in the policy. All these reforms, like the policy talks of a change education structure, curricular structure, 5+3+3+4. What would be the implications? How are we going to implement? What was, and again, the policy relies so much on teacher and technology. And the policy has asked for a new teacher education system, completely 4-year teacher education program. So when we have this 4-year integrated programs, there are already 4-year integrated programs in many regional institutes.
Please
and
allow me to
almost
make the
55
payment of my data.
institutes of the country. So, but it needs to be taken care of as to whether these programs were successful, not successful. We need to learn from their mistakes. I find no research undertaken by any of the organization to look into their successes or look into their failures, and should be put into the new formulation of integrated teacher education program. That is where research has a very, very important role. Any activity which is being done, anything which you are trying to implement, look into where it is going. See, history repeats itself sometimes. If we look into the history, we get the better lessons, lessons where we not to fail, steps not to be taken. And research, there's no other tool in the hand of an educationist or a scientist or a technologist other than the research and empirical evidence. Uh, there's some disturbance in voice. Somebody is like the voice is echoing, and I think Professor Vishnatappa should mute his mic. There's a lot of voice from your side, sir.
Hello. Hello.
The policy is also talking of higher education institution to focus on research and innovation by setting up incubation centers. So when I see people are making chances, people are taking steps, just okay, this will work, let us take this out of the blue. So instead of taking up any activities in research or any startup or anything, one has to take up research. I feel very important, because higher education institutions have been asked to focus on research and innovation by setting up startup and incubation centers, technology development centers, centers for frontier areas in research, greater industrial academic linkages, the interdisciplinary research funding in humanities and social sciences research, and these are all the activities which are being provided under the umbrella of National Research Foundation. Now, the policy also talks about research, teaching collaboration, faculty student exchange programs with high quality of foreign institutions also, and their facilitations. Institutions should take up, look into these opportunities, should take up these type of programs, and definitely, at times, how these programs are going to be augmented, how these programs will help in augmenting the research which is already existing in the institution. Now, the policy is talking too much of empowering of the teacher. Now, harping too much on the teacher. Now, when we talk of the teacher, it needs to be ascertained that the teacher must be given enough ecosystem, or I would say an atmosphere, whether the teacher feels empowered. I may go and take up a course in artificial intelligence. I know how to use it, but I do not have the necessary mechanism to support them in my institution. So, and that empowerment has to be provided from the system. I think the JOT Vidyapeeth Women University has sufficient, has this ecosystem and is developing towards developing this type of ecosystem. And then, impact, when these researches are conducted, these are not disseminated also. So there should be the policy at page 40 and 41. If you look into, you will find that should be policy promotes or advocates for a fast track promotion system for recognizing the high impact research and contribution, be it by any of the faculty member or anyone in the organization. So that is, for doing all this, you need to create a culture of excellence, a culture of research that will motivate the teachers to take up the research, and of course provide the time also for research, because in the universities, in the colleges, in the institutions, the teachers are filled with so many, their hands are full with lot of academic activities, and when they have so much of academic activities, what happens is research always takes a back seat. So incentivizing research in organization, working for using some, giving some of the flexibility in the other academic programs will also help, because whenever I was reading a journal, and I found that all the activities of the students and the teachers in a teacher education program were enlisted, and there was a time budgeting done. So time budgeting is whenever you are given a new activity, a teacher is supposed to do that activity. A teacher is supposed that yes, you have to be orienting the students for this activity. First, you have to get oriented. Later on, you have to be orienting. And when you are orienting, it is from that 24 hours only which the teacher has available to him or her. How the time audit has to be done, that is never thought of our system. There are no researches. When I tried to looking for researches on time audit, I found that nothing like time auditing. There was a World Bank study, a time on task study, done somewhere in 2016 or 15. I was also part of it. And we took a data all around for 2 states. And we found that when we are talking, that what are the other activities, every teacher says that we are given so many other activities. But when calculated, it comes out to be 9 work days total. The amount of hours if they are devoted to the activity, those extra activities. It could be census counting, it could be the election duty, whatever, so on and so forth. So it only comes out to be 9 working days in an year. So always harping upon and saying that these are the activities. It came clearer from the research that you can always spare 9 working days, but once you have a time audit of the all the activities, timeline of the activities, you can create a small window for initiating researches also. The time requires at time we don't although there are different type of researchers, we need longitudinal researchers also, but impact studies, quick studies to guide policies, quick studies, quick research studies to guide actions, or to take any actions in the field of education research are also needed. Otherwise, other than that, we also need some longitudinal studies also, which could feed into any type of policy. Now, this is the first policy of 21st century, I would say, a policy which has come to us after 34 years. And after 34 years, that is, policies, like they continue for long. They take some time for understanding, more time for implementation, and more time for further implementation. So let us catch up upon the major points. That is the holistic education, holistic development, and and we should just create a culture for research. There are so many points which are like it, everybody feels that we need more time, more orientation to understand. Like in field of curriculum, we are talking. In the field of pedagogy, we are talking of innovative pedagogies. While I was reading about what are innovative pedagogies, everybody, like we had a study of all the diets of the country, that district institutes of education of all the country, and in all the 5 zones we had meeting. When we try to understand that what are the best practices, there were so many practices which we felt are just simple, but they turned out to be the best practices on their part, because they did it with great elan, they did it with great effort, and it was proving very effective for their students. So that was the best practices. So when we talk of pedagogies also, what pedagogy works in what situation, it's very easy for we educationists to talk about innovative pedagogies. But what are the innovative pedagogies? Innovative only for the name of being innovative or something new, or innovative that is it works in a roughest of rough solution situation, that needs to be. So I was reading an article which enlisted about 70 innovative pedagogies which were collated from all over the world. Let us see into these pedagogies, carry out a research, and find that what works in a diverse situation like India and what works in every situation. So that gives a food for thought, that what type of pedagogies will work, and how can we support them by researches. We have multi-grade schools, we have single teacher schools, we have teachers in our we have schools in our country where there's a school in Pune, and one of my person known to me was going there, and the person there were almost I would say Excuse me for a minute.
Good morning, Professor Biswa Thapa. Yeah, please unmute yourself.
Yes, sir. How are you, sir? Good morning, sir.
Yeah, fine. I was missing you, and now I'm
Thank
happy
you
to
very
speak.
much, sir, for remembering me. Which we
Yeah,
met physically
yeah.
some 4 years
Now
back. But we are,
we shall discuss now over to
madam,
Madam.
madam, back. Can we discuss
Yeah,
afterwards, sir? Madam, I
Madam
think probably.
Sulochana.
Sharad, madam.
Sarath, Madam,
Yes, sir.
please.
I just lost the thought what I was speaking. So I was talking about the innovative pedagogies. We need to work on that, and we need to look into the innovative pedagogies which are going to be helpful for our classroom, the diverse situation. Now, one thing which more comes, which I would like to highlight, that which need to be researched upon is the assessment part. The assessment has always been a bone of contention whenever we are talking of assessment in our school system, in our university system. What works is teach students read and study what comes in the examination. Whatever innovative pedagogies even teachers try to do, what is difficult is what happens is that teachers teach what comes in the examination, student read what comes in the examination. What is not a part of examination is never ever thought of, and it is left out for the preparation. If at all it is needed, the curriculum is always any curriculum thinks that everything should go in a continuum. For example, I say we are having addition right from the start. When a child goes to the school, it says give two toffees, give two more toffees. The concept of addition starts from then and there. Then we go on addition of whole numbers, addition of fractions, addition of algebraic equations, then addition of vector quantities, differentiation, integration. The addition goes on and on. So there is a continuum in everything. And now in continuum, when you break the continuum only for the sake that it is not coming in the examination, that leaves the void in the understanding of the students. I have been associated with the school for more than 13 years. I understand that if anything is left out at one point of time in the class, seeking not important, feeling it is not important, it really like it leaves a void. That small gap is always there in the student's understanding, because when those students who are sharper, they can get away with it, but those students who are mediocre, they find it very difficult to fill that gap, because there's nobody to think over that. Something what has been left out, it never is being never talked about. Even so, I can give you the example of medical fraternity also. Long back, it's my own example, so I often give at so many forums. That is, I was diagnosed with a special type of fever, and since I was hospitalized for so many days, and I lost my vision in one eye also. That was way back 7 years or 8 years. So at that time, the doctors were constantly coming to my bed and taking my blood for one test or the other. And I was feeling really sick. I realized the doctors also could not find out what is this, and they were injecting concoction of all the types of possible antibiotics. And on the 11th day, when I was, I'm sorry, hello, Anji, Anji, good morning. हाँ हाँ बोलिए, मैं लेक्चर के बीच में हूँ. हाँ, no, I have refused. I'm so sorry, these intercoms, they're trouble. So when it was so happened that 11th day, it was by hit and trial method that one of the very senior doctor took up a test, which was normally the chemicals also were not available, he says, because nobody gets this disease. So I just thought, let me give it a try. So I was literally made a guinea pig, all hit and trial done. On the 11th day, the test turned out to be that I have scrub typhus. When I asked the doctor, what is this scrub typhus? Doctor said, you have been diagnosed with scrub typhus, and thankfully, at the right time, you have been saved. I did not understand. I have never read. So I said, I have never read this word, doctor, because I keep on reading so many things. The doctor said, madam, even the doctors also skip this chapter because this is not important. It doesn't come in the examination. So that since it doesn't come in the examination, why it doesn't come in the examination? This is a disease which happens in the tropical areas, rainforest areas. So now there is no chance of getting this disease in India, and that is why we normally skip this chapter in our MBBS. It's an important chapter, but we skip because these diseases don't happen. Hardly one mark question will be asked in the examination, if at all. So that was such an important thing. And he said, luckily I had read this chapter, so I thought I have given all possible blood tests for your symptoms. Why not try this last one? And he succeeded. So it is something that it is a real bare open story that what comes in examination is only read, is only studied. What doesn't come in the examination is left out. So the policy is talking of a holistic progress card, alternative ways of assessment, and changing the way assessment has been done. Recently, in the primary teachers' conclaves, also the Prime Minister talked that apart from bookish language, bookish knowledge, you have to do something which is practical, something which works. So in that case, how a teacher has to frame his lessons, frame his assessment strategies, what is something and how to assess the children. Everything cannot be assessed by paper pencil test. We need to have researchers that what type of assessment works, what alternative assessment reforms have to be done. Often we quote of Finland, of all those countries which are almost 1/5 of the size of our state of Uttar Pradesh. Okay, the children going to the school, the population of the children going to the school is 5 times the population of Australia as a continent. So in that case, our problems are diverse. So that leaves a big scope of research for all of us. All of us, all the institutions, everyone who is there. Every point in the policy, we can have researchers upon to augment them, to supplement the idea, and to see their implementability. I feel that Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women University has a big responsibility with the infrastructure they have, with the forward-looking vision they have. I'm sure you are going to take up the findings of this conference to a higher level, conduct researches, collaborate with institutions, and see that all these researches are disseminated and they are made use of. I thank you very much for having me with all of you and giving me a chance to listen to all the eminent scholars in the distinguished fields. And with this, I end. There's a lot to be spoken of. Another meeting at 10:30, which I have to join, and I'm getting reminders on my phone for that. This is a meeting to be chaired by CBSE chairperson. So thank you very much and Jai Hind. And I have
Thank you,
also
madam.
been
Thank you.
asked
Thank you.
asked to introduce the persons in the coming session. So we have with us Professor Vishnatappa, a very dear colleague of mine, and Professor Vishnatappa has been principal of RI Ajmer also for quite some time, and at a professor at Mysuru Regional Institute of Education with a long experience behind his back in the field of education, and a perfect gentleman, perfect human being, a great researcher, and a lively person to listen to you. So I hope in the coming session you will be getting a lot to hear from him. I
Madam,
always
let me,
look forward for
madam, let
opportunities
me,
to look
let
from
me,
him.
madam, let me add our guest, Dr. Samim Ara. She is from Central University of Gujarat. She is also connected with us. Dr. Samim Ara.
Yes. I also welcome Dr. Shamim Mara from Central University of Gujarat. I also welcome her to this session, and we look forward for their deliberations on the issues, particularly multidisciplinary research and fostering research and innovation in institutions. So I invite uh, Professor Vishnatappaji. And thank you all for providing me these opportunities. Thank you in genuine.
Namaste. Namaste, ma'am. Thank you.
Professor Sarat Sinha ma'am is with us since she is sharing the session, and now you know that it is time for Professor G. Vishwanathappa, who is a very seasoned academician, and a very dynamic leader in the field of education, and he has been, as you know, as Madam Sarat has already told you that he has been director in the Regional Institute of Education in Ajmer. He is PhD in education, MAd education, MSc aesthetics. Currently, is professor, Department of Education, Regional Institute of Education, JAIPUR, that is National Institute for Education Research and Training. And prior to that, he has been principal of, director of State Institute of Educational Management and Training, Amaravati Government of Andhra Pradesh. He has headed Department of Extension Education, Regional Institute of Education, Mysore also, and he has a very vast and good knowledge. Specifically, our intention is to listen on NRF, how this is going to work and how the catalyzing process of research is in multidisciplinary area is going to be noticed with the help of NRF. That is the initiative of NEP 2020. So over to Professor G. Vishwanathappa, please.
So thank you very much. Thank you for introducing me. Professor Sobal Alsar for giving me this opportunity and introducing to this as a group. Actually, this Jyoti Vidyapit, Professor Sobal Alsar, actually 2018, physically he invited me to the Jaipur Jyoti Vidyapit Women's University. From then onwards, academically, every time, of course, the technology helping citizen minimizing the travel and other things. At least we are feeling like the using this system here, feeling of that we are just adjacent to each other. We are discussing that kind of feeling I have got. Professor Sadhsina, my colleague, and currently head of the department, teacher education, NCRT headquarters. And this, the Dr. Suman Devi keep on reminding me about this particular session, and Dr. Manju Sharma also reminded me about this. And really, I'm grateful to this, the management and management of the Jyoti Vidyapit Women's University for giving me this opportunity every time, at least yearly one time, to interact with this, the academic community, which is even though I am far away from this, the institute, and other colleagues from the different other organizations are here. Thank you. And so my the session is about this, the it is not about the what is that the National Institute of Ranking Framework. It is about this the multidisciplinary education and the holistic development. Sorry, sir. This is what communicated to me. Otherwise, I would have discussed about this, the ranking framework. I am here in Madurai with some other commitment, and I requested for 16th. But anyway, university already finalized the schedule of the program. So within that only, so I wanted to be here for some time, and then I am missing only listening to all these the eminent personalities who are available here for today and tomorrow. Let us try. I will try to join tomorrow to learn something from the distinguished academicians here in this particular group. My colleague Ramuru is also there, and others. I think some known people are there. And so just I am adding something to this. The NEP 2020 July, immediately after this, the lockdown, and we are only says it's good news for all of this. The government of India, Union Cabinet approved the NEP 2020, and it's from then onwards they started implementation. And just I remember 1986 policy, when it comes to the implementation, it has taken a long time because we don't have the technological support at that time. And there was a cascade program just to create awareness about this, the policy expectations, and how what kind of the changes that are envisaged in this implementation of the policy. So that has taken a very long time. They designed a specific program. They used to call it as a PMOST, Program of Mass Orientation of the School Teachers. I think from 2020, September onwards, we have started providing awareness, and most of us, we know about this policy expectations, and this what are the anticipated changes that are coming because of the technology, Shikshak Parv and other kind of the technology based programs. We are all come to know that, and this based on that policy already. NCRT asked to prepare this curriculum framework. Accordingly, NCRT has taken the responsibility, and NCRT already released the curriculum framework for this the one level of school education, that is the foundation level, which includes pre-primary. We used to call it the pre-primary 1, pre-primary 2, Balvatika, then class 1 and class 2. All these 5 years of schooling, it is the document is available. It is approved by this the government of India, and and the madam already rightly said this same process started at the secondary level also, particularly the major emphasis on this the holistic development and the multidisciplinarity. These are the 2 important components, and all the time the academic community here, many learned academicians are there who are working in a higher education institutions, and this the problem is how do we go for this the multidisciplinarity. So that is just 1 minute. I will try to upload my slides. Yeah, this the main discussion majorly all of us we are discussing about how do we go for this the.
Sir, your PPT is visible.
It is visible, sir?
No, not visible. Not visible.
There is an issue with the file. That is what it is saying.
Firstly, you.
No, there is a presentation. Is there, no, sir?
Yeah. Firstly, you open your PPT, then minimize,
yes,
then present, then click. Technical team, please help to Professor Vishwanath.
Now you see, sir?
No, it is
now
not
it is
visible.
coming, sir?
No. Yes, just wait. Yes, now it is visible.
Sir?
Yes, sir.
Right, sir. These are the 2 important components which we are discussing, particularly this the different levels of education. How do we go for this the implementation of this the multidisciplinarity in education, multidisciplinary education, and the holistic development. These 2 things are in the discussion, and I myself is restricting to the school education because this particular process started by CBSE for the particularly for the holistic development based on this the guidelines prepared at the national level. So this the holistic development earlier we used to call it as the all-round development, and this the other things the process of the identification. Now the CBSE started that you have to have the examination will be there only for the core essential areas. So from this the existing curriculum itself, because the curriculum whatever that it is being practiced at present, it is based on the National Curriculum Framework 2005. Based on that particular curriculum framework only, the process started identifying this what are this the core essentials from the existing curriculum, and making this the provisions and the for this the holistic development. That particular process already started. The adopting this the various approaches that is essentially required to be adopted in this teaching learning process, like discovery based learning, discussion based learning, analysis based learning, and approaches are in practice with an intention to attain the holistic development of the learner. And the earlier also we have this particularly some of the approaches which focus more on what is this the content type of the content. For example, if the content is in the form of a concepts or generalizations, and what kind of approaches that can be used. We have a different psychological theories that are helping till now to use these various approaches. For example, the Bruner's concept attainment procedure that we used to use, we also call it as a cognitive constructivist approach. So that we usually use. In the same way, if we can go on this, discuss about it, will take its own time. There's now this 2017 onwards, Government of India is emphasizing on outcome-based learning. Outcome-based learning started with this, by deciding the learning outcomes at the upper primary level. Then the NCERT working on this, worked continuously for preparing this, the learning outcomes for the secondary and higher secondary level. Professor Sarath Sinha has taken the responsibility and prepared, and it is circulated almost all the states. Some of the states gone the beyond, and this implementation also. And based on that, the suggested pedagogical practices also, NCERT prepared the document and circulated to the states. And this one, the November 2017, Government of India conducted a national level achievement survey. Based on that, the achievement survey, census-based achievement survey, they prepared the district report cards, state report cards, and that is providing an opportunity to know what are the competencies that are attained, which are yet to be attained. So that helped this the different functionaries to plan for this the quality improvement of this the school process. Now this after NEP, the important aspect is the main emphasis on this holistic development. How can we go for that? So that particular process, as I mentioned earlier, it started. The competency-based education is implementation in schools in progress. Almost all the schools, all the states have accepted these competency-based learning outcomes. And it was not stopped at the school education, even in the higher education. UGC has prepared what is this, the framework, outcome-based learning. And is we have to identify this the graduate attributes for each of the graduate program. It may be undergraduate program or postgraduate program, general education or the professional education. So for that, the graduate attributes. So this the program outcomes are defined at this the higher level, and keeping that in mind, we have a different courses in each program. For each program, this the program outcomes. So like the mapping, one with the graduate attributes with this program outcomes with this so that is helping which courses are helping to attain this the outcomes, which are in the form of a course outcomes, program outcomes, and the graduate attributes. So that kind of a mapping is already a process started, and the UGC has prepared a guidelines for adopting this the outcome-based learning also. In this particularly school level, just as I mentioned earlier, I am focusing more on the school level. So the competency-based education is already in the implementation. So CBSE has developed the learning framework for class 9 to class 12 for the purpose of attaining the competencies under this the learning outcomes, how it can be attained. So there is
Professor, may I request you for change the slide, please?
Yes, sir.
Because holistic development of the learners.
Now it is visible, sir.
I hope you have already spoken about holistic development. Pancha Kosh.
Okay, it has gone. I am talking about this only, sir. Okay, sir. So now the NCERT, they prepared a draft curriculum framework. It has given some kind of the guidelines for.
Sir, this is the first slide.
Yes, sir. No, not that, sir. This is the first slide.
Now this is second slide. That was second slide.
Okay. This is the second for me. That means yes. Yeah. This. Now it is okay, sir. For holistic development, this national curriculum framework for this the foundation stage, as well as the draft curriculum framework for the secondary stage, in both the places, they have given some kind of the guidelines which can be adopted for this the holistic development. So the approach is given by keeping of the Indian knowledge systems. Indian knowledge systems, there is a wide scope is there to know more about this the Indian knowledge systems. At least the first time NEP-2020 is giving the opportunity to explore this the Indian knowledge systems and linking with this the Indian knowledge systems for the different areas of learning at the different levels. So this the approach which is given, the pedagogical approach identified based on Indian knowledge systems, that is the Panchakosha Vikas, this five-fold development procedure is given here. This the one is this the Annamaya Kosha, and the Annamaya Kosha, and Pranamaya Kosha, Manonmaya Kosha, Vijnanamaya Kosha, Anandamaya Kosha. This Annamaya Kosha is nothing but the physical layer, and in the Pranamaya Kosha is the life force energy layer, and Manonmaya Kosha is mind layer, and Vijnanamaya Kosha is intellectual layer, and Anandamaya Kosha is the inner self. So that is the approach is suggested in both the documents. One is at the foundation stage as well as the draft curriculum framework for the secondary stage. And this Panchakosha Vikasas, this all-round development, this holistic development of the learner is going to take place by adopting this the Panchakosha procedure. So that will help to attain. And they have given the subject specific examples also how it can be adopted. I think because of this, I am not talking in detail. At least subject specific examples are given in this the document, and that we can see and we can learn. So now specific types of the practices are designed to enable this the development of each of these koshas. What is this the activities that kind of you have to adopt for this the attaining this the holistic development. It is given. It is suggested to adopt these practices which will designed based on this the interconnected activities between this the one is they are not independent. All this the five layers of this the development of this holistic development is one is connected with the another, and the interconnected activities also given in this the Panchakoshas, and Panchakosha procedure can be adopted for this the holistic development of this So by keeping in view of this, as I mentioned, CBSE already started some kind of the reforms and they already initiated. And another important thing in the holistic development that the learner should develop all kind of abilities, academic abilities, vocational abilities, and other than this the academic abilities which is essential like the sports and other things. So earlier what we are having present in the within the academics we are having the scholastic areas and the post-scholastic area, and vocationals we are treating is a different kind of stream. People are interested to go for them only, but the this the national the NEP 2020 is emphasized that there should not be any discrimination between academic and the vocation, and we have to go by the choice of the learner. So you can take a few academic subjects and a few vocational subjects, and that can be integrated with the other performing areas like in the sports and other things. So that is kind of the choices are provided. Like CBCS already being implemented by UGC in different places, choice-based credit system. In the same way here also, not the credits which they are not using the term, but the choice is given to the student according to the choice, particularly from the secondary level. After this, the middle stage of this, particularly foundation stage, more focus on the foundational literacy and the numeracy, and the other two levels, preparatory and the middle stage, the focus is on this, the some subjects, and there they are providing this, the pre-vocational skills and other things. And when it comes to this secondary, there is a choice. At present, option for this, the students at the school level is only at the 11th class. Whatever the subject is of their choice, they can opt. But here, from that is coming the secondary level itself, and they are introducing the new subjects like the Python programming, artificial intelligence, and other new areas of learning is going to be added to the school. And the already CBSE has make a small distinction that is the mathematics and this the other applicable mathematics based on that they have named as a computing those kind of the basics that is essentially required for preparing them to go for these computers and other things like algorithm, flow charting, and other things. So like this kind of reforms already initiated by CBSE, and they have already kept in mind WESARD essentially to be included as this outcome-based or competency-based education. It should be practiced, and they have to integrate this life skills education also to be integrated, and values to be inculcated, and art. You have a traditional arts. If you can go to any place So this, the Rajasthan is known for this, the in country a different what is the very rich culture of their own and rich heritages of their own. And similarly, along with this, the Rajasthan and other parts of the country also we have our own this the local practices, local art, local games. All these things can be integrated and it can be included in this curriculum. And the so environmental education, this this is also important component, and mainstreaming this the health and the physical education. All these things are going to be integrated, and particularly for that purpose already some kind of the student enrichment activities CBSE suggested. One of this like the conducting the science exhibition to promote and increasing the awareness among this the stakeholders about this the close relationship between this the science and technology and the society, what kind of relationship that is there. This the how we are all getting the lot of benefits. All of you are in the different places. All this the academic community from the different higher education institutions are in their own place, and this the students of and the research scholars of Jyoti Vidyapith Women's University, they are in Jaipur, but we are all interacting each other. So there's the providing an opportunity, this the technology facilitating all of us to have this kind of academic relationship. Similarly, how this technology, science, and society can be integrated, can be developed a kind of the close relationship, so that they will also be motivated. They will also know to more about this science and how science is related to the society, how the technology relations science and the technology and the society. All these things can be conducted by the open house and other things. So many times some of these the places, some CSIR institutes are there everywhere, and institute like the Madan Mohan Malaviya, NMIT, this National Institute of Technology, Jaipur, such kind of institutions, and the IIT Jodhpur is there. Such kind of institutions, the technological initiatives, how it is going to be used to the society, conducting some kind of awareness. So in addition to that, the school level, we are conducting the science exhibition, science fairs, and at this the school level, at this district level, at the state level, at this the regional level, at the national level. But even in spite of that, the other institutions of national importance, also we can develop a kind of how this can be providing the opportunity for the students to take them to that places and discussing and how it is a relationship. So that motivates this, promote this, increasing the awareness among these students. Heritage and this India to be a greater awareness about this rich cultural heritage of our country. We are having rich culture, and most of the time we always remember that Harappa, Mohenjo-daro, which is this the cultural centers of our country, very old heritage centers, and Nalanda, Takshashila, these kind of the oldest universities are there, and in a particularly place like Rajasthan, so many forts are there, and they are the symbols of this our past culture, our richness. All these things can be conducted kind of the that will increase this, particularly if we can ask some kind of the relating with this local culture and other things, definitely. So it is a kind of increasing awareness about that. And games and the sports is another important. We have a government of India already having a program, Fit India program, which we are all implementing for the last few years. But they only for that not only for this the minimum requirement, we have to make it as a regular practice. Like the the health and well-being is important, and it is games and the sports can be integrated, and that can be integrated with this the subject. So this the conducting this the competitions, school level competition, like the district level competition and state level competition, national level competition, which we are
Sir,
doing.
please conclude your presentation, sir. You have to see some presentation of our students and scholars.
Yes, sir. I am just concluding multidisciplinarity. Just I will say, sir, this is multidisciplinarity, and only this already CBSE has given. I'll share this presentation. You can go through it. Is already available. I have not prepared anything. It is just I have taken from the CBSE website only. This the core curricular areas they have identified. Like it can be how it can be integrated. Some suggestions also given, and the like the so like just only concluding with on interdisciplinary approach. For example, here. For example, geography studies the human relationship with the natural environment. History traces the journey of the changes and in the continuity from past to the present of the human life that has undergone the major events which impacted the society and the culture. So political science deals with the socio-cultural existence of these human beings. Economics analysis this the economic activity and their impact upon social and behavioral changes of these human beings. The social science requires this the multidisciplinarity, interconnecting all these things. For example, if we can see our the Chanukya has written Arthashastra, that Arthashastra is not only economics, so literally meaning if you can see, but it is a lot of economics is there, political system, social system, so society, all this sociology, many things are governance and all these things are included in that particular like. That was a best example. I feel that I may be wrong also, but I feel that is a kind of the interdisciplinary connectivities provided in that particularly, and that helps to develop the new areas also. For example, if I remember when I was a student, this postgraduate student, computer science was not a department. The people from physics with a specialization in electronics and some people from mathematics, so they used to teach and focus more on this the only programming. Now it has grown like anything, and in the applications, so many applications, and every walk of our life we are depending on the technology. So like that, the new areas are going to emerge by adopting this interdisciplinary approach, so that develops the thinking process and also think about it differently, so that also encourage this a different kind of a research also, so that will help this institute also to improve their academic practices, which in turn will help to go for this the higher ranking also. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for the inconvenience
Thank
which
you,
I
sir.
could not.
Please
Yeah.
stay with us because you have to monitor the presentation of PhD scholars and students, sir. Please.
Yes, sir.
Now, thank you very much on behalf of the whole fraternity of the organizing team of this conference for your very knowledgeful, very informative presentation. And we are also interested to listen our one of the guests who is connected from Central University of Rajasthan, Dr. Sami Maharaji. Yes, madam, are you listening, please? Are you
Sir,
listening?
thank you very much, sir, Sobalal sir, for giving me this opportunity. This the faculty and the management of the Jyoti Vidyapith University.
No, sir.
I'll be
अभी
waiting for
अभी आपका thank you स्वीकार नहीं कर रहा है. We are not expecting your thank you. We are not accepting your thank you. We are expecting your kind stay with the student and scholars and with us. आप thank you कह के जा नहीं सकते हैं.
ठीक है सर,
Please.
ठीक है. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, Sami Mahara ji, please. मैडम आप समी मारा हैं. You are visible, please. आपको आवाज सुनाई दे रही है?
Sir, are you talking to me?
Yes, your name, please.
I am Rupali Yadav, sir.
Rupali Yadav, you are PhD scholar.
Yes, sir.
I think she is waiting for presentation also. Is that right?
Yes, sir. So I'm waiting for
Also, the technical team can share her presentation.
So I have my presentation. If you allow me, I can do that.
Hey, first let it over to you, our Dean sir, Professor Lal sir. She is actually, I think, waiting for the presentation. If any other guest is there, we can take in the guest first.
Actually, I have been miscommunicated by the technical team that Dr. Sami Mahara has joined, but she is not Sami Mahara. She is a PhD scholar. Sorry for that. I'm extremely sorry.
No, sir, it's perfectly fine.
Yes, you start your presentation. Please say.
Should I do that?
Yes, yes.
Okay, sir. So is it visible?
Not yet.
Madam, you are using the laptop, you can go to the share screen from the presentation. Share screen. You may be selecting the slides. That may be the reason. You can select the share screen.
Shilsa is not supporting actually.
First
You are
open the
given 5
presentation.
minutes. Scholar, you are given 5 minutes.
Madam, when you go to share screen, you will get 3 windows. Yeah, share screen.
So there is an option that shows present.
You will in the bottom you will see a bar. It says mute, stop cam, settings, and present. You go to present, click it, and you will see the share screen. Click that, and your screen will be shared with the presentation.
The third one, madam. Slides. Don't select the slides. Select the share screen. You have to keep open your this one slides.
So is it visible now?
Yeah.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes,
it is visible. It is visible.
Okay, sir. So, good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the university, the organizing committee.
Just a minute, Rupali ji. This is information for all the presentators that you are given maximum 5 minutes.
Okay,
you have to conclude your presentation within 5 minutes. This information for all those who are going to present their papers, because we have a very long list of those who are supposed to give their presentation in a particular session, right?
Okay, sir. Okay, so I'll try to conclude as early as possible.
Yes, not.
So,
yes,
sorry?
only. Yes, please.
Okay. So, good morning, everyone. I would like to thank the university, the organizing committee, for allowing me to present my paper over here. I'm immensely proud to share the stage with esteemed professors around. And this presentation is for my PhD. I'm doing this paper presentation as a part of PhD submissions. And I'm doing my PhD in clinical psychology from Gyan Vihar University. So I'll come to the second slide first. So today I'll be discussing an important topic that affects many teachers at the senior secondary level, that is about stress management for mental health. Since we all know that teaching is a demanding profession that can be stressful at times, this stress can have a negative impact on teachers' mental health and well-being, which is most of the time compromised because of the busy schedules of the teachers and the demands of the work. So in this presentation, I'll be discussing the causes of stress among teachers at the senior secondary level. Secondly, I'll be focusing on the impact of stress on their mental health. And thirdly, I will be focusing on the strategies and that can manage their stress and promote mental health in teachers. I believe by the end of this presentation, I'll be providing you a better understanding for this important issue and some practical tools that can be used for managing stress in your own life as well. Thank you for joining me. So the third slide is about introduction. Sir, is the first slide visible to you? Abstract, sir, is it visible?
Yes, visible.
Okay. So in this abstract, we are focusing on, as I mentioned, it is more about stress among the teachers, different areas, and the coping strategies that we are going to develop during the review paper. And probably will be leading towards the intervention techniques that can be helpful for the teachers. The third slide is about the introduction. I would like to brief you about the stress areas in the teachers that are mainly dominating, that promotes towards the lot of anxiety and depression issues. So when we talk about the stress areas in the teachers, be it of the school level and in general also, I would say the workload plays a very important role, because there are multiple classes that have been assigned to the teachers, the lessons they have to prepare, the assignments, the grading and everything was allotted to teachers. So workload plays a very important role. The second area is this time constraint. They have a lot of issues with the time also. They have to complete the task in time. They have to plan their lessons on time. The grading process itself is very much stipulated within the time limit. The third area is the behavior and discipline of the students. Since we are focusing on the senior secondary level, so the students that are at the senior secondary level are in their teenagers. So when the teenage comes in, there are a lot of hormonal changes. So that is somewhere more prone to behavioral issues. So be it about disruptive behavior, conflicts with the peer group or in the school as well, and their individual needs are also very challenging. So that plays also a very important role for the stressors for teachers. The other area is the high expectations, be it from the students, be it from the parents, or even from the teacher as well. So when we talk about the expectations, the one irrational belief pattern which we'll be discussing in the interpretation part is the demandingness patterns that comes in by default because of the expectations part. Because when you are expecting, you have a high level of expectations, you pressurize yourself to perform in a certain level, you're not fine with the flaws, you just want to be perfect in all the areas, be it about self. And similarly, it is coming from the parent side also, they want teachers to be in a certain way only, they are not compromising at any areas. And similarly, the students also, they want their teacher to be apt and correct in all the areas, though as a human we can have a flaw, we can make mistakes, but it is not allowed for a teacher to do that. The other area is lack of resources and support supply, as the sir also mentioned in his own presentation about the IT and all. We have seen in the COVID-19 time that there are a lot of challenges with the teachers. I personally have seen a lot of teachers during the COVID time which are struggling with the new IT structure, the new education patterns, and they are not very friendly. So that is also comorbidly affecting into their stress, which are parallelly leading towards the anxiety and depression areas also, because they are not very techno savvy. The other area that is demanding here is the emotional demands, the emotional conflicts that occurs in the teachers because of their personal areas, and parallelly from the environmental areas also, be it about the conflicts with the colleagues or the organization, the school organization itself, that also reflects into their stressors. When it comes to work life balance, I mean, when it is about planning the school lessons or papers, checking papers and all, it is also somewhere being compromised because a lot of work is, I mean, because they are overdoing a lot of things, so they have to take them back home also. So somewhere their personal life is also being compromised because of that. And the other area that is stressful here is the organizational factors, be it about the culture of the school, the leadership patterns of the teacher itself, the interpersonal relationships, and the other non supportive work environment. In this slide, the importance of stress management, I have concluded what I have just explained, how the burnout and stress issues are compromising into the teachers. The literature review, we have focused on the main areas, how they can be helpful, specifically in terms of intervention strategies that we are going to use for teachers. So we focus more on the MBSR, that is mindfulness-based stress reduction techniques, which means focusing on be it about yoga, breathing exercises, meditation, physical exercise, they contribute in releasing your stressors. And during the COVID-19 time also, we have found a lot of people have been really helped because of their recoveries from the COVID itself because of these mindfulness based strategies. Other area that is helpful in this is physical activity, be it about cycling, jogging, and other important techniques for physical upliftment. In the objectives part, we are focusing on the impact of stress, the current stressors that teachers struggle with. The other area is effectiveness of mindfulness based techniques, how they are managing with their work life balance, be it about these MBSR or the cognitive behavior therapy or the psychotherapies that can be helpful in these intervention patterns. In the methodology part, we are focusing on the interview method. By interviewing the teachers, we can find out what are their current stressors. For example, by asking them basic simple questions, how they are, what are the immediate triggers for their stressors, what they do, how do they cope up, like are they aware of the coping strategies or not, or they are just managing it as is, and what is the support system that is provided, how do they perceive their stressors in their life. I mean, do they have this vigilance also that it is really a stressor to them, or they are just ignoring it? So these basic questions can be done as an interview method. And as this slide says, we are focusing more on the intervention pattern. We are focusing on the qualitative data and the stress management for the teachers. And these are the effective techniques that we have identified. So initially, stress management can be done with relaxation techniques, as I explained, and proper sleep, self-care, connecting with others. I mean, if you're talking out with other teachers, or if you have any support group, or you can go for a psychological help also. And setting boundaries. With setting boundaries, we mean, are you being assertive with your own self? I mean, are you being uh, focusing on to your needs and prioritizing your needs, or you're just okay with whatever comes to you? I mean, you're not prioritizing your work, and you're doing other irrelevant stuff at the time. And being organized. I mean, organized with your day, organized with your personal life and your work life as well. Focusing on the positives. With this, we mean focusing on those areas that are really positive, because most of the time we had an attitude of discounting the positives and focusing more on the negatives that are around, which is somewhere not helpful in stress. Because when it is about stress, stress.
Please come in the conclusion part.
So the conclusion is mostly about the intervention pattern that we are going to use. We are going to doing the mindfulness-based intervention techniques, the cognitive behavior therapy, that is a talk therapy only. It is a psychotherapy which is very relevant in providing stress management and anger management, because when it is about stress, it has a cortisol level that goes high whenever a person is experiencing stress, and which can comorbidly relate to frustration and anger. And that is the reason we are focusing on the intervention patterns. Physical exercise and other areas are also focused, because they are somewhere significantly ignored by most of us because of the busy life schedules. So that is all from my side, sir. I'm open for any
Thank you.
suggestions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, if our session chair and other experts have any query, or any experts who are viewing this presentation, they can ask. Anyone? If you have any query, please. No. Now, thank you, and you can leave the session.
Thank you,
Rupali.
sir. Thank you so much.
Okay. And you can see the rest of the session by using our YouTube channel, or by our through our Facebook page, or through our
Okay,
LinkedIn,
sir.
right?
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Because
Thank you.
there is limited capacity of participants, so please you leave this.
Okay,
Now,
sir. Thank you.
it's time to request other scholars, and in this session, Dr. Kriti Vasista, then Meenakshi Sulodia, then Anita Yadav, Kavita Sharma, and others will be giving their presentation. So next presentation, please.
Yeah, good morning, sir. I am the co-author with Dr. Kriti Vashish, so I'll be presenting the paper. I'm Dr. Charu Dhankar. I'm the co-author with Dr. Kriti Vashish.
Okay.
So, shall I start, sir, with your permission?
Yes, yes.
Okay, sir. Sir, is it visible?
Yes, it is visible now.
Okay, sir. So, good morning, one and all present here. I'm Dr. Charu Dhankar. I have co-authored this paper with Dr. Kriti Vashisht, and the title of the paper is Role of Personality and Emotional Intelligence on Binge Watching. It is a study on college students. So, looking for the binge watching is watching multiple episodes in rapid succession. That's what
As
Oxford
scholar,
Dictionary has. Yeah.
co-author, please
Yes,
note
sir.
that you are given 5 minutes for your presentation.
Sure, sir. Sure, sure.
Yes.
So, why we have taken binge watching is because the long term effects of television have been widely noted for many years, and the effect of watching TV has potential health risk resulting from behavioral addiction, sleep problems, sedentary behaviors, and some psychological distress. So, here in this paper, we have made an attempt just to see that how and what are the role of personality and emotional intelligence has on binge watching and on non binge watchers. So, personality, as per the operational definition, has been defined as a dynamic organization within an individual of those psychophysical systems that determine his unique adjustment to his environment. And emotional intelligence is how we manage our emotion as well as emotions of others. The methodology consists, the aim of this study is to compare the personality and emotional intelligence of college students who binge watch and who don't. So we have two hypotheses based on this aim. That is, there will be a significant difference in personality of binge watchers and non-binge watchers, and there will be significant difference in the emotional intelligence of binge watchers and non-binge watchers. The sample collected was of 100 students, in which 50 were binge watchers and 50 were non binge watchers. The tools that we have taken is a screen time questionnaire by Vizcano et al., Big Five personality questionnaire to measure the personality traits, and emotional intelligence scale. We have used t-test in order to analyze the results, and the result says that there is a significant difference found between the personality of students who binge watch and those who don't. So we have seen high neuroticism and low conscientiousness in binge watchers as compared to non binge watchers. So, based on these results, we have accepted that there is a significant difference found in the personality, but there is no difference found when we talk about the emotional intelligence in both the groups. That's all, sir. That's all from my side, sir. Thank you.
Your name, please.
I'm Dr. Charu Dhankar, sir.
Okay, Dr. Charu, it was very nice presentation. And
Thank you, sir.
if anyone has any query,
Yeah.
you can write in the chat box, or you can directly on your mic and ask the question. Any question by anyone? No question, Charuji. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Now, next is presentation by Dr. Anita Yadav. Anita, next presentation, please. Anita Yadav, Kavita Sharma, Priyanka Karsania, technical team, please. Anita is facing some network issue, and she is supposed to join soon. So let me say something related to this international conference. I was supposed to share this information to all of you during our inaugural session, but due to some issue related to our technical side, I could not perform that task. In today's session, means the conference we have started today, that is NEP 2020 Catalysing Quality Academic Multidisciplinary Research and New National Research Foundation. This conference that you are observing, you are visualizing, this is under the collaboration of Northern Illinois University, Chicago, USA, and being hosted by Harvind Khurana Chair, with the collaboration of this international university. And this is important to share to all the viewers that we are having 7 technical sessions in this conference, and during 7 sessions 22 experts are supposed to join this session. Around 74 research papers are supposed to be presented, and the outcomes of the presentation that is being noted by the students and faculty members in the Department of Journalism may be sent to the Niti Aayog, Ministry of Education, National Council for Teacher Education, and this is going to be very, very fruitful and beneficial. So now we are coming on the technical part of the session, and now who is the next who is going to give presentation, please? Next presentation, Anita Yadav.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, please
Lal,
start
sir.
presentation.
Mr. Lal, sir, sorry for the interruption, sir. I am Vishwanatha here.
Okay, sir. Okay. No issue,
Sir,
sir.
can I just leave, sir? I have some
Yeah, no problem, sir. Just
sorry for the inconvenience. Huh?
continue. Okay, sir. Thank you very much
Thank you.
for your kind presence and blessings. Yes, Anita ji, please.
यस सर, इसमें सर परमिशन दीजिए हमारे पीपीटी शो करने के लिए।
हाँ हाँ, शो करिए पीपीटी। Anita Yadav is pursuing PhD Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University.
गुड मॉर्निंग सर। सर ये इसमें मोबाइल में शो नहीं हो पा रहा, तो हम इसको पढ़ सकते हैं कैसे पीपीटी को?
जैसे भी वो पढ़िए, चाहे शेयर करिए जल्दी।
ओके सर। सर अनीता यादव, पीएचडी स्कॉलर, ज्योति विद्यापीठ। माय सुपरवाइजर है प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर मंजू शर्मा मैम। मेरा टॉपिक है अध्यापक शिक्षा बहुआयामी दक्षार्जन। कीवर्ड्स हैं क्षमता, संचालन, परास्नातक, अध्यापक, राष्ट्रीय परिप्रेक्ष्य, भावनात्मक, संवेगात्मक, प्रतिष्ठा और अनुशासन, आत्मनियंत्रण इत्यादि। भूमिका: अध्यापक शिक्षा कार्यक्रम के माध्यम से विभिन्न स्तर पर अध्यापक की तैयारी के साथ ही वास्तव में एक बहुआयामी व्यक्तित्व के निर्माण हेतु प्रयास किया जाता है। अब तक हम शैक्षणिक और व्यवहारिक आयामों के बारे में चर्चा करते हैं। इसके अतिरिक्त जिन आयामों में एक भावी अध्यापक या अध्यापिका को दक्षार्जन करने की अपेक्षा की जाती है, वह है पाठ्य सहगामी क्रियाएं। पाठ्य सहगामी क्रियाओं के सफल आयोजन और संचालन में दक्षार्जन, परास्नातक अध्यापक शिक्षा और अनुसंधान में दक्षार्जन है, शैक्षिक मार्गदर्शन और परामर्श कार्यों में दक्षार्जन आदि। जिस प्रकार एक आवश्यक काल में सेना को लगभग सामाजिक एवं राष्ट्रीय जीवन के सभी क्षेत्रों में दायित्व को वहन करने के लिए लगाया जाता है, चाहे वह राष्ट्रीय आपदा का अवसर हो या प्राकृतिक कठिनाइयों का अवसर ही क्यों न हो, ठीक उसी प्रकार अध्यापक अध्यापिकाओं को भी राष्ट्रीय महत्व के कार्यों में कुशल संपादन के लिए दायित्व भार प्रदान कर पाना संभव हो सकेगा। तभी समाज और राष्ट्रीय परिप्रेक्ष्य में अध्यापक की मर्यादा और प्रतिष्ठा में सर्वांगीण वृद्धि हो सकेगी। जिस प्रकार सैन्य बल को राष्ट्रीय रक्षक का सम्मान दिया जाता है, वैसे ही अध्यापक गणों को यथार्थ रूप में राष्ट्रीय निर्माता का सम्मान दिया जा सकेगा। मात्र कक्षा अध्यापन करना उनके व्यापक दायित्व और कर्तव्य सीमा का एक अंश मात्र ही है। पाठ्य सहगामी क्रियाकलाप और अध्यापकीय दक्षार्जन। पाठ्य सहगामी क्रियाकलापों में कार्यक्रम होते हैं जिनका स्थान प्रत्यक्ष रूप से पाठ्यक्रम में न होकर अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से विद्यालय क्रियाकलापों में होता है और जिनके माध्यम से शैक्षिक के साथ ही साथ विद्यार्थियों के शारीरिक, मानसिक, भावात्मक तथा संवेगात्मक एवं सामाजिक विकास को कर पाना किसी अध्यापक के लिए संभव हो पाता है। इन्हीं क्रियाकलापों के संदर्भ में प्रत्यक्ष परीक्षण के स्थान पर सहभागिता और प्रतिस्पर्धा क्षमता निर्भर आकलन पद्धति का उपयोग किया जाता है। अतः अंकों के स्थान पर प्रशस्ति पत्र और पारितोषिक आदि का उपयोग उत्साहवर्धन आदि के लिए किया जाता है। पाठ्य सहगामी क्रियाकलापों के उद्देश्य। पाठ्य सहगामी क्रियाकलापों का मूल उद्देश्य विद्यार्थी
भी समझाओ, इसमें कुछ समझाओ भी सही कि उद्देश्य क्या है और क्यों पेपर बनाया आपने।
जी मैम, ये कि जैसे हम क्लास में बच्चों को टीचिंग सब्जेक्ट के अलावा जो
बताओ भी सही
पाठ्य सहगामी जो क्रियाकलाप है मैम, उनका मतलब होता है कि जो हमारी शिक्षा की व्यवस्था के साथ साथ जो अदर एक्टिविटीज की जाती हैं जिनमें बच्चों का सामाजिक, भावात्मक आदि विकास किया जा सके और उनको अंकों के स्थान न देकर उनको किसी पुरस्कार से प्रोत्साहित किया जाए जिनके उनका उत्साहवर्धक हो सके। हमारा मुख्य उद्देश्य है कि पाठ्य सहगामी क्रियाकलापों के माध्यम से बच्चों में सामाजिक गुणों का विकास किया जा सके और उनमें सहनशीलता, सहभागिता, सद्भावना, सामाजिकता और उत्तम नागरिकता का विकास किया जा सके जिससे वो समाज में एक समायोजन कर सके। पाठ्य सहगामी क्रियाओं की क्षमताओं के माध्यम से उचित चारित्रिक और नैतिक विकास करना भी संभव हो पाता है। अनुशासन की भावना का विकास किया जा सकता है। जब हम किसी ग्रुप में बच्चों से काम करवाते हैं तो उनमें आपस में सामंजस्य और समायोजन की भावना का विकास होता है। इसके अलावा उनमें सह अस्तित्व, सहयोग, समानता और अपनत्व की भावना, जैसे आपस में वो मिलते हैं तो उनमें आपस में सहयोग करना और अपनापन की भावना का विकास भी होता है। इससे विद्यार्थी और अध्यापक दोनों ही अंततः देश की एकता और राष्ट्रीयता के प्रति अपने दायित्व और कर्तव्य को समझने में सक्षम हो पाते हैं। पाठ्य सहगामी क्रियाओं के गुण। इनके माध्यम से नेतृत्व, स्व अभिव्यक्ति क्षमता, सृजनशीलता, शारीरिक तथा मानसिक स्वास्थ्य का विकास किया जा सकता है। सामाजिक अभिरुचि, नागरिकता के गुण और सहकारिता तथा खेल भावना का विकास किया जा सकता है। इनके जो उद्देश्यों के साथ साथ कुछ कमियां भी देखी जाती हैं, जैसे विद्यालय में संसाधनों की न्यूनता के कारण इनका आयोजन व संचालन सही प्रकार से नहीं किया जा सकता है। इसके अलावा विद्यार्थियों में प्रतिस्पर्धा के स्थान पर पाठ्य सहगामी क्रियाकलाप आदि भी प्रतिस्पर्धा मूलक बनकर रह जाते हैं। जैसे अगर किसी में सफलता के लिए अनैतिक उपायों का भी उपयोग करते हैं, मान लो किसी को कोई गेम जीतना है एज एग्जाम्पल, तो वो किसी अनैतिक तरीके से भी जीतने की कोशिश करते हैं, तो उनके अंदर एक हीन भावना के भी विकास हो जाता है। विविध प्रकार के पाठ्य सहगामी क्रियाकलापों के आयोजन न किए जाने की स्थिति में सभी विद्यार्थियों को समान रूप से प्रतिभागिता के अवसर प्राप्त नहीं हो पाते। ये इनकी कुछ कमियां हैं। पाठ्य सहगामी क्रियाकलाप के प्रमुख सिद्धांत, जैसे समान अवसर का सिद्धांत है, रुचि तथा प्रोत्साहन का सिद्धांत है, अधिकाधिक सहभागिता का सिद्धांत है कि सभी को समान अवसर दिए जाएं, सभी को रुचि और प्रोत्साहन दिया जाए। भाई जिनकी जिस विद्यार्थी की जिस काम में रुचि है उनको वैसा ही करने की अवसर दिए जाए। अधिकाधिक सहभागिता का सिद्धांत, इसका मतलब है कि सभी विद्यार्थियों को अधिक से अधिक इस काम में जोड़ा जाए कि वो जो भी काम वो करना चाहे उसके लिए उनको अवसर दिए जाए। इसके अलावा पाठ्य सहगामी क्रियाकलापों के प्रकार, जैसे पाठ्य सहगामी क्रियाकलापों का वर्गीकरण उद्देश्यों के आधार पर।
आपको 5 मिनट टाइम मिला है, आप अपना समरी बताइए प्लीज। समरी पर आ जाइए, कंक्लूजन बताइए।
ओके सर। सर इसका मतलब हम मूल उद्देश्य हमारे ये कि उद्देश्यों के आधार पर हमको निर्धारित करते हैं कि जैसे समुदाय के साथ पाठ्य सहगामी क्रिया हम कैसे कर सकते हैं, सामाजिक पाठ्य सहगामी क्रिया किस प्रकार से हो सकती है, विविध पाठ्यक्रमों के साथ हम कैसे उनको संचालित कर सकते हैं और शारीरिक प्रशिक्षण के साथ इनको कैसे कर सकते हैं। अनुसंधान की अगर हम बात करें पाठ्य सहगामी क्रियाओं के लिए, तो अनुसंधान में जैसे परास्नातक की हमने बात की है, तो उसमें वास्तव में परास्नातक स्तरीय अध्यापक शिक्षा कार्यक्रम की अवधि बहुत कम होती है, जिसके कारण से आवश्यक शिक्षण प्रशिक्षण की व्यवस्था कर पाना संभव नहीं हो पाता है। उन्हें इसके लिए स्नातक स्तरीय अध्यापक शिक्षा के द्वारा उन्हीं कोई तैयारी पूर्ण की जाए जो कि एमएड लेवल पर अनुसंधान के डिग्री के लिए वो प्रवेश करते हैं, उन्हीं को प्रवेश दिया जाए जो शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में आगे बढ़ना चाहते हैं। माध्यमिक शिक्षा आयोग ने 1952-53 के द्वारा परास्नातक अध्यापक शिक्षा और शैक्षिक अनुसंधान की आवश्यकता को स्पष्ट करते हुए उन्होंने बताया है कि उच्च स्तरीय शिक्षा व्यवसाय और क्रियाकलापों के कार्यकर्ताओं के प्रशिक्षण, अनुसंधान में रुचि तथा समाज उपयोगी शिक्षा पद्धति आदि के द्वारा जैसे एमएड, अध्यापक शिक्षा आदि को प्रस्तावित किया जाना आवश्यक है कि जो विद्यार्थी एमएड लेवल पर जब जाते हैं, लघु शोध जो करते हैं, तो वो अनुसंधान के प्रति कैसे इसमें रुचि ले सकते हैं। इसके अलावा शिक्षक प्रशिक्षण और अध्यापक शिक्षा के क्षेत्रों में अपेक्षाकृत कम मात्रा में कार्य किए जाते हैं। जो शोध कार्य होते हैं वो अध्यापक की आर्थिक, सामाजिक और व्यक्तिगत समस्याएं तथा व्यावसायिक अभिरुचि आदि।
दीजिए, आप सारांश बोलिए, आपका टाइम ओवर हो रहा है, प्लीज।
जी सर।
Every scholar please down. You are given only 5 minutes for your presentation. आपको यहाँ अपने आउटकम्स को, कॉन्फ्रेंस का ये मतलब होता है, खास करके जो रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स होते हैं उनके लिए ही ये कॉन्फ्रेंस स्टूडेंट के लिए होता है, जिसमें उन्होंने जो काम किया है, उन्होंने कोई चीज ऐसी है जिसका जो रिजल्ट आया है, जो आउटकम्स है, उसको वो यूनिवर्सलाइज करना चाहते हैं, बताना चाहते हैं दुनिया को, एकेडमिक को बताना चाहते हैं कि भाई मेरा ये रिजल्ट आया है। दिस इज द प्लेस टू एक्सप्रेस योर आउटकम्स ऑफ योर फाइंडिंग। आपका जो पेपर है जिसका आप प्रेजेंटेशन दे रहे हैं, उस पेपर का फाइंडिंग क्या है, मेन बात यही है।
सर फाइंडिंग ये कि जैसे
अगर आपका पेपर एक्सेप्टेड है तो पीयर टीम उसको रिव्यू कर रही है एंड द पेपर विल बी पब्लिश्ड। you all have to give your outcomes here only। अनीता जी, हम आपके माध्यम से अदर्स स्कॉलर्स तक भी ये सूचना पहुंचाना चाहते हैं, राइट?
ओके सर। सर हमारा आउटकम ये है कि पाठ्य साइगा में जो क्रियाएं हम शिक्षा के साथ साथ अगर इनको लागू करते हैं तो विद्यार्थियों के सर्वांगीण विकास और सामाजिकता, नेतृत्व, अनुशासनशीलता तथा आपस में जो भावनाओं का विकास है वो किया जा सकता है। एक शिक्षा के साथ साथ इन सब क्रियाओं को लागू किया जाना चाहिए। स्कूलों में कुछ एक्टिविटीज ऐसी होती हैं कि इनके माध्यम से बच्चों का शारीरिक, मानसिक और समयगतम विकास किया जा सकता है।
थैंक यू वेरी मच।
थैंक यू सर।
Next scholar is Meenakshi Silodia. She is also PhD scholar of Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University and pursuing PhD under Professor Manju Sharma ji. Meenakshi Silodia. Yes, Meenakshi, please. Meenakshi. Then Mona Lisa Sharma. आप दोनों में से कोई अपना प्रेजेंटेशन दे सकते हैं। You both are connected.
Yes sir.
Hello.
अनीता जी, अब आप मीटिंग छोड़ दीजिए, लीव द मीटिंग। यस मोनालिसा,
ओके सर,
स्टार्ट प्लीज।
यस सर।
अनीता जी प्लीज क्विट द मीटिंग। आप रूम खाली करिए। जिनका प्रेजेंटेशन होता है उनको रिमूव कर दीजिए प्रेजेंटेशन के बाद। यस
सर, ये गेट बंद कर दो। हेलो।
हाँ मैम, बस एक मिनट में खोल रही हूँ पीपीटी अपनी। मैम लिंक शेयर कर रही हूँ, बस एक मिनट।
ये साइन तो उल्टा क्यों कर दिया है यहाँ पर? प्लीज स्टार्ट प्रेजेंटेशन। मोनालिसा, आप प्रेजेंट दे रही हैं प्रेजेंटेशन?
यस सर। सर मेरा टॉपिक है ऐतिहासिक अनुसंधान की आवश्यकता और महत्व, और मेरी गाइड है डॉक्टर संध्या शर्मा, और मैं रिसर्च स्कॉलर हूँ एजुकेशन से।
राइट।
सर मैंने इसमें सबसे पहले ऐतिहासिक अनुसंधान का अर्थ और इसकी परिभाषाएं बताई हैं।
पीपीटी है आपके पास?
यस सर।
तो पीपीटी शेयर करिए।
जी सर।
पीपीटी शेयर करके बताइए। ये इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस है, यू हैव टू लर्न ए लॉट। आपको सीखना है इसमें कि हम पेपर कैसे प्रेजेंट करते हैं। You are given 5 minutes.
सर इसमें मेरा शेयर हो नहीं रहा सर एक्चुअली।
क्या चीज से शेयर कर रहे हैं आप?
सर पीपीटी को।
आप लैपटॉप से जुड़े हैं या मोबाइल से?
सर लैपटॉप से।
तो उससे तो हो जाएगा। चलिए बताइए, शुरू करिए जल्दी, टाइम नहीं है।
हाँ सर, ऐतिहासिक अनुसंधान का संबंध ऐतिहासिक समस्याओं के वैज्ञानिक विश्लेषण से है। इसके विभिन्न पद भूतकाल के संबंध में एक नई सूझ पैदा करते हैं और इसका संबंध वर्तमान और भविष्य से होता है। इस प्रकार विद्वानों ने अपने अनेक विचारों द्वारा ऐतिहासिक अनुसंधान के अर्थ को स्पष्ट करने का प्रयास किया है। उपयुक्त परिभाषाओं के बाद हम ये कह सकते हैं कि ऐतिहासिक अनुसंधान अतीत की घटनाओं का वैज्ञानिक एवं व्यवस्थित अध्ययन है। ऐतिहासिक अनुसंधान अतीत का विश्लेषण वर्तमान में भविष्य के संदर्भ में करता है। ऐतिहासिक अनुसंधान के उद्देश्य। ऐतिहासिक अनुसंधान का उद्देश्य किसी भी शोध समस्या को ऐतिहासिक पक्ष का विश्लेषण करना है। ऐतिहासिक अनुसंधान में वर्तमान समस्याओं की ऐतिहासिक परिप्रेक्ष्य में व्याख्या की जाती है। ऐतिहासिक अनुसंधान के माध्यम से अतीत, वर्तमान या भविष्य में संबंध स्थापित किया जा सकता है। ऐतिहासिक अनुसंधान अतीत की घटनाओं के विवरण के साथ उन विचारधाराओं के विकास का क्रमबद्ध विश्लेषण करता है। ऐतिहासिक अनुसंधान के क्षेत्र। ऐतिहासिक अनुसंधान का क्षेत्र अत्यंत व्यापक है। संक्षेप में हम इसके क्षेत्र को निम्नलिखित रूप से समझा सकते हैं।
अरे फोन उठाते जोर आ रहा है क्या? 2 मिनट खड़े रहो, 1 मिनट खड़े होकर बात करो मेरे से।
ऐतिहासिक अनुसंधान
करिए प्लीज।
जी सर।
आप जल्दी जल्दी प्रेजेंटेशन दीजिए।
जी सर। ऐतिहासिक अनुसंधान के स्रोत। प्राथमिक गौण स्रोत। इसमें विभिन्न विद्वानों द्वारा विभिन्न प्रकार की परिभाषाएं दी गई है। ऐतिहासिक अनुसंधान के निम्नलिखित पद होते हैं। सबसे पहले समस्या का चुनाव और समस्या का सीमा निर्धारण। दूसरा परिकल्पना या परिकल्पनाओं का निर्माण। तीसरा तथ्यों का संग्रह कर इनकी प्रामाणिकता की जांच करना। तथ्यों के विश्लेषण के आधार पर परिकल्पना की जांच। और सबसे अंतिम है परिणामों की व्याख्या और विवेचन।
कृपया म्यूट करके रखिए बाकी लोगों को। अनीता जी, आपके पास अगर आपके पास कोई दूसरा है, आप आवाज आ रही है तो उनको मना कर दीजिए प्लीज। आप चलिए कंटिन्यू करिए।
ऐतिहासिक अनुसंधान की उपयोगिता। इसमें पहला पॉइंट है अतीत के आधार पर वर्तमान का ज्ञान। किसी भी विषय को अगर इतिहास से देखा जाए तो हमें महत्वपूर्ण जानकारियां प्राप्त हो सकती है। किसी भी समस्या का विकास कैसे हुआ, क्यों हुआ, इसका अध्ययन हम ऐतिहासिक अनुसंधान के माध्यम से ही कर सकते हैं। परिवर्तन की प्रकृति को समझने में सहायक है ये। ऐतिहासिक अनुसंधान के माध्यम से हम किसी भी परिवर्तन की प्रकृति को समझ सकते हैं। अतीत के प्रभाव का मूल्यांकन, कि अतीत का हमारे वर्तमान पर क्या प्रभाव पड़ा है, ये भी हम ऐतिहासिक अनुसंधान के माध्यम से ही जान सकते हैं। इसकी व्यावहारिक उपयोगिता। ऐतिहासिक अनुसंधान हमारे व्यावहारिक रूप से काफी उपयोगी है, क्योंकि कोई भी शोधार्थी अगर शिक्षा क्षेत्र में सुधार करना चाहता है तो उसे ऐतिहासिक अनुसंधान का अध्ययन करना बहुत आवश्यक है। इसके अतिरिक्त इसमें हमें साहित्य सर्वेक्षण से ऐतिहासिक अनुसंधान की उपयोगिता। जब हम किसी भी समस्या का वैज्ञानिक अनुसंधान करते हैं तो इसकी जानकारी के लिए हमें ऐतिहासिक अनुसंधान के आधार पर डाटा एकत्रित करते हैं, जिससे कि हमें समस्या का पूर्ण ज्ञान प्राप्त हो सके और हम इसे अच्छी तरह से समझकर समस्या का सीमांकन कर सकें।
समरी बताइए, आप समरी बताइए आप।
जी सर।
बाकी नहीं सुनना है, समरी बता दीजिए प्लीज।
अतः निष्कर्ष रूप में हम कह सकते हैं कि ऐतिहासिक अनुसंधान का महत्व इसलिए है क्योंकि ये वर्तमान में जो भी शिक्षा की संबंधित सिद्धांत व समस्याएं हैं, उनका उद्भव, उनका जन्म किस प्रकार से हुआ है, उनका विकास किस प्रकार से हुआ है, इसका अध्ययन हम ऐतिहासिक अनुसंधान में कर सकते हैं। इस प्रकार ऐतिहासिक अनुसंधान की उपयोगिता और महत्व अतीत के साथ साथ वर्तमान परिप्रेक्ष्य में भी अत्यंत लाभकारी है। इसके द्वारा अनुसंधानकर्ता को समस्या का पूरा विश्लेषण और जानकारी प्राप्त हो जाती है, जिससे समस्या का समाधान ढूंढने में सरलता मिलती है। सर, ये मेरा निष्कर्ष।
हो गया आपका प्रेजेंटेशन?
जी सर, लास्ट में वो है सर, रेफरेंस संदर्भ है।
हो गया तो
राम शकल पांडे, शिक्षा की दार्शनिक।
रेफरेंस की जरूरत नहीं है, हो गया आपका प्रेजेंटेशन। थैंक यू वेरी मच। चलिए मीनाक्षी सिलोडिया, नेक्स्ट प्रेजेंटेशन मीनाक्षी। मीनाक्षी, technical team please coordinate with Meenakshi. Kavita Sharma, Meenakshi.
हेलो,
What happened? प्रेजेंटेशन दीजिए। अभी कौन कनेक्टेड है? टेक्निकल टीम प्लीज। Actually, from the some scholars who are in remote area, they are facing some network issue, and it is why there is some interruption in between the presentation. So, in this international conference of Faculty of Education and Methodology of Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, that is started today by the blessings of the university management and our speakers who are here to interact with the participants. Technical team, please coordinate with the scholars. Technical team, please. Professor Manju Sharma, ma'am. Yes. Priyanka, ma'am, you are going to give your presentation. प्रियंका मैम आप प्रेजेंटेशन दे रहे हैं, अनम्यूट कीजिए अपने को, अनम्यूट प्लीज। अनम्यूट योरसेल्फ। स्टार्ट प्रेजेंटेशन। प्रियंका जी प्रेजेंटेशन स्टार्ट कीजिए प्लीज।
नाम बताओ। एनीडेक्स।
Technical team is requested that kindly coordinate with the scholars.
Namaste, all the high dignitaries. My name is Priyanka Krishnia. I'm assistant professor in Jyoti Vidyapith, Women's University. And मेरा मेरा टॉपिक है छात्रों की शिक्षा नीति छात्र कल्याण का समर्थन कैसे कर सकते हैं। और इसमें यह आपका एब्स्ट्रैक्ट जो यह समीक्षा सीखने पर मानसिक स्वास्थ्य
Miss Priyanka, you are disconnected.
हरिराम को भेज दो। आप जा रहे हो तो फिर आपका कौन सा पीरियड लूंगी मैं? आपके कौन से पीरियड को लूंगी फिर मैं?
मैडम आप अपने को म्यूट करिए प्लीज। म्यूट करिए अपने आप को, म्यूट करिए। म्यूट योरसेल्फ। टेक्निकल टीम।
बोलो।
Namaste, all the high dignitaries. My name is Priyanka Krishnia. I'm assistant professor in Jyoti Vidyapith, Women's University. मेरा टॉपिक है छात्रों के सीखने पर मानसिक स्वास्थ्य का प्रभाव, शिक्षा नीति छात्र कल्याण का समर्थन कैसे कर सकती है। एब्स्ट्रैक्ट है इसमें यह समीक्षा पत्र छात्रों के सीखने पर मानसिक स्वास्थ्य के प्रभाव की पड़ताल करता है और कैसे शिक्षा नीति छात्र कल्याण का समर्थन कर सकती है।
आपका पीपीटी भी है मैडम?
जी सर।
तो पीपीटी शेयर कर दीजिए।
जी सर।
आपको 5 मिनट्स का टाइम दिया गया है।
ओके सर।
टेक्निकल टीम तब तक दूसरे को जोड़ के रखें प्लीज। आप पीपीटी शेयर कीजिए, WPS फाइल क्यों शेयर कर रहे हैं बार बार?
पीपीटी का हमारा ये फाइल तो है। हाँ, फाइल भी तो पीपीटी ओपन करो ना सर। आप बोलते रहो ना। उन्होंने बोला पीपीटी शेयर करो। अपने खुल तो रही थी अभी थोड़ी देर तक।
अनम्यूट करिए अपने आप को।
अनम्यूट कीजिए, वी आर नॉट एबल टू हियर यू। अनम्यूट कीजिए अपने आप को।
Technical team is not coordinating well with us. Since morning we are crying, but nobody is listening.
Yes, actually one person must be there with these presenters as usual.
नहीं, मेरा नहीं है। इनका नहीं है। अभी तो खुलती थी थोड़ी देर पहले।
Asutosh ji, please, we are requesting that please coordinate with the scholars, participants.
वही कहाँ गई वो पता नहीं। डाउनलोड में देखो सर, डाउनलोड। ये रही मेरी। हाँ।
प्रियंका मैम, आप प्रेजेंटेशन देने में सक्षम हैं?
जी सर।
तो जल्दी करिए, we don't have so much time. आपका 3 मिनट से ज्यादा तो इसी में चला गया।
नहीं सर। आपने दिया था। तो यही आ रहा है। नहीं है सर, ये मेरा अभी तो खुल रहा था थोड़ी देर पहले तो। प्रियंका पीपीटी ये खोलो, आप देखो। ये नहीं है मेरा ये। आप ऐसे देखो। ऐसे ही बोलो सर, पीपीटी प्रेजेंट नहीं हो पा रही है मेरी। मैं सर
Professor Sarat Sinha ma'am is writing that nobody is allowing to join her. शरद सिन्हा मैम ज्वाइन करना चाहती हैं, आप उनको परमिट करिए, अलाउ करिए ज्वाइन करने के लिए।
आंसर मेरा लास्ट कंक्लूजन है कि छात्रों
नहीं, कोई
की
कंक्लूजन नहीं, आपका प्रेजेंटेशन हुआ नहीं है अभी। आपका कोई प्रेजेंटेशन नहीं हो पाया।
ओके सर।
आपको प्रेजेंटेशन देना है तो दे दीजिए, नहीं तो आप लेफ्ट करिए, दूसरे को देने दीजिए प्लीज। नेक्स्ट वन। नेक्स्ट किसका है?
कौन सा है, हाई टेक आ गया, ऐसा थोड़ी होता है। एक्सपर्ट के पास इतना टाइम थोड़ी होता है। तुमसे हाँ जी हो गया। व्हाई यू मेड इट सो कॉम्प्लिकेटेड यार सर। हाँ तो पूरा दुनिया एक क्लिक में एंटर होता है। हाँ ऐसा थोड़ी होता है। सुबह से मेरे को 1 घंटा खराब कर दिया आप लोगों ने। थैंक यू वेरी मच। एम आई विजिबल नाउ?
सॉरी सर, सॉरी CR के मूर्ति सर, सॉरी, वी आर एक्सट्रीमली सॉरी। थोड़ा सा some some technical issue.
बोलिए सर।
We are extremely sorry for
sorry नहीं है, it's a wastage of time because I could not help you, I could not join you in time. Actually, I was there in inaugural session. I came out for a minute. When I entered, that it is not allowing. Anyhow, maybe the houseful. Board says houseful, and
no, actually, sir, we are facing some problem due to some our technical error, and we are very much sorry.
I am very poor in technology. Yeah, anyhow, thank you very much. Can we
Now,
start also? Yeah.
yes, now we are requesting our one of the eminent guest and a very renowned name in the field of research, in the field of education, as well as all the sorts of academics, all the sorts of modern invention in the field of education. Professor C.R.K. Sir,
नमस्कार
who,
सर
who has been the director of STRIDE, Indira Gandhi National Open University, Delhi. Sir, we on behalf of whole fraternity of Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, we on behalf of organizing committee of this international conference, we welcome you and we request for your kind words for all the participants, for all the viewers who are listening us.
ठीक है मैम
Yeah, I think
Professor C.R.K.
yeah.
Sharing some sessions, and we hope that his kind visions and remarks will be beneficial for all the research scholars who are connected here and they are presenting their technical papers.
Yeah, you Lal Sahab, should I speak or they will start
Yes, sir.
presentation?
Sir, so please give your insights, then presentation, please.
Okay. Then they will present it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Lal Sahab. Thank you. I was there in the inaugural session. Technology has its own advantages and disadvantages. I am very poor in technology, so naturally I must have failed from my sides to enter into that. But I have a very long association with Jayati Vidyapet Women's University. I think it's almost more than a 15 years old relation. Actually, whenever they ask, I can't say no. So same thing when Lal Sahab asked me, Lal Sahab हमें छोड़ दीजिए नहीं sir आप आना ही तो then naturally I said yes. Morning I could not talk. By the time I wanted to enter, so the systems are not allowing. Browser is closed and locked. The house is full. All those types of boards. Friends, I think it's a very good effort and initiative from the Professor Lal and his team at the Jayati Vidyapet Women's University. They have been doing it. I can watch them on the Facebook, various other social media. They are doing a good work. It's a good opportunity to not only their faculty and the research scholars to interact with other faculty. I think that's how the conferences and the training programs and seminars will help in that. And particularly, this is the NEP-20. This conference, international conference, titled as NEP-2020. Catalyzing Quality Academic Multidisciplinary Research and New National Research Foundation. Yeah, I think everybody knows it. I don't think that I should speak anything extra. NEP 2020 is focusing on quite a few areas, particularly the multidisciplinary approach, multidisciplinarity, and interdisciplinarity, internationalization of education, and then quality academic research, and then of course in that National Research Foundation (NRF). Quite a few mechanisms or systems are visualized in NEP. I think few universities are already
अरे
initiated.
यार दिखा दो
I think your cross talking is going on, and the technical people can stop that one. We can hear quite a few noises. I don't know whether the participants are able to listen my voice or not, but other voices I can listen. So that is the thing. Yeah, friends, many important areas NEP 2020 has highlighted. I think from IGNO, I am at STRIDE. I'm a faculty member at STRIDE as a professor of distance education, and Government of India Ministry of Education has given the responsibility of training the 15 lakh teachers of colleges and universities on the NEP, various aspects of NEP. In that context, we have visualized almost 10 days online program which we have started almost a year back. Almost 1 lakh plus teachers have already been trained, exposed to various important dimensions of NEP 2020. I think still that is going on. And then apart from the on a Samarth platform and Swayam platform, combining those two things, Government of India platform, you all must be knowing that. So this 1 lakh teachers are trained. And then as a resources for this program, we have drawn the expertise from the who is who in the country. They developed the units, print material, they developed the video programs. All these 14, 15 units and 30 odd video programs were uploaded on the Swayam platform. And the teachers used to enroll in the Samarth platform and join the Swayam. It is a program, I think, which is available on the Facebook, IGNO Facebook. You can look at it. And then last 2 months, we started the 2-credit course on NEP 2020 through Swayam platform. That's also going on. So these are the efforts from IGNO side. I think quite a few teachers are taking the benefit of it. This is what is going on. So what I want to highlight is quite a few issues are raised by the NEP 2020. Quite a few universities like Jayoti Vidyapith and other institutions are taking a lead and then moving ahead. But India is such a diverse country. India is such a diverse in every sense. It's not only expertise, it's only the infrastructure, it's only the accessibility of technology, everything it is a diverse. So that is the diversity. Quite a few institutions are lagging behind to take initiative. That's where the NEP 2020 talks about. Okay, you have expertise at Jayoti Vidyapith. Can you give your hand to the neighboring institution? Can Murthy can give a hand to the institution which is not having access to the other? So this is how the hand holding or the mentoring or counseling or guiding. So these are the things which are proposed. I hope the academic colleagues in the different institutions ఇక్కడికి వస్తున్నాడా నేను జస్ట్ క్లాస్లో ఉన్నాను హాఫ్ అన్ అవర్ తర్వాత ఓకే సో దిస్ ఈస్ హౌ ద థింగ్స్ mentoring. I think multidisciplinarity is a very important concept. When the multidisciplinarity has started as a program, then only you can think of it a multidisciplinary as research area, multidisciplinary research area. I think that's where the challenge. First, introduce the multidisciplinary programs in your institution. Then you ask for the students, scholars to join the multidisciplinary research. Without multidisciplinary programs, straight away entering into multidisciplinary research, I don't think that is the easier thing. Okay, we can tell many things, but how to implement it, how to do it is a challenge. I think even now, quite a few institutions, as I said that last 1 year we are giving the virtual training program to 15 lakh teachers. I think the teachers colleagues are asking, sir, if I want to do the multidisciplinary areas, my other disciplines are not cooperating. You see, that is the reality. My other disciplines are not coming forward. Yes, that's the reality. That's where each one has to convince others. I think your boundaries will remain. So you say that the moment chemistry mixes with the physics, chemistry mixes with the biology, the department cease to exist. I don't think that will happen. Department will cease to exist to happen. But there are the areas where we can come together. Biochemistry. What is the biochemistry? It's a biology and the chemistry, few specialized areas coming together like that. So these are the things. It's not that the moment you go for a multidisciplinary approach, your department's existence will come to end or cease to end. Is there no cell? I don't think that will happen. So just keeping that multidisciplinary approach. Suppose you take the management as an example. Management, what is the management? Management is quite a few disciplines are involved in that. Suppose organizational behavior is a psychology and education, and then accountancy comes from the commerce, and then econometrics comes from the economics. See that one. So this is where the few specialized areas coming together and then moving forward is nothing but in one way or the other, a few disciplines, econometrics, statistics are integral part of econometrics and economic models, the forecasting models of economics, all those things. This is where I think it's already there, but we have to do it in a more larger scale when you go for the multidisciplinary approach. I think that when multidisciplinary approach, naturally you can think of the multidisciplinary research as well. I think you all agree with me. We know where we stand as far as the research in this country is concerned. I am happy we are producing thousands of PhD holders every year. But when it comes to the international competition, you know where we stand. I am not a critical, but I am reflecting myself where we stand. Why we can't reach the top brackets of the world research. So that's where we have to put an effort, because this is a international conference focusing on the research. I think that is neat. What we tend to do as a research scholar, I know that I did not go for a new area. I did not go for a new innovation. I did not go for a new invention, because that needs a lot of efforts, that needs a lot of training, that needs a lot of supervision. So naturally, you take a same topic what was done earlier, change the sample, change the title. I think that will not help. That will not help in the research, particularly if you are talking about NEP 2020, quality research, etc., has to undergo a lot. I think these are my initial remarks. I don't think that I don't think I am a critical, but I am reflecting myself. Critically looking at the things are different than the criticizing things. I don't criticize, but certainly I will try to look at the issues critically, because of your exposure and experience. Naturally, you tend to think on those lines. I think with these words, let me request Professor Lalji to start the proceedings or the presentations. Yes, Professor
Yes, sir.
Lalji.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please, please. This session is for you, sir. You are the heading this session. You are the.
Are there any presentations?
Yeah. Firstly, you say something officially, then presentation will be started.
No, I have already said it. Can you, if the presenter is there, then let them present it.
Yes. Manju Kumari Goel, please be ready with your presentation. Manju Kumari Goel. Manju Kumari Goel. Manju Kumari Goel, technical team. Sorry for interruption. Actually, some scholars who are in remote area, they are facing some problem due to network and others.
हाँ सर, that is a real challenge. हाँ जी, हम हवा में उड़ना चाहते हैं, हवा में उड़ने के लिए भी साधन चाहिए.
बिल्कुल.
हाँ, हवा में उड़ने का साधन नहीं है तो कैसे उड़ेंगे सर?
नहीं, साधन तो है. साधन के साथ साधन में जो तकनीक है उसमें लोगों को थोड़ी सी परेशानी हो रही है. दे आर
वही तो मैं कह रहा हूँ लाल साहब, वही तो मैं कह रहा हूँ. साधन में जो टेक्निक है वो भी चाहिए ना. So with all my expertise, I could not join in the morning. So वही तो प्रॉब्लम है.
तो
जी,
प्रोफेसर मूर्ति सर, may I request for your presentation in the meantime?
I think I have not made any presentation. Maybe I will talk more about it.
Yes. Then at least talk for the scholars and for the participants.
I think let me
introduce our another Professor Dr. Rajesh Kumar Jangir, who is Professor Department of Economic Study, University of Rajasthan, is also connected with us. And Dr. Samim Ara Hussain from Central University of Gujarat. Both are with you, and you are heading the session.
Somebody is going to present it, either Dr. Rajesh or Dr. Samim.
Yeah, Samiji, have you anything?
Sir.
Yes, please.
Sir, shall I start, sir?
Yes, please. Think about yourself. Then
yes, sir. I require. Yes, sir. वैसे भी मुझे थोड़ा early ही करना है because we have NEC visit from today evening in our university, sir.
हम आपको अभी
I am in various committees.
You are not supposed to leave the session. ऐसे जल्दी. This is Women's University. This is university for yours. So please introduce yourself in detail about your journey you have completed, and then you please give your presentation.
Okay,
Go
sir.
ahead.
Sir, my presentation is very small because आप
समीम
लोगों ने कहा
मैडम,
था कि भी
समीम
आप
आरा
10
जी,
मिनट
पहले
देंगे।
आप अपने एकेडमिक जर्नी के बारे में थोड़ा सा
जी
पार्टिसिपेंट्स
सर,
को
बिल्कुल।
बताइए, so that they
Okay,
may
sir.
be inspired. Yes.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Yes.
First of all, good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Shami Mara Hussain. I am Assistant Professor of Central University Field of Education, Central University of Gujarat, Gandhinagar. I am basically from Indore, Devi Ahilya Vishwavidyalaya, Department of Education. Very well known professor, Professor Sansanwal sir and Professor S.K. Tyagi, शायद आप लोग जानते होंगे. I am students of this eminent personalities, and I am all over studies and journey is from connect with Indore only. My school education, higher education, B.Ed, M.Ed, PhD सब कुछ इंदौर से हुआ है. Then after that I have working in two schools in Indore, and after that I continue my higher education teaching in Gyanodaya College, Indore. Afterwards, from 2018, I am here as an assistant professor in Central University of Gujarat School of Education. And
Thank you.
thank you so much, sir. And I am very grateful for Jyoti Vidyapit because they give such wonderful opportunity to interact with such type Murthy sir, and I can see Sharma ma'am and Professor SI sir and various types of scholars and different international scholars I think इसमें है, तो मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी है और मैं बहुत ज़्यादा आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ. जैसा कि NEP 2020 कह रहा है कि हमें उस लैंग्वेज को या मातृभाषा को थोड़ा फोकस करना है. बिल्कुल हमें लेकर आना है मेनस्ट्रीम में, इसलिए मेरा इंग्लिश थोड़ा हिंदी के साथ मिक्स होगा. इफ यू आर
No issue.
कंफर्टेबल मैं कर सकती
Yes.
हूँ सर.
No.
ओके
Yes.
सर.
No issue. No
यस
issue.
सर. और मैं थोड़ा-सा यहाँ पर खेद व्यक्त इसलिए करना चाहूँगी, मैं मॉर्निंग से जॉइन नहीं हो पाई बिकॉज़ नेक विज़िट स्टार्ट हो रही है, जिसके लिए मैं बार-बार मैसेज कर रही थी सर, आपको शायद मिल भी रहे होंगे कि
जी,
नेक
जी.
की कल से ही सर हमें आज इवनिंग से एक टीम आ रही है और कल से इंस्पेक्शन स्टार्ट हो रहा है, नेक विज़िट हो रहा है और मैं वेरियस कमिटीज़ में हूँ, इसलिए मैं टाइम ज़्यादा नहीं दे पाऊँगी. इसलिए मैं
No
थोड़ा-सा
issue.
पहले ही अपना यस सर खेद व्यक्त करती हूँ
Yes.
और इसी के साथ मैं अपना जी सर.
मूर्ति सर ने अभी तक हजारों नैक का इंस्पेक्शन देखा है, तो he can
जी सर,
understand.
बिल्कुल देखा.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Carry on.
Sir, okay, sir. Now I am starting my presentation. Is it visible, sir?
Not yet, Shamim.
Okay, sir.
अरे इसको क्या करना है? शेयर करो.
सर इसे शेयर करने के लिए
मैडम, आप पहले उसको पीपीटी को खोल दीजिए, मतलब डाउनलोड
पीपीटी
कर
ओपन है सर.
ओपन कर लीजिए, देन क्लिक ऑन द प्रेजेंटेशन. वैसे ही गूगल में करते हैं, गूगल मीट में द सेम प्रोसेस है.
नाम तो सर्च करने से पता चल जाता है एक दो वेबसाइट में. क्या कर रहे हैं
सर? पूरा ओपन कर रही हूँ बट कहाँ से open?
शेयर में नहीं आ रहा है
सर. शेयर में नहीं हो पा रहा है, पता पीपीटीज ओपन क्यों ये सर, जिस तरह गूगल मीट में करते हैं. एक्चुअली स्ट्रीम यार्ड इज न्यू सॉफ्टवेयर फॉर मी.
ये थोड़ा अलग है, हमें परेशान किया है.
आशुतोष जी,
कोई मदद
करिए समीम महाराज जी से.
कोई मदद करो.
हाँ, यस.
राइट.
टेक्निकल टीम प्लीज कोऑर्डिनेट विद डॉक्टर समीम आरा हुसैन.
ले जा रहे हो ना? काम डाल दिया. ये भी डाल दो उसको. दोनों कॉपी ले लो. कॉपी करके रखो. कॉपी ले लो.
नहीं हो पा रहा है सर इसमें.
तो फिर ऐसा प्रेजेंट करो तुम। हाँ, तुम बोल सकते हो तो शमीम बोल दो, वैसा प्रेजेंट
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I can speak only. Okay.
हाँ, बोल दो।
Okay. So my very small presentation for today's International Conference of Jyoti Vidyapith Women's University are based on a very small and very, very important topic, which is happiness and well-being. Hello?
Yes, please continue.
Yes, sir. Okay. सो हम लोग सब जानते हैं कि एनईपी 2020 ने ओवरऑल डेवलपमेंट की बात की है। इन एनईपी 2020 promotes to foster holistic development by promoting physical and psychological well-being in its point number 4.8। जैसे एनईपी 2020 जब हम रीड करते हैं तो हमें उसमें एक पॉइंट मिलता है 4.8 पॉइंट, जो कि रिलेटेड है ओवरऑल डेवलपमेंट में, जिसे फिजिकल और साइकोलॉजिकल वेलबींग की बात कही गई है। इट इज़ वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट इन प्रेजेंट सिनेरियो। हम अगर देखें स्कूल स्टूडेंट्स में, अभी आप लोगों ने देखा होगा बच्चों या जो भी यहाँ पर मेरे साथ कलीग्स हैं, जितने भी इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में, सभी अगर पिछले कुछ टाइम के अगर हम न्यूज़पेपर्स या न्यूज़ को रिकॉल करते हैं या देखते हैं तो हमें नजर आएगा कि आफ्टर 10th रिजल्ट के बाद में, और उससे पहले भी अगर हम आईआईटीज में अगर बात करते हैं, स्पेशली हम आईआईटी मद्रास और आईआईटी मुंबई के कुछ केसेस देखते हैं, तो वहां पर स्टूडेंट्स का जो
देख रहे थे बात करने के लिए पूछ लेना, और ये सेशन खत्म हो तो कैरी ऑन।
ओके सर। सो स्टूडेंट्स का जो आजकल उन पे पेशेंस हमें कम दिखाई दे रहा है, उनकी मेंटल हेल्थ काफी डिस्टर्ब हो रही है। छोटी छोटी बातों पर दे कमिटेड सुसाइड, और इतना बड़ा स्टेप ले रहे हैं जिसकी वजह से हमें काफी सोशल, इमोशनल, साइकोलॉजिकल, पॉलिटिकल, हर तरह से हमें लॉस हो रहा है, और हमारे नेशन से काफी सारी क्वालिटीज सिर्फ मेंटल हेल्थ की वजह से बेटा कम हो रही है, और वो हमें उसका काफी उसका इफेक्ट बहुत अर्ली एज से हो रहा है। एडोलेसेंस से लेकर हम देख रहे हैं तो कॉलेज गोइंग स्टूडेंट और एडल्ट तक हमें मेंटल हेल्थ आज ठीक नहीं मिल रही है। हर कोई डिप्रेशन में हमें नजर आ रहा है, हर कोई टेंशन में नजर आ रहा है। इसलिए जो एनईपी 2020 प्रमोट करता है मेंटल हेल्थ और वेल बीइंग की बात करता है उसके पॉइंट नंबर 4.8 में। हेंस बूस्टिंग द हैप्पीनेस एंड comfort level of students is a high priority of the NEP 2020. So मेरा जो presentation है, it is based on happiness and well-being, and I am starting from concept of happiness and well-being. What is happiness? Happiness and well-being are important and necessary for every individual. Both of these bring about the positive feelings of joy, satisfaction, pleasure, and pleasantness. The term well-being includes many aspects such as happiness, energy level, peace with oneself, contentment, and sensitivity to environment. Then well-being also involves not only happiness and pleasure, but also experienced feeling, satisfaction in life, presence of positive feeling or affect, and the absence of negative feeling. दैट मीन्स जो निगेटिव फीलिंग्स है लाइक एंजाइटी, डिप्रेशन, स्ट्रेस। आजकल हम रिसर्च स्कॉलर में देखें, सर यहाँ पर आप लोग काफ़ी सब एक्सपर्ट हैं, मुझसे भी काफ़ी सीनियर्स हैं जिसके साथ रिसर्च स्कॉलर वर्क कर रहे हैं। तो आजकल मैं एक ट्रेंड देख रही हूँ सर, जो हमने कभी नहीं किया, बट हमारे रिसर्च स्कॉलर, मूर्ति सर मैं आपसे थोड़ा सा आपका ध्यान दिलवाना चाहूंगी। हेलो,
I am listening carefully, don't worry.
Okay sir.
I am doing a multitasking, don't worry.
Okay sir.
Sir is multidisciplinary.
Okay sir, thank you so much. तो सर जो हमारे रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स हैं, they sent various type of status related to dissertation, thesis और research work और guide और सिचुएशन ऑफ आवर सेल्फ। मीन्स वो इस तरह से जब स्टेटस डालते हैं कि उनके गाइड बहुत ज्यादा वर्क दे रहे हैं, और उनके बहुत सारा अलग अलग सिचुएशन में किसी एनिमल से अपने आप को वो लोग कंपेयर कर रहे हैं, कभी किसी बहुत बड़ी उन्हें गेम बताई जा रही है उसमें वो जंप करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। मीन्स रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स का मैं मेंटल लेवल काफी टाइम से ऑब्जर्व कर रही हूँ कि रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स रिसर्च को एंजॉय नहीं करते हुए एक बर्डन की तरह ले रहे हैं, जो कि ये होना नहीं चाहिए। अगर हमें रिसर्च में क्वालिटी चाहिए तो वी हैव टू टेक रिसर्च वर्क विद एंजॉयमेंट एंड विल विद पॉजिटिविटी। not negative feelings. अभी आपको रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स हमें दिखेंगे स्टूडेंट्स, दे ऑल आर इन एंजाइटी, डिप्रेशन, स्ट्रेस, एंड हमने भी काम किया है बट हम कभी इस सिचुएशन में नहीं आए थे, जहां तक मुझे लगता है सर. So this concept is happiness and well-being is very very important from adolescent or primary schools till higher education and research also. Next, characteristics of happy people. What are the characteristics of happy people? We can say happy people, mental health and physical health. People who are physically and mentally healthy are happier than those who suffer from poor health. Then psychological characteristics. Happy people believe that they are in control of the situation, are resilient and confident and open to learning experiences. Generally, happy people are found to have high self-esteem, get along with other people, feel more in control of events in life, and मीन्स हमें अगर यहाँ पे गए तो जो हैप्पी पीपल होते हैं, जनरली जो हैप्पी पीपल का जो कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स है वो कि साइकोलॉजिकल बैलेंस उनका कैरेक्टर होता है. वो अपनी मेंटल सिचुएशन को अपने सराउंडिंग के साथ बैलेंस करके चलते हैं. वो किसी भी चीज को वन साइडेड, वो किसी भी चीज को ओवरलोडेड नहीं होने देते. दे बैलेंस कर देते हैं. फील मोर इन कंट्रोल इन इवेंट्स इन लाइफ एंड are optimistic that they can achieve their goals. Most importantly, such people are moderately happy most of the time. Then good personal relationship. Interpersonal or intrapersonal relationship, they have very good personal and they have tactics and skills of very good personal relations, interpersonal or intrapersonal. Happy people interact socially and fulfill social needs of sharing, bonding and return to support from them in time of need. Now we have to. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Another 2-3 minutes we will wind it up.
Okay, sir. Only 2-3 minutes, sir.
हाँ, अभी तो
Okay, sir. I will try.
5 minutes हो गया.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I will try, sir.
Highlight the major things.
Okay. Now factors affecting happiness. अगर हम factors की बात करते हैं, happiness को कौन-कौन से factors पर करते हैं, तो ये start होता है हमारे जो child development की अगर हम बात करते हैं education में, तो it is start before birth. ओके और आफ्टर बर्थ अगर हम फैक्टर्स अफेक्ट जो करते हैं किसी भी हैप्पीनेस या पर्सनैलिटी डेवलपमेंट पे, तो नंबर 1 होता है न्यूट्रिशन. अगर न्यूट्रिशन प्रॉपर है, इस हमारे बच्चे को अगर हम प्रॉपर न्यूट्रिएंट्स देते हैं उसकी डाइट में और प्रॉपर एक्सरसाइज हम उससे करवाते हैं, फिजिकल वर्क, मेंटल वर्क, तो वो बच्चा हैप्पी होता है और उसे आगे जाके इतनी साइकोलॉजिकल प्रॉब्लम नहीं आती है, कुछ चांसेस कम हो जाते हैं. तो वी शुड ईट अ बैलेंस डाइट of carbohydrate, protein, fats and vitamins and other elements of the balanced diet we have required or we need to give to our students if they are in your surroundings or in stay in hostel. Then exercise. We have talked to our grandparents tell us that they have lead and physically active life. They use their body to work and to go from place to place, whereas now we refer to use cars, buses and other vehicles. Decreased physical activities affects our health and well-being. Lack of exercise can lead to headache, high blood pressure, diabetes, backache, irritability, anxiety and depression also. Then proper sleep. We have to sleep properly, minimum 7 to 8 hours daily in night and deep sleep. Then recreation. Yoga and meditation also affects our health, well-being and happiness. These activities bring discipline and peace in our life. In addition, there are many health-related benefits which make a person fit and active through yoga and meditation only. Having friends and maintaining relationships. Friends and other people provide support and give opportunities to develop network, cooperation, and enriching social life. Then optimism, resilience, and hope. People who is resilience and hope are found to be healthier and happier than others who lack these characteristics. Having these positive attitudes make a person effective and productive. Optimism refers to being positive, while resilience in the ability to be strong in difficult time. Then routine work. Routines help establish healthy habits that bring structure to our lives. A daily routine provides us with a framework and orders our life well we know that is expected from us. Otherwise, we get alarmed when we are unclear about the expectations from others. The positive effect of routines is that it provides a sense of organization, control, and responsibility to the person. Bad habits can be turned into good habits. Then material resources, cognitive competency, and subjective competency are also other effects or elements which affects our mental health and happiness also. Then we take some references in my presentation, but I couldn't see you. I apologize for them. And thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Shamim.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Please stay with us and see and enjoy the presentation of our other scholars.
Thank you,
So,
sir.
Murthy sir, if you allow, then can I invite one scholar for presentation?
Yeah, you can go for another. I think आपने कोई किसी का नाम लिया मंजू.
Yes, Meenakshi visible here. Meenakshi.
हाँ सर, हेलो
Yes, आप
सर,
अपना
आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ
आ रही
बिल्कुल
है.
आ रही है मीनाक्षी जी.
सम्मानीय मंचस्थ अतिथिगण, चेयरपर्सन सर, एडवाइजर एंड सीईओ सर, रजिस्ट्रार मैम, डीन सर, डायरेक्टर मैम और ऑल फैकल्टी मेंबर्स को मेरा सादर प्रणाम। मैं मीनाक्षी सुलोदिया, रिसर्च स्कॉलर, शिक्षा विभाग की शोधार्थी हूँ। मेरे शोध का विषय है योग शिक्षा के प्रति महिला शिक्षिकाओं की अभिवृद्धि का अध्ययन। आज मैं यहाँ पर इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑन NEP 2020 कैटालाइजिंग पॉलिटी एकेडमिक मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी रिसर्च एंड नेशनल रिसर्च फाउंडेशन के अंतर्गत अपना रिसर्च पेपर प्रस्तुत करने के हेतु उपस्थित हुई हूँ। मेरे रिसर्च पेपर का टॉपिक है सतत अनुसंधान शिक्षा में आज और कल। मैं आप सभी का आभार अभिव्यक्त करना चाहती हूँ कि आपने मुझे यहाँ उपस्थित होने का अवसर प्रदान किया। सर, सारांश है सतत अनुसंधान शिक्षा में आज और कल।
आप अपना पीपीटी शेयर कीजिए ना। We have the
सर,
share facility in StreamYard.
सर, मेरा लैपटॉप में प्रॉब्लम होने से मैं पीपीटी शेयर नहीं कर पा रही। टीम ने बोला है कि वो शेयर कर देंगे और मैं यहाँ से कनेक्ट कर लूँ फोन से।
तो करवाइए शेयर फिर।
तो देन टेक्निकल टीम, आपने टेक्निकल टीम को दे दिया है?
हाँ सर, मैंने मेल कर दिया था सर, मैंने 2 दिन पहले ही कर दिया था, कल भी कर दिया था।
So technical team share their presentation.
Yes, we are getting information that Murthy sir, technical team is sharing our
रिसर्च स्कॉलर कौन सा डिपार्टमेंट में है? एजुकेशन का?
एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट।
कहाँ पे? ज्योति विद्यापीठ में?
हाँ जी सर, ज्योति विद्यापीठ।
ओके।
आपका पीपीटी शेयर हो गया है?
जी सर। सारांश है सर, सतत अनुसंधान शिक्षा में आज और कल भारतीय अनुसंधान की संपूर्ण गतिविधियों का महत्वपूर्ण हिस्सा है। सतत अनुसंधान शिक्षा अभ्यास के क्षेत्र में विकसित हो रहा है। एक उच्च सतत अनुसंधान आवश्यकता के लिए शैक्षिक दुनिया विश्व स्तर पर अनुसंधान क्षेत्र में लगातार विस्तार कर रहे हैं। सतत अनुसंधान शिक्षा में परिवर्तन वर्तमान समय की मांग व कार्य है। यह एक ईश्वरीय कार्य है जो हमें सतत शिक्षा में परिवर्तन के लिए अग्रसित कर रहा है। सतत अनुसंधान समय लगातार प्रयास व नवाचारों को करने का मौका प्रदान मिलता है। सतत अनुसंधान शिक्षण अधिगम प्रक्रिया के क्रियान्वयन में सीखने की गति, रुचि व उपयोगिता को दर्शाता है। सतत व व्यापक अनुसंधान निरंतर में नियमित चलने वाली प्रक्रिया है। आज आवश्यकता है तो सतत अनुसंधान को बढ़ाना है। हमारी शिक्षा का उद्देश्य है कि राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 1986 व 2020 में इस बात का उल्लेख किया गया है सतत मूल्यांकन एक भारतीय अनुसंधान की व्यापक सतत प्रक्रिया है। सतत शब्द का जुड़ाव उच्च शिक्षा में नवीन अनुसंधान व आकलन करने वाली प्रक्रिया से है। आज के समय में भारतीय अनुसंधान व्यापक स्तर पर देखने को मिल रहा है। कल के लिए सतत अनुसंधान केवल एक काल्पनिक बनकर रह जाएगा। अर्थात सतत अनुसंधान को बढ़ावा देना है तो विषय विशेषज्ञों को समय समय पर नवाचारों से अवगत करवाया जाए, अर्थात नए ज्ञान का सृजन, प्रत्यक्ष ज्ञान की सत्यता का परीक्षण एवं उसका विकास तथा भावी योजनाओं की दिशा का निर्धारण करना होता है। सतत शिक्षा अनुसंधान को शिक्षा संबंधी विषयों पर खोज करना और उसका विकास करना अति आवश्यक है। भारतीय शिक्षा अनुसंधान की आवश्यकता कल व आज। सतत अनुसंधान में ज्ञान का निवेश सबसे अच्छा ब्याज देता है। डॉक्टर बाबूलाल मीणा के द्वारा कहे गए शब्द हैं। भारतीय अनुसंधान के द्वारा सतत शिक्षा में अनुसंधान वाली प्रक्रिया है, जिसके द्वारा मुख्यतः व्यक्ति के मानसिक दृष्टिकोणों, विचारों में परिवर्तन लाना है। आज के समय में परिवर्तन एक मुख्य धारा है और कल के लिए उच्च शिक्षा में परिवर्तन का स्तंभ साबित होगा। सतत अनुसंधान के द्वारा व्यक्ति के जीवन में सामाजिक विकास व उन्नति लाना ही मुख्य कारण है। यदि सतत शिक्षा में अनुसंधान की प्रक्रिया सशक्त व प्रभावशाली है, तो व्यक्ति में उपरोक्त वांछनीय परिवर्तन लाना सरल है। नए दृष्टिकोण का विकास होगा व मानसिकता में परिवर्तन होगा, अन्यथा नहीं। सतत अनुसंधान को बेहतर और आसान बनाने के लिए विश्व में शैक्षिक जागरूकता, शैक्षिक भौतिक संसाधनों के प्रति विश्वास में जागरूकता फैलाने की जरूरत है। इसलिए भारतीय अनुसंधान का विश्लेषण सावधानी पूर्वक किया जाना चाहिए। अनुसंधान पर सभी का अधिकार है, इसलिए सतत शिक्षा में अनुसंधान को बढ़ाने के लिए जिम्मेदारी हम सबको उठानी होगी। सतत अनुसंधान के द्वारा व्यक्ति कार्य क्षेत्र में चहुमुखी विकास द्वारा नए ज्ञान का सृजन आज व कल हो सकेगा। मुख्य शब्द है सर, सतत विकास, अनुसंधान, गुणवत्तापूर्ण शिक्षा, सतत अनुसंधान की विशेषताएं आज व कल। पृष्ठभूमि: भारत लंबे समय से सतत अनुसंधान शिक्षा के पथ पर आगे बढ़ने का प्रयास कर रहा है। उसके मूल सिद्धांतों को एक स्वयं अलग प्रकार की विकास नीतियों में शामिल कर रहा है। सतत अनुसंधान शिक्षा एक ऐसी शक्ति के रूप में विकसित हो रही है जो न कि देश के उत्थान में बल्कि सतत विकास में महत्वपूर्ण योगदान प्रदान करती है। सतत अनुसंधान शिक्षा को राजनीतिक रूप से, आर्थिक रूप से, सामाजिक रूप से, शारीरिक रूप से स्वस्थ जीवन के रूप तथा पर्यावरण क्षेत्र की दृष्टि से विकास की कुंजी है। सतत अनुसंधान शिक्षा सभी वर्ग के नागरिकों के लिए समान, न्याय संगत, सुरक्षित, समृद्ध और सुव्यवस्थित रहन सहन योग्य विश्व का निर्माण करना है तथा विकास के त्रिस्तरों से है, अर्थात सामाजिक समावेश, आर्थिक विकास और पर्यावरण संरक्षण को व्यापक दृष्टि से समाहित करना है। सतत अनुसंधान के लिए शिक्षा का अनिवार्य रूप से जीवन में सम्मानित होना है, अर्थात शिक्षा ही एक ऐसा सर्वोपरि साधन है जो मानव के व्यवहार, परिवर्तन तथा जीवन शैली के अंतर्गत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाती है। सतत अनुसंधान शिक्षा को भविष्य आधारित योजनाओं के रूप में विकसित किया जाना आवश्यक है, जिससे सामाजिक स्तर पर न्याय व्यवस्था, आर्थिक विकास, राजनीतिक विकास, स्वास्थ्य लाभ विकास तथा पर्यावरणीय शिक्षा संरक्षण के विकास पर बल दिया जाना चाहिए। सतत अनुसंधान शिक्षा का मुख्य लक्ष्य देश में व्याप्त विसंगतियां जैसे समस्याओं को समाप्त कर शांति, प्रेम, मैत्रीपूर्ण व्यवहार, सद्भावना, कर्तव्य परायणता, धर्म निष्ठा, न्याय से परिपूर्ण समावेशी समाज का निर्माण करना है, जिससे मानव अधिकारों की रक्षा की जा सके तथा लैंगिक समानता, महिलाओं व बालिका सशक्तिकरण को बढ़ावा दिया जा सके। सतत विकास अनुसंधान शिक्षा तथा सामर्थ्य द्वारा मनुष्य को एक गुणवत्तापूर्ण समाज के निर्माण के लिए तैयार किया जाता है। गुणवत्तापूर्ण समाज के निर्माण की प्रक्रिया आंतरिक स्तर पर परिपूर्ण करने वाली प्रक्रिया है, अर्थात यदि समाज गुणवत्तापूर्ण होगा तो शिक्षा भी उसी के अनुरूप आज और कल होगी। सतत अनुसंधान की विशेषताएं: सतत अनुसंधान शिक्षा के लिए विकासशील देशों को आपसी रूप से सहमति के आधार पर रियायती और अधिमान्य शर्तों के साथ स्थान।
सर ने आपको 5 मिनट्स का टाइम दे रखा था, ध्यान रखिए प्लीज।
सतत अनुसंधान शिक्षा के उद्देश्य को पूरा करने के लिए क्षेत्र की संकल्पना को मूर्त रूप देना है, जिससे समस्या कम हो व सफलता की आशा अधिक हो। सतत अनुसंधान शिक्षा से नवाचारों के प्रयोग।
मीनाक्षी जी मेन पॉइंट्स पे आ जाइए, मेन पॉइंट हाईलाइट करिए। आप तो ये सारा डिटेल्स तो हो गया, हाँ मेन पॉइंट्स पे आ जाइए।
जी सर।
क्या फाइंडिंग्स है, क्या आपका आर्टिकल का कुछ होगा तो वो बता दीजिए।
सर मेन इसका उपसंहार है, निष्कर्ष है, कंक्लूजन। आज वैश्विक एवं राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर सतत अनुसंधान पर कार्य करना एक चिंता का विषय है। भारत में सतत अनुसंधान शिक्षा और विकास कार्यों की गति बहुत क्षेत्रों में तेजी से बढ़ रही है। भारत सरकार के सहयोग व समर्थन के साथ सतत अनुसंधान के माध्यम से शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, कृषि, अंतरिक्ष, परमाणु ऊर्जा, अन्य क्षेत्रों में विकास तेजी से हो रहा है। सतत अनुसंधान के संदर्भ में यह वाक्य तो निश्चित है कि ग्रामीण विकास से होकर ही राष्ट्र का विकास लक्ष्य पूरा होगा। वर्तमान समय में प्रौद्योगिकी को सर्वोपरि माना गया है। इस संदर्भ में नितांत आवश्यक है कि विश्व स्तर की अर्थव्यवस्था में रचनात्मक योगदान के लिए युवा वर्ग उचित शिक्षा, कौशल और समर्पण की भावना से युक्त हो। सतत अनुसंधान के लिए ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों की युवा शक्ति के सर्वांगीण विकास हेतु पूरे देश को प्रतिबद्धता दिखानी होगी, तभी राष्ट्र निर्माण की प्रक्रिया समस्त महत्वपूर्ण स्वप्न को प्राप्त कर पाएगी। अतः सतत अनुसंधान शिक्षा का विकास सर्वांगीण व सर्वोपरि माना गया है। भारत की राष्ट्रीय विकास को बढ़ाने के लिए 2030 के लिए दृढ़ता से प्रतिबद्ध सतत अनुसंधान विकास लक्ष्य भी शामिल है। इसके लिए सबका साथ, सबका विकास नीति पहल सतत विकास लक्ष्यों के अनुरूप और विश्व भर में सतत विकास लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने में सफलता का निर्धारण करने में अग्रणी भूमिका निभाएगा।
Okay.
Your time is over. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
And by the permission of CRK Murthy sir, who is chairing the session, I request Dr. Rajesh Kumar Jangir, who is here as a Professor Department of Economics Study, University of Rajasthan, for his expert talk. Professor Rajesh Jangir. सर आप सुन पा रहे हैं? राजेश जहांगीर सर. Technical team, please coordinate with Professor Rajesh Jahangir sir.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, please.
Okay. Good afternoon to all of you. Definitely, sure, audible. So, Honorable Advisor of the seminar, Vedant Garg sir, Patron Professor Ashwini Kumar, Convener Professor S. Lal, Dean FEM, Convener, Co-Convener Manju Sharma ji, Organizing Secretary K. Chaudhary sir, and respected Professor CRK sir. So let me first correct my introduction that was given by the convener of this seminar. I am Rajesh Kumar Jagir from Central University Punjab, Professor Department of Economics in University of Rajasthan, as spelled by the convener.
Sorry for.
No problem, sir. So it's my duty to correct the things.
Yes.
Okay. So, not from University of Rajasthan. No problem, sir. Okay. I am Professor Department of Economics, Central University Punjab. So first of all, I want to, I am very happy. I am happy with you on this international seminar. I want to discuss some things on the aspect of economics in this seminar. So first of thing I want to discuss here the relation between education and economic development. You know, when we talk about economic development, we take the meaning of increasing the production or the economic growth. The relation between education and economic development has been captured by the various theories. First, we can see the human capital theory as increase in investment, increase the productivity, increase in output. Several economists captured the effect of economic growth as education plays a significant role in the economic development by using the growth principle. The third theory is the capability theory. That education increases the capability of an individual that help the individual to play social, economic, and different spheres of life.
Interruption. We are getting
one is the screening theory, or we can say the.
Professor Lal sir, voice is not clear. So echo is coming. Jahangir sir.
Yes,
थोड़ा
sir.
सा
I was saying the same.
हाँ, वो थोड़ा टेक्निकल टीम को बताइए, इको इज कमिंग, वी कांट हियर हिम प्रॉपर्ली.
Now I am clear?
Yeah, now it's better.
Because it's coming from the starting.
अभी वो थोड़ा बीच में शुरू हो गया. नो, यू कैरी ऑन सर, नो प्रॉब्लम. अभी ठीक है.
Now is there problem of echoing or not?
No, it's not. You can carry on, you can present.
Okay. Thank you. So, one more theory which explains the relation between education and economic development. Sir, this is the problem. I initially at the starting of this, after joining, I complained to the control room.
लाल साहब, टेक्निकल टीम कैन हेल्प. वो प्रेजेंट कर रहे थे.
No. This problem is from his side.
Okay.
We are okay from our side.
Yeah.
Professor, this problem is from your side. Please continue, please.
अगर टेक्निकल टीम थोड़ा मदद कर सकते हैं, वो कैसा कंट्रोल करे, तो राजेश साहब से बता दें. क्योंकि बिकॉज द मोमेंट ही स्टार्टेड स्पीकिंग, वो रिपीट भी हो रहा है. पहले तो इको आ रहा था, उसके बाद रिपीट भी आ रहा था. दिस टाइप ऑफ थिंग्स वो टेक्निकल टीम कुछ कर पाएंगे, नहीं तो वी कांट हियर हिम एनीथिंग प्रॉपर्ली.
प्लीज सजेस्ट द सॉल्यूशन. क्यों इको आ रहा है? प्लीज.
इको आ रहा है, रिपीट हो रहा है. उनका जो शब्द है.
Voice is clear.
अभी आप बोलिए.
Now the problem is resolved. I think the problem is resolved.
Okay.
So I am discussing about the relation between education and economic development. One more theory we can discuss on that the screening or the signaling device. It tells that when we investment more in education, it increases the credential value of credentials that we achieve while going through the education process, and this higher credentials turns into the higher returns or the higher salary like that. One more economic development model, that is by the endogenous growth theory. It tells us that when education, the learning process during the production process happens, some new ideas or some new innovations comes, and that new innovation is a non-rival good. That non-rival good creates or increase the productivity, and likewise increase the production like that. So this type of relation is generally we see between the education and economic. I want to tell you here that education is considered as a public good as well as the merit good. When we define some good as a public good, we measure this on the two criteria. One criteria is that good is rival in consumption or excludable is possible. If the good is non-rival in consumption and the exclusion is not possible, then it will be the public good. But when we define this definition on the base on education, it applies education in the sense that benefit of education are not the benefits of education are possible to exclusion for the part of society or an individual of the society. On the one hand, on the other side, the benefits of the of education to the society are non-rival. So when we discuss education as a public good, we define it as a public good on the basis of the benefits that are available to the society. The third one, education has a positive externalities, and having positive externality, that we say that is the merit good, and it's duty of the state to provide the education to the rest of the society or the people of the nation. So this tells us that how education is important and how education plays an important role in the economic development of a nation, as well as education is a public and merit good. I want to tell here that education has such importance. That is why it is considered new education policy 2020 is considered as an important step in the new in the new century on the advent of new century. As we have know, the first education policy came in 1968. After that, 1986, second education policy came, and several uh, problems were there with those education policy related to the implementation. What provisions were made in that education policy? Really, these provisions were implemented or that came into ground. There were several problems, but that is why this education policy is important. And these gaps that were present in the previous education policies has been trying to fulfill that. One thing. The second thing is this education policy is made on the basis of diverse scale and deep feedback of the people in the country. We know more than 2.5 lakh geographical areas, so several local bodies that we count on the basis of districts or on the urban local bodies. The vast this education policy is based on the vast feedback. On the same side, our education system uh, is suffering from different types of problem. I will discuss some problems that were addressed in the education policy that are really the big problem in our education system, and that were in very much good manner. These problems have been discussed. I want to tell you here one thing more, that this document, the National Education Policy 2020, is one of the most comprehensive document which tells us about the education system in the country or the education problem in the country, as well as puts or gives us the suggestions for those problems in the education system. As we know, the first problem in the education system is that our education system is lopsided towards the academic education, or we can say the general education. The most of the enrollment in the higher education, as we see, is in the general education. As we know, near about in 2018, 67 or 68% enrollment were in general education and humanities, social science, or we can say commerce and science side. So we know that vocational education, skill education, and professional education is what's very much important for the employment as well as for the economic growth. What is the scenario of vocational education in India? We can have some estimate about that. As in the 12th five-year plan document, it was stated that in India, only 4% of the age group, in the early age group, or early age group means the age group of entering the labor force, is near about 4%. Only 4% is formally vocational trained. As we see this proportion, this is much higher, or greater than 70 or 80% in case of the developed countries, and in many developing countries, such in case of China and Korea and Japan, and in different countries. So the vocational spread of formal vocational training was very much poor in the country. We know that India is going to demographic dividend. The mean year of India population, the median of Indian population is lowest in the world. And this benefit, the benefits of demographic dividends can be captured by the nation only with the help of a good education policy. That is why I'm quoting here that this education policy is a most comprehensive document that brings out the weaknesses in our education system. So why the vocational education is important? We have seen that the spread of formal education system is poor in country. As you know, formal education is important for the employment as well as for the economic growth or the productivity of labor, and via this way it increases the GDP. So we know our vocational education system is suffering from various problems. As what is the demand of vocational education, what is the supply? That is a mismatch. On the one side, the young people are telling that they don't have the job opportunities, and on the other side, the industrial or the other sector complain that they don't have the skilled manpower. So there is a mismatch. Vocational education in our country was taken as a second option. Generally, vocational education do not have the social repute in the society. If we exclude some IITs and some NITs or some some medical education institute, exclude the rest part of the vocational or skill or technical education part is not as par in respect with the general education. Our system of recruitment is also lopsided, is biased toward the general education. If we see the paper of the most competitive examination, or if we see the different recruitment process, you will find that all those are biased in favor of the general education and ignoring the vocational as well as technical or the skill education. One more thing is that generally the brilliant students avoids to go in the stream of vocational education. We know vocational education is important, and in our education system, as you know, after 1868 the first national education policy and 86 second national education policy, vocational education was forgotten. Why this happened in our education system? If we go some back, we can find that during the colonial mentality, actually the Britishers were interested to develop such type of education system that can help their administration. They were not interested here. The education policy by them was not carried out for the development of India. They created an education system is such a
Can you take another 2 minutes to wind it up, sir? Please, another 2 minutes.
Sir, please speak aloud.
Can you take 2 minutes to wind it up with high points?
Okay. I want to tell you here, I am not a paper presenter. I'm not told as to present the paper. I told here as the keynote speaker. So thank you.
Professor Ashish Jangir sir, you are here with us till 3 p.m. and in the next session you are also. So your kind presence is going to give some enlightenments to the participants. So thank you very much for your very
thank you
precious presence and kind remarks by our session chair, Professor C.R.K. Murthy sir. Sir, let me allow to invite another scholar who is connecting since some moment and she is trying to give her presentation. So I hope she is Manju Kumari Goel. Manju Kumari Goel. Yes, Manju ji, please. Technical team, please coordinate with Manju Kumari Goel. Actually, Manju Kumari Goel is disconnected and our UG undergraduate students are now very much excited to give their presentation before C.R.K. Murthy and other expert of the session. So, sir, please allow and encourage them so that they can do better in future.
आप जो कहेंगे हम फॉलो करेंगे लाल साहब, नो प्रॉब्लम.
हमें तो आपसे परमिशन लेके ही काम करना है.
नहीं
सर, एक्चुअली ये एक मोटिव भी है इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को ऑर्गेनाइज करने का कि हमारे जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं, और अब तो NEP भी ये कहती है तो कि उनको भी let them come on the dais and share and let them also get acquainted with this how to present. So वो भी इसलिए yeah, that's why they are excited and now I think it's their turn.
Jayoti Vidyapit is doing it before NEP-2020, sir.
Yes, sir. Absolutely, you are right. Yes.
Now Manju Kumari Goel is trying to connect again.
Let us see.
If Manju is connected, then firstly listen her. The rotating sign is indicating that yes, Manju, please. Chair is
yes,
saying
sir.
that give your presentation. Yes.
Good afternoon, sir and ma'am. मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ, बिल्कुल आ रही है. प्रेजेंट करिए.
ओके सर.
प्रेजेंट
मैं मंच जी सर, मेरा रिसर्च पेपर का टॉपिक है राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 की प्रमुख विशेषताएं वर्तमान परिदृश्य में एक शोधपरक अध्ययन.
जी.
जी, इसमें सर जो शैक्षणिक और गैर शैक्षणिक दोनों क्षेत्र हैं, उसमें प्रत्येक छात्र के समग्र विकास को बढ़ावा देने के लिए शिक्षकों के साथ-साथ अभिभावकों को भी जागरूक करके प्रत्येक छात्र की अद्वितीय क्षमताओं को बढ़ावा देने के लिए तथा कला और विज्ञान के बीच कोई भी कठिन अलगाव, पाठ्यक्रम और पाठ्येतर गतिविधियां और शैक्षणिक धाराओं को सीखने के विभिन्न क्षेत्रों के बीच हानिकारक बाधाओं को समाप्त करना। और इसमें जो भी रटने और परीक्षा के लिए सीखने की अपेक्षा वैचारिक समझ पर जोर और तार्किक निर्णय लेने और नवाचार को प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए रचनात्मकता और महत्वपूर्ण सोच है। इसमें
Murthy
सर
sir, she is a PhD scholar of Jyoti Vidyapeeth
जी
Women's University. Yes.
जी सर जी, इसमें सर ये जो एक शिक्षा प्रणाली है जो भारतीय लोकाचार में निहित है, जो भारत को बदलने में सीधे योगदान देती है। इसमें उच्च गुणवत्ता की शिक्षा प्रदान करके भारत को एक वैश्विक ज्ञान महाशक्ति बनाना है इसका उद्देश्य। और हमारे संस्थानों के जो भी पाठ्यक्रम और शिक्षा शास्त्र है, उसमें मौलिक कर्तव्यों और संवैधानिक मूल्यों के प्रति सम्मान, एक देश के साथ संबंध और एक बदलती दुनिया में किसी की भूमिका और जिम्मेदारियों के बारे में जागरूकता विकास करने के विषय में है। इसमें सर गुणवत्ता की शर्तें और संकलन, यानी इसमें भारत के नागरिक हैं, वो शिक्षा प्रणाली के एक नया और आधुनिक दृष्टिकोण के लिए क्या होना चाहिए। इसमें ये बताया है कि अच्छी विचारशील, बहुआयामी और रचनात्मक दृष्टिकोण को विकसित करने के लिए गुणवत्तापूर्ण उच्च शिक्षा का लक्ष्य होना चाहिए। एक व्यक्ति को एक या एक से अधिक विशिष्ट क्षेत्रों का अध्ययन करने में सक्षम बनाना चाहिए और चारित्रिक, नैतिक और संवैधानिक मूल्यों, बौद्धिक जिज्ञासा, वैज्ञानिक स्वभाव, विज्ञान, कला, मानविकी आदि इन सभी विषयों को शामिल करके 21वीं सदी की क्षमताओं को विकसित करना है। इसमें सर भारत में उच्च शिक्षा प्रणाली में कुछ वर्तमान में कुछ मौजूद समस्याएं हैं, जैसे संज्ञानात्मक कौशल और सीखने के परिणामों के विकास पर कम जोर दिया जाता है। प्रारंभिक विशेषज्ञता और अध्ययन के जो भी संकीर्ण क्षेत्र है, उनमें छात्रों की स्ट्रीमिंग के साथ विषयों का एक कठिन विभाजन किया गया है। विशेष रूप से सामाजिक और आर्थिक रूप से वंचित क्षेत्र हैं, उनमें पहुंच बहुत सीमित है और कुछ उच्च शैक्षणिक संस्थान जो भारतीय भाषाओं में पढ़ाते हैं। इसमें जो ये नीति है वर्तमान प्रणाली में बहुत से परिवर्तनों को लागू करती है। वो है उच्च शैक्षणिक संस्थानों के साथ में बहुविषयक विश्वविद्यालयों और कॉलेजों की ओर बढ़ते हुए जो भी स्थानीय भारतीय भाषाओं को शिक्षा का माध्यम प्रदान करते हैं। इसमें सर 2040 तक जितने भी सभी उच्च शिक्षा संस्थान हैं, उनको बहुविषयक संस्थान बनाना होगा। उसमें कम से कम लगभग प्रत्येक का लक्ष्य 3000 या उससे अधिक छात्र रखे गए हैं। इसमें यह भी कहा गया है कि 2030 तक हर जिले में या उसके पास कम से कम एक बड़ा बहुविषयक उच्च शैक्षणिक संस्थान होगा और इसका उद्देश्य रहा है कि उच्च शिक्षा में सकल नामांकन अनुपात को 2035 तक व्यावसायिक शिक्षा सहित जो कि 26.3% रहा है 2018 में, वहां से बढ़ा करके इसे कम से कम 50% करना होगा। इसमें जो सर विकास है उसको सार्वजनिक और निजी दोनों संस्थाओं में होगा, जो भी सार्वजनिक है और निजी है, जिसमें बड़ी संख्या में उत्कृष्ट सार्वजनिक संस्थानों के विकास पर जोर दिया जाएगा। इसका जो भी संबंध कॉलेज है उनकी प्रणाली को क्रमिक स्वायत्तता की एक प्रणाली के वर्षों की अवधि में धीरे धीरे चरणबद्ध किया जाएगा और यह कार्य मोड में किया जाएगा। समग्र उच्च शिक्षा का उद्देश्य व्यावसायिक और व्यावसायिक शिक्षा सहित एकीकृत उच्च शिक्षा प्रणाली होगी। इसमें एक से अधिक ऐतिहासिक और बहुभाषी शिक्षा कार्यक्रम होंगे, जिसके लिए बहुआयामी शिक्षा जो होती है मानव के बौद्धिक, सौंदर्य, सामाजिक, शारीरिक, भावनात्मक और नैतिक सभी क्षमताओं को एकीकृत तरीके से विकसित करने का लक्ष्य रखेगी। यहाँ तक कि जो भी आईआईटी जैसे इंजीनियरिंग संस्थान है, अधिक कला और मानविकी के साथ समग्र और बहुविषयक शिक्षा की ओर बढ़ेंगे। इसमें सर सभी छात्रों को उच्च गुणवत्ता वाले सहायता केंद्र और पेशेवर शैक्षणिक और कैरियर परामर्श भी उपलब्ध करवाएंगे। उच्च शैक्षणिक संस्थान एक मानदंड आधारित ग्रेडिंग प्रणाली की ओर बढ़ेगा, जो प्रत्येक कार्यक्रम के लिए सीखने के लक्ष्यों के आधार पर छात्र की उपलब्धि का आकलन करता है, और उच्च शैक्षणिक संस्थान भी अधिक निरंतर और व्यापक मूल्यांकन की दिशा में उच्च तनाव वाली परीक्षाओं से दूरी बनाए रखेंगे।
मंजू जी।
जी सर। जी सर।
2 मिनट लेके मेन पॉइंट्स को हाईलाइट करके समाप्त करिए।
ओके सर। सर इसका मुख्य जो निष्कर्ष निकाला गया है ये है कि उच्च शैक्षणिक संस्थान जो है उनमें छात्रों के द्वारा देश के विभिन्न हिस्सों में यात्रा करवाई जाएगी, जो न केवल पर्यटन को ही बढ़ावा देगी बल्कि भारत के विभिन्न हिस्सों की विविधता, उसकी संस्कृति, परंपरा और ज्ञान की समझ और प्रशंसा का कारण बनेगा। इसको बहुभाषावाद बनाया जाएगा, जिसमें संस्कृत को क्या किया जाएगा, स्कूल में मजबूत प्रस्ताव के साथ मुख्य धारा में लाया जाएगा, जिसमें 3 भाषा सूत्र में भाषा के विकल्पों में से एक के साथ उच्च शिक्षा भी शामिल होगी। कहने का मतलब है सर इसमें कि भाषाओं को जो भी समर्पित विश्वविद्यालय है वो सभी बहुविषयक बन जाएंगे, जिसमें पाली, फारसी और जो भी प्राकृत भाषा है वो सभी एक विश्वविद्यालय परिसर के भीतर स्थापित कर दिए जाएंगे। ये है सर इसका।
थैंक यू, थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
ओके सर, थैंक यू।
थैंक यू। आपको कहाँ है? रिसर्च स्कॉलर है, फैकल्टी है?
क्या सर?
हाँ लाल साहब, ये फैकल्टी मेंबर है, रिसर्च स्कॉलर है?
नहीं, अभी तो रिसर्च स्कॉलर थी ये, शिवाजी रिसर्च स्कॉलर।
कहाँ पे? यहीं पे JAIPUR में?
Yes sir. She is pursuing her PhD under Professor Manju Sharma ji.
अच्छा।
She is the director of this faculty.
अच्छा, ओके।
और
नहीं सर,
मंजू शर्मा मैडम कुछ कह रहे हैं?
हाँ,
जी मैम। जी मैम बोलिए।
ये बताइए SDG क्या है? ये बार बार आप बोल रहे हो इसमें। SDG
क्या मैम?
SDG जो है
ये
क्या?
सकल नामांकन अनुपात सर, ये सकल नामांकन अनुपात जो जिसमें कम से कम ये 2018 में जो 26.3 है ना।
देखिए मंजू जी, आज मुझसे ज्यादा गलतियां हो रही है। मैंने किसी को सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ पंजाब के बदले सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ राजस्थान बता दिया, क्षमा मांगा। फिर मूर्ति सर से
संध्या मैडम के अंडर में थी सर।
ये संध्या मैम, डॉक्टर संध्या मैम की स्कॉलर है, तो उन्होंने मेरे को डांटा कि भाई आपने मेरे स्कॉलर को दूसरे का स्कॉलर क्यों बता दिया। चलिए, मेकिंग माय मी करेक्ट एंड अनाउंसिंग दैट मंजू कुमारी गोयल इज द स्कॉलर ऑफ डॉक्टर संध्या शर्मा जी, राइट?
जी मैम, जी सर, जी सर।
ओवर टू सर।
लाल साहब,
थैंक यू सर।
थोड़ा सा, कोई बात नहीं, वी विल एक्सेप्ट। थैंक यू, थैंक यू,
थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। आपने तो बोला
सर, आई नो दैट यू आर वेरी पंक्चुअल एंड आप देख रहे हैं कि 1 बज गया, ये सेशन ओवर होना चाहिए, बट सम यूजी स्टूडेंट्स आर वेरी मच एक्साइटेड टू गिव देयर प्रेजेंटेशन।
एक दो लोगों को बुला लीजिए।
Yes. So please start presentation. UG students of Faculty of Education and Methodology, Sonal, Arya and others and group. After this presentation, हमारे साथ मूर्ति सर रहेंगे। अभी 3 बजे तक हैं, 2 to 3 भी हैं।
नहीं, थोड़ा सा टाइट शेड्यूल है मेरे को, कुछ दूसरा सेशन भी है लाल साहब।
सर आपको आज हम लोग नहीं छोड़ पाएंगे, बिकॉज यू हैव टू चेयर दिस सेशन एंड यू हैव टू गेट योर ब्लेसिंग्स फॉर आवर स्कॉलर्स एंड स्टूडेंट्स।
नहीं, अभी तो 1 बजे खत्म करेंगे। नेक्स्ट
2 बजे से 3 बजे तक भी आप
Yeah.
Yes, after this lunch hoga.
2 to 3 you want to me, but maybe I have a tight schedule, but I'll try to be there. ठीक है.
Yes, sir.
135 है.
चलिए जल्दी शुरू करिए. Students, please start your presentation.
Namaste, respected advisor and CEO, sir, all deans and directors, and all higher dignitaries. I, Javian. Mic तो on ही नहीं.
No,
Yes,
sorry. Carry on, carry on. हम सुन रहे हैं.
Namaste, respected.
म्यूट हो रखा है बच्चा. हाँ म्यूट हो रखा है. इसको
अनम्यूट करो इसका.
चलो सर ने कहा प्लीज स्टार्ट प्रेजेंटेशन.
उनको बोलने दीजिए, बीच में क्यों रुक रहे हैं?
नहीं कोई नहीं रुक रहा है.
हाँ, आगे बढ़ो.
बोलो.
क्या नाम है? सोनाल.
Namaste, respected CEO and advisor, sir, all deans and directors, and our all higher dignitaries. Today, I, Javian Sonal Arya, and
I, Javian Sunita Kumawat, pursuing BA B.Ed 8th semester,
are going to present the research article on motivation for the girls dropout.
हाँ बोलिए.
First of all, I want to introduce myself that we are working as a team and we have the four as a group of students. Me, Sunita Kumawat, Priyanka Chaudhary, Swati Singh and Purvi Lada. And today I am going to present about the motivation for the girls dropout. There are various reasons that the girls are not able to get the proper education. They start as the elementary education, but they didn't last at मतलब वो ज़्यादा देर तक वो नहीं अपना एजुकेशन परस्यू कर पाती हैं. वो स्टार्ट तो करती हैं लेकिन वो धीरे करके वो छोड़ती चली जाती हैं. अगर हम बात करें वुमेन एजुकेशन इन इंडिया, तो अगर उसका रेट हम लोग देखें तो ओवरऑल रेट में तो ग्रोथ हुई है. जैसे कि हम लोग अगर देखेंगे 2012 टू 2013 देयर इज एन इंक्रीज फ्रॉम 19.8% टू 27.3% टिल 2019 टू 2020. बट ओवरऑल अगर देखें तो उनकी जो एजुकेशन है और एजुकेशन रेट है वो डिक्रीज हो रही है. चाहे वो सेकेंडरी लेवल पर इंक्रीज तो हुई है, लेकिन अगर वो हायर एजुकेशन पर देखें जैसे कि परस्यूइंग ग्रेजुएशन एंड द रिसर्च फैकल्टी में देखें तो उनकी एजुकेशन डिक्रीज हो रही है. पर लेकिन ये सिर्फ जो इशू जो है वो कोविड-19 के पैंडेमिक में हम लोग देखें तो 2.4 करोड़ गर्ल्स जो हैं वो मतलब इन द वर्ड्स ऑफ लीविंग द और क्विटिंग द एजुकेशन. इम्पैक्ट ऑफ एजुकेशन, अगर हम लोग इम्पैक्ट ऑफ एजुकेशन का बात करें गर्ल्स ड्रॉप आउट के मामले में तो सेकेंडरी एंड हायर एजुकेशन के लेवल में 10% एनुअल इंक्रीज हुआ है. लेकिन अगर वेरियस रीज़न की वजह से बहुत जैसे सोशल हो गया, इकोनॉमिक हो गया, या फिर सोसाइटी के बारे में देखें तो डिस्क्रिमिनेशन और घर में ही बहुत ज़्यादा मतलब डिस्क्रिमिनेशन हो जाता है. लड़कियों से बहुत ज़्यादा काम करवाते हैं और लड़कों को बिल्कुल फ्री छोड़ देते हैं. तो इस वजह से उनका एजुकेशन मतलब कंटिन्यू नहीं हो पाता है.
नाउ वी डिस्कस ऑन रीजंस फॉर गर्ल्स ड्रॉपिंग आउट. मतलब बहुत सारी लड़कियां हैं जो एडमिशन तो लेती है लेकिन हायर एजुकेशन कंप्लीट नहीं कर पाती है. अकॉर्डिंग टू गवर्नमेंट डेटा 31.9% ऑफ देम दे आर वर्किंग एट होम. मतलब बहुत सारी लड़कियां हैं जो घर से एजुकेशन लेती है, स्कूल्स में नहीं जाती है. उनके बहुत सारी इश्यूज होते हैं, जैसे फाइनेंशियल डिफिकल्टीज होती है, लेक ऑफ इंटरेस्ट इन एजुकेशन होता है, बिकम मैरिड, शादी के बाद उनको लॉज अलाउ नहीं करते हैं. मोर देन 1 करोड़ गर्ल्स आर reportedly on the verge of quitting schools, owning the pandemic alone. The choice of institutions, the ability of pay for private tuitions, and the discipline of studying higher education are all affected by ingrained gender bias. Initiative taken by Government of India. इंडियन गवर्नमेंट के द्वारा बहुत सारे प्लान्स ऐसे
जो स्टूडेंट्स है गर्ल्स स्टूडेंट्स उनके लिए लाए गए हैं, जैसे सुपरमेसी सीट्स इन ऑल आईआईटीज में गर्ल्स को तो रिजर्वेशन दिया गया है जिससे वो आईआईटीज में एडमिशन ले पाए। द नेशनल स्कीम्स ऑफ इनिशिएटिव्स ऑफ टू गर्ल्स फॉर सेकेंडरी एजुकेशन, सीबीएसई उड़ान प्लान, बालिका सिद्धि योजना, बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ योजना, इनके द्वारा गवर्नमेंट का भी वो मोटो है कि गर्ल्स का जो ड्रॉप आउट ले रही है वो नहीं हुए, अपना एजुकेशन हायर एजुकेशन कंप्लीट करें। नाउ वी डिस्कस ऑन द कंक्लूजन। बहुत सारी जो फीमेल टीचर्स होती हैं वो भी ड्रॉप आउट करती हैं इस पैंडेमिक में, क्योंकि वो उनके पास ना तो रिसोर्सेज था, ना ही इकोनॉमिक बैकग्राउंड था, ना ही सोशल फैक्टर था जो वो छोड़ दें। मतलब सोशल फैक्टर इन सेंस कि उनका ना सोसाइटी सपोर्ट कर रही थी ना घर वाले सपोर्ट कर रहे थे, इस वजह से कि उन्होंने अपना जॉब भी छोड़ दिया। और बहुत सारी जो फीमेल एजुकेटर्स थी उन्होंने अपना प्लेटफॉर्म जो ऑनलाइन था वो भी चलाना बंद कर दिया, जिस वजह से बहुत ज़्यादा गिरावट आई है। लेकिन अब उनको एक प्लेटफॉर्म मिल रहा है, बहुत जो इनिशिएटिव्स गवर्नमेंट्स ले रही है उनकी वजह से बहुत सारे लोगों का हेल्प हो रहा है, जिस वजह से कि वो अपना एजुकेशन इन्हेंस कर सकें, अपना लिटरेसी रेट बढ़ा सकें इंडिया का, और एम्प्लॉयमेंट में ग्रोथ कर सकें। थैंक यू सर।
Now over to Gupti sir for the concluding remarks of the session. You have listened different papers, and your remarks is going to be a countable factor for us for the proceeding and others.
अच्छा, thank you लाल साहब। I think it's a very diverse groups. पहले शमीम हुसैन ने फिजिकल एजुकेशन, हैप्पीनेस, वेलबीइंग के थोड़ा पॉइंट्स हाईलाइट किए हैं। शी इज़ ए फैकल्टी मेंबर है। और मीनाक्षी सिसोदिया मैडम ने तो शिक्षा सारस्वत अनुसंधान के ऊपर काफ़ी विस्तार से बात किया है, तो वो भी स्कॉलर है, रिसर्च स्कॉलर है। थर्ड है प्रोफेसर राजेश साहब है, राजेश कुमार जंगीर साहब, वो तो कीनोट प्रेजेंटेशन के तौर पे बात किया था। इकोनॉमिक्स एजुकेशन का रिलेशनशिप में काफ़ी अच्छा प्रेजेंट किया था। तो मे भी हमने थोड़ा सा वाइंड अप करने के लिए कहा तो उनके थोड़ा क्रोधित हो गए, हम क्षमा चाहते हैं। थोड़ा टाइम के पाबंदी देखना पड़ता है इसलिए, बट स्टिल आई थिंक हमने 15 मिनट के बाद ही बोला था, 15 मिनट के अंदर नहीं बोला था। बट बाकी लोगों का तो मैंने 7-8 मिनट से ज़्यादा नहीं दिया है, तो माई अपॉलॉजीज फॉर हिम राजेश साहब से। और उसके बाद है मंजू कुमारी गोयल, NEP 2020, तो पूरा जो मेन पॉइंट्स है काफ़ी हाईलाइट किए हैं। तो फिर उसके बाद स्टूडेंट्स प्रेजेंटेड वेरी गुड थिंग, काफ़ी अच्छा किया। सोनाल और दूसरा स्मिता शायद वो काफ़ी स्टैटिस्टिक्स के साथ जो गर्ल्स एजुकेशन, व्हाई दे आर ड्रॉपिंग आउट, का गुड एफर्ट। whosoever the teacher guided, I appreciate the teacher who has guided them. Very अच्छा, very good initiative अपने सोनाल जी और स्मिता ने। One thing, whether it is a faculty member or a research scholar or a student, what I found is that NEP तो काफ़ी बड़ा है, तो NEP का हर एक जो NEP में जो हाईलाइट किया उसी को रिप्रोड्यूस करने में कोई फ़ायदा नहीं है। तो सभी जानते हैं NEP में, तो सभी अभी 2 साल 2.5 साल हो गया वो लॉन्च कर, सभी जानते हैं। उसमें 1 और 2 पॉइंट्स लेके वो कैसा चलना चाहिए, तो आपका व्यूज क्या है उसके ऊपर। एज ए स्कॉलर, सपोज यू वांट अ मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी और यू वांट अ वोकेशनल एजुकेशन, हाउ इट हैज टू बी कैरी फॉरवर्ड, आप वो ऊपर कंसंट्रेट करिए, या 10 एक्सपर्ट्स के साथ बात करके और क्या सोच रहे एक्सपर्ट्स, क्या सोच रहे स्टूडेंट्स, वो ऐसा करना चाहिए rather than repeating what is given
the same thing again and again. Right. बिल्कुल सही है आपकी बात. You are very right. And implementation is the actually major challenge. How to implement it according to the need of your or the institution or university.
जी, we have already crossed the वो जो NEP में क्या क्या है सब जानते हैं, पूरा हिंदुस्तान जानता है NEP 2020 के बारे में। आप अलग कहने की जरूरत नहीं है, सारा डॉक्यूमेंट्स है, वेबसाइट पे है, वो मीडिया में है, बहुत सारे है। तो वो इम्पोर्टेंट चीज है. दैट्स ओनली माय सजेशन.
मूर्ति सर, आपसे हम थोड़ा एनआरएफ के क्या फर्दर डेवलपमेंट है उसके बारे में जानना चाहते हैं, बिकॉज यू आर इन द हेडक्वार्टर, एंड व्हाट इज नेशनल रिसर्च फाउंडेशन इज प्लानिंग टू डू, एंड इज देयर एनी डेवलपमेंट, देन लेट अस शेयर विद अस.
एनआरएफ को तो बस फॉर्मली लॉन्च तो हो गया, नेशनल रिसर्च फाउंडेशन. What are the main tasks given to NRF is fund competitive peer-reviewed grant proposal to all tops across the discipline. तो वो फंडिंग के लिए दे दीजिए, peer reviewed करके फंडिंग प्रोविजन होना है. NRF has to fund it to all types of institution across the discipline. That is the number one task of NRF. Number two is seed, grow and facilitate the research at academic institutions, particularly at university central where the research is current. Research तो सारा institutions को बढ़ावा नहीं. Suppose many colleges are not doing the research. Universities कर रहे हैं. हिंदुस्तान में 1000 universities है plus 1000 are वो कर रहे हैं, लेकिन around 40,000 colleges में many colleges, almost 90% colleges, I don't think that they are doing research. If I am not correct, please apologies for me. I think many colleges are doing. तो NRF का उद्देश्य है उस जो institutions है, जो colleges है, उसको बढ़ावा दे दे रिसर्च करने के लिए. रिसर्च करने को बढ़ावा देना है सिंपल कहने से नहीं होता. रिसर्च फैसिलिटी दे दो, रिसर्च फंडिंग दे दो, रिसर्च का गाइडेंस दे दो, मेंटरिंग करिए. सो दीज आर द एरियाज वेयर द NRF हैज टू लुक एट इट. आई थिंक देयर इज अ लॉन्ग वे टू गो इन दिस. आई थिंक इवन यूनिवर्सिटीज जो रिसर्च कर रहे हैं एंड डूइंग ए रूटीन थिंग्स, इफ यू वांट टू सी दैट universities to do the research in a NGP 2020 का जो highlighted areas है, I think that is a very challenge. I think so. Maybe the institutions where they have expertise वो guide करना चाहिए, mentor करना चाहिए दूसरा institution के साथ. That's a number two.
मूर्ति सर जस्ट आपसे फिर पता नहीं इस तरह से पब्लिकली सबके सामने कब बात होगी. आपसे तो बात होते रहती है. One query is here and we would like to listen by your side. जैसे यूजीसी ने यूनिवर्सिटी ग्रांट कमीशन का नाम ही था कि भाई वो ग्रांट देंगे फॉर द प्रोजेक्ट एंड अदर पर्पसेज. अभी ज्योति विद्यापीठ वुमेन्स यूनिवर्सिटी आप जानते हैं इट इज अंडर 12B, और 12B में वी फैकल्टी मेंबर्स, स्कॉलर्स, स्टूडेंट्स और ऑल आर एलिजिबल फॉर एनी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट और एनी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट फंडिंग एंड ग्रांट्स. तो हम लोग ये देख रहे हैं कि जब से हम लोग आए हैं तब से यूजीसी ने ओवरऑल ग्रांटिंग पर फुल स्टॉप लगा दिया, और वी आर गेटिंग इंफॉर्मेशन कि अब ये NRF के द्वारा होगा, नेशनल रिसर्च फाउंडेशन. तो मेरा सवाल ये था आपसे कि सिंस आपने तो लाखों लोगों को ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं स्ट्राइड के थ्रू, एंड आप ऐसे जगह पर हैं जहां आपके पास ज़्यादा इंफॉर्मेशन है, तो व्हाट इज़ द प्रोग्रेस की नेशनल रिसर्च फाउंडेशन, जहां से हम भी होपफुल हैं कि हमारे लिए भी फंडिंग होगी, हमारे स्कॉलर्स, स्टूडेंट्स, टीचर्स के लिए. तो इज देयर एनी इंफॉर्मेशन दैट NRF इज प्लानिंग टू डू समथिंग फॉर अस?
NRF के अभी लेटेस्ट सिचुएशन आई डोंट नो, बट दो तीन चार जो टास्क मैंने बताया, एक तो फंडिंग है, दूसरा एनकरेजमेंट दे दो, दूसरा फैसिलिटेट कर दो. जो इंस्टीट्यूशन के पास रिसर्च कैपेसिटी नहीं है, रिसर्च गाइड्स नहीं है, सुपरवाइजर्स नहीं है, उनको दूसरा इंस्टीट्यूशन से दे दो. दिस इज द वे दे हैव टू डू इट. बट आई थिंक NRF विल टेक टाइम. मेरे को इमीडिएटली तो नहीं होगा. फंडिंग इज नॉट इजी थिंग. फंडिंग का तो स्कीम बनाओ, फंडिंग का जो क्राइटेरिया बनाओ, फंडिंग का प्रपोजल्स मांगो. तो आई थिंक दे विल नीड सम मोर टाइम. NRF, आई थिंक दैट्स व्हाट आई फील. I think recognize outstanding research and progress. Another task is given to NRF. भाई पहले तो रिसर्च करे तभी तो आउटस्टैंडिंग का तो आप करोगे. हाँ, so these are the, I think लाल साहब सीनियर एकेडमिक है, आप जानते हैं, प्रेसिडेंट साहब भी जानते हैं. हिंदुस्तान में बोलना बहुत आसान है. I think sorry if I am correcting it. 40 years of my professional experience and interaction with thousands of teachers, हम बोलते बहुत है, करते कम है. This is it. Lal sir, I think NEP talks about many things, but these many things cannot be achieved in overnight, cannot be achieved in 1 year, cannot be achieved in 2 years. It is a gradual process. It has to be step by step. I believe. If I am wrong, my apologies, but I am, with my experience, I can say that It is a long drawn process. Multidisciplinary.
Absolutely. I agree with you. And stopping you for a minute, I agree with you. It's going to take couple of years till it is being implemented fully, because still the guidelines are being made, as far as I know.
Yes,
and
sir.
One thing they are saying for sure, that every institute and college and university has a right to research, and they will facilitate.
But sir, in between such hype and cry since last 5 years, हम लोग ये सोचते हैं कि वो सवेरा कब आएगा, when the things will be streamlined and the things as per our expectation will be visible.
Sir, let me share my experiences with you. That will give you answer. 40 years of my professional experience started as a research associate, reached as a professor, and reached as a bit tough expert, if not the more of. I don't claim myself. I'm still a student in everything. 40 years, I have interacted with the best minds in Delhi, best minds in the country. So, after these things, many things, even 1968 policy, there are many good points. 1986 policy, there are good points. SLA. Potari Commission ka jo recommendations hai, still quite a few are implemented, few are not implemented. That is the fate of our country. That's how we go it. So 86 policy, few things are good, few things are implemented, many things are yet to be implemented. Now NEP-2020, plenty of things are there. Let us see. I am an optimist. I am not a pessimist. Let us see how the things will work it out. Well, things work out karne mein, every institution has to come forward. Every institution has to accept others. ये वाला suppose ये जो cluster का concept है NEP 2020 में, suppose Jayoti Vidyapit having expertise should help the neighboring institutions. Are you ready for that? Yes. If you are ready, you can help the neighboring institution, neighboring colleges where they don't have expertise. That is how things has to be seen. I think मेरे से लाल साहब पूछते मना नहीं करता हूँ. Maybe my association with लाल साहब, my association with Jyoti Vidyapit 17 plus years. Garg साहब जब थे तो we visited 2-3 times. Maybe that association still felt that. Otherwise, today on a hectic day, I started my own online program. Morning I was there. Now I have to after 3 I have to take a class in that. So, but still, out of all these things, I said, okay, let me see what Jyoti Vidyapit is doing. I think my respect to Garg Saab still. So I think when I heard his passing away with the COVID, it was a shock. It was a shock to me. Such a nice, good gentleman. I think where expected from him a lots of contribution to Jayoti and other sectors in the society. That's how the God is written. The destiny cannot be rewritten by anybody else except the God. So I think this is how be optimistic. And then Lal Sahab, only my mantra to you is that you keep doing it. What others are telling is one side. UGC tells hundreds of things. UGC tells hundreds of things. Are they doing it? Let us see that. Let us see that. So that now, as President Sir rightly said, quite a few schemes are worked out. Guidelines are being formulated. Guidelines has to be translated into action. Guidelines है action को facilitate करने में मदद करना चाहिए. National Credit Framework Guidelines आया, National Academic Banks of Credit का जो आया. So these are the guidelines are coming out. Let us see that. It will take a time. Let us see how the things will go. With these words, if you excuse me from 2 to 3 sessions, I will be happy.
Sir, we are requesting, if it is possible, then please you will be for moments and to inspire our young mind and students.
Spare some time in between 2 to 3, please. Yeah, that will be good for all of us.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And for your this very brainstorming and very regressive exercise to come out with the outcomes of this session. And definitely we have learned a lot, and other participants who are pursuing their PhD or they are working as a professor or assistant professor, or those who are listening, viewing. This session is live on Facebook, on LinkedIn, as well as on YouTube. And we are trying to touch to the maximum audience with the outcomes of this conference, because the meaning of this conference is to make aware about the community of this all the things under the exercise of this university. So, sir, thank you very much for your gracious presence. And thanks a lot for specific for the your expression about our founder, sir, Dr. Pankaj Garg, sir, and you have again reminded us the old memories. Though we always remember him and his kind blessings is always with us, and his reflection. JBN Vedant Garg sir is also doing very well, and he is leading the team, and I hope blessings of you all will be also with him. Thank you, sir. And
Thank you.
this is a formal information for all the participants that we are coming back again at 2 p.m. sharp with some other experts, and the session still again will be chaired by Professor C.R.K. Murthy sir and other experts. So thank you very much, and it is lunch time for everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, Suman Yadav ji. Hello. सुमन यादव,
गुड आफ्टरनून सर।
आप रिसर्च स्कॉलर हैं?
जी सर।
अच्छा अच्छा, ओके। हु इज योर सुपरवाइजर?
सर डॉक्टर सीएम सर।
अच्छा,
सीएम सारस्वत सर।
जी जी मैम, गुड आफ्टरनून मैम।
खुश रहो बेटा, खुश रहो।
so welcome back, and in the post lunch session of today's international conference, as you all know that University Harvind Khurana Chair under Faculty of Education and Methodology, in collaboration with Northern Illinois University, Chicago, USA, we are organizing intellectual basket of international conference on the topic NEP NEP 2020, Catalysing Quality Academic Multidisciplinary Research, and a new National Research Foundation, that is in short NCQAMR NRF 2023. Today we have started this conference by the inauguration of our university's Honorable Advisor and Chief Executive Officer, Sir Vedant Garg, or all the esteemed invited guests, and other officials of the university. So, I request technical team that please invite C.R.K. Murthy, Professor Bandana Goswami, and Dr. Rajesh Kumar Jangid for this session. So, Suman Yadav, Suman, yes, let us start your presentation. Start your presentation.
Yes, sir. भारत की शैक्षिक नीति 2020 पर भारतीय प्राचीन शैक्षिक प्रणालियों का प्रभाव। सारांश, ज्ञान और दार्शनिक परंपराओं की प्रकृति का अध्ययन प्राचीन भारतीय शिक्षा प्रणाली की नींव है, जिसका उद्देश्य मानव जीवन का न केवल व्यक्तिगत आर्थिक स्थितियों में सुधार करना है, बल्कि जीवन के सामाजिक, नैतिक और आध्यात्मिक पहलुओं को भी सुधारना है। लोग न केवल मानव जीवन का बेहतरीन बनाने के बारे में चिंतित हैं, बल्कि उच्च सत्य और अंधेरे से प्रकाश तक यानी तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय को भी महसूस कर रहे हैं। अतः शिक्षा न केवल धन कमाने का साधन है, बल्कि समाज को समृद्ध बनाने के साथ साथ मानव जाति के विकास में भी योगदान देती है। इसलिए हमारे भारतीय ऋषि और गुरु सुपर स्मार्ट दुनिया को समझने और आध्यात्मिक शक्ति के उपयोग और उसके अनुसार अपने जीवन को समायोजित करने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। शिक्षा का अंतिम लक्ष्य चित्त और वृत्ति निरोधा तथा कथित भौतिकवादी दुनिया से संबंधित आध्यात्मिक गतिविधियों को नियंत्रित करना में प्रकट होता है। इसलिए शिक्षा लोगों के संभावित विकास को सकारात्मक दिशा में ले जाने का एक महत्वपूर्ण साधन है, जिससे लोग सम्मान से भरे समाज में रह सकते हैं। भारत सरकार द्वारा जारी नवीनतम राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 में वर्तमान शिक्षा प्रणाली को प्राचीन शिक्षा प्रणाली में एकीकृत करने के लिए एक सुझाव दिए गए हैं। प्राचीन और सनातन भारतीय ज्ञान और विचार की समृद्धि विरासत हमेशा इस नीति का मार्गदर्शक सिद्धांत रही है। भारतीय विचार और दर्शन में ज्ञान और सत्य की खोज को हमेशा मानव जाति का सर्वोच्च माना गया है। मुख्य शब्द भारतीय शिक्षा प्रणाली, शिक्षा नीति, प्राचीन और आधुनिक शिक्षा। इंट्रोडक्शन, प्रस्तावना। प्राचीन शिक्षा प्रणालियों को स्रोतों प्रथाओं को आधुनिक शिक्षा प्रणालियों में लागू किया जा सकता है। आधुनिक शिक्षा का उद्देश्य व्यक्तित्व, आदर्शवाद और दर्शन का विकास करना भी है, न कि धन का निर्माण करना और सादा जीवन व्यतीत करना। हालांकि शैक्षिक वातावरण में आने वाली कई समस्याओं का कारण शिक्षकों और छात्रों के बीच सौहार्दपूर्ण संबंधों का अभाव है। इसकी रक्षा के लिए संस्कृत के भाषाई, आध्यात्मिक और धार्मिक पहलुओं का अध्ययन किया जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि यह शांति, मानवता और भाईचारे से भरा है। शिक्षा का स्तर किसी भी समाज में लोगों का कल्याण, समृद्धि और सुरक्षा के मुख्य संकेतों में से एक है। शिक्षा एक ऐसी प्रक्रिया है जो व्यक्तित्व को दैनिक जीवन कौशलों से सुसज्जित करती है। शिक्षा न केवल ज्ञान प्रदान करने और प्राप्त करने की एक प्रणाली है, बल्कि समूह के
कर सकते हैं।
Yes, continue, please, सुमन जी।
दैनिक जीवन कौशलों से सुसज्जित करती है। शिक्षा न केवल ज्ञान प्रदान करने और प्राप्त करने की एक प्रणाली है, बल्कि समूह के सांस्कृतिक मापदंडों को अपने युवा सदस्यों तक फैलाने का एक प्रयास भी है।
एक मिनट रुकिए। This is important announcement that the session chair, Professor C.R.K. Murthy sir, who is the former director, Staff Training and Research Institute of Distance Education, means STRIDE, New IGNU, Indira Gandhi National Open University, Delhi, has joined. So, sir, welcome again on behalf of the whole fraternity of this organizing team of international conference.
Thank you also. Sorry for the delay.
No, sir, thank you. Now, this is Suman Yadav. She is the PhD scholar in education.
Okay.
Here in Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University. And she is, Suman, again you repeat your presentation.
CM Saraswat. CM Saraswat sir है sir.
ये सुमन, अगेन आप एक बार अपना फिर से शुरू से थोड़ा थोड़ा बताइए, शुरू से जल्दी। यस।
भारत की शैक्षिक नीति 2020 पर भारतीय प्राचीन शैक्षिक प्रणालियों का प्रभाव। सारांश, ज्ञान और दार्शनिक प्रथाओं की प्रकृति का अध्ययन प्राचीन भारतीय शिक्षा प्रणाली की नींव।
आवाज नहीं आ रही है?
आवाज नहीं आ रही।
हाँ, चलिए बोलिए आप।
अब आ रहे, चलो चलो।
मानव जीवन को न केवल व्यक्तिगत आर्थिक स्थितियों में सुधार करना है, बल्कि जीवन को सामाजिक, नैतिक और आध्यात्मिक पहलों को भी सुधारना है। लोग न केवल मानव जीवन का बेहतरीन बनाने के बारे में चिंतित हैं, बल्कि उच्च सत्य को अंधेरे से प्रकाश तक यानी तमसो मां ज्योतिर्गमय को भी महसूस कर रहे हैं। अतः शिक्षा न केवल धन कमाने का साधन है, बल्कि समाज को समृद्ध बनाने के साथ साथ मानव जाति के विकास में भी योगदान देती है। इसलिए हमारे भारतीय ऋषि या गुरु सुपर स्मार्ट दुनिया को समझने और आध्यात्मिक शक्ति के उपयोग और उसके अनुसार अपने जीवन को समायोजित करने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं। शिक्षा का अंतिम लक्ष्य चित्त वृत्ति निरोधा तथा कथित भौतिकवादी दुनिया से संबंधित आध्यात्मिक गतिविधियों को नियंत्रित करने में प्रकट होता है। इसलिए शिक्षा लोगों के संभावित विकास को सकारात्मक दिशा में ले जाने का एक महत्वपूर्ण साधन है, जिसमें लोग सम्मान से भरे समाज में रह सकते हैं। भारत सरकार द्वारा जारी नवीनतम राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 में वर्तमान शिक्षा प्रणाली को प्राचीन शिक्षा प्रणाली में एकीकृत करने के लिए कई सुझाव दिए गए हैं। प्राचीन और सनातन भारतीय ज्ञान और विचार के समृद्ध विरासत हमेशा इन नीति का मार्गदर्शक सिद्धांत रही है। भारतीय विचार और दर्शन में ज्ञान और सत्य की खोज को हमेशा मानव जाति का सर्वोच्च माना गया है। मुख्य शब्द भारतीय शिक्षा प्रणाली, शिक्षा नीति, प्राचीन और आधुनिक शिक्षा। प्रस्तावना: प्राचीन शिक्षा प्रणालियों की सर्वोत्तम प्रथाओं को आधुनिक शिक्षा प्रणालियों में लागू किया जा सकता है। आधुनिक शिक्षा का उद्देश्य व्यक्तित्व, आदर्शवाद और दर्शन का विकास करना भी है, न कि धन का निर्माण करना है। सादा जीवन व्यतीत करना। हालांकि शैक्षिक वातावरण में आने वाली कई समस्याओं का कारण शिक्षकों और छात्रों के बीच सौहार्दपूर्ण संबंधों का अभाव है। इसकी रक्षा के लिए संस्कृत के भाषाई, आध्यात्मिक और धार्मिक पहलू का अध्ययन किया जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि यह शांति, मानवता और भाईचारे से भरा है। शिक्षा का इस स्तर किसी भी समाज में लोगों के कल्याण, समृद्धि और सुरक्षा के मुख्य संकेतों में से एक है। शिक्षा एक ऐसी प्रक्रिया है जो व्यक्तियों को दैनिक जीवन कौशलों से सुसज्जित करती है। शिक्षा न केवल ज्ञान प्रदान करना और प्राप्त करने की एक प्रणाली है, बल्कि समूह के सांस्कृतिक मापदंडों को अपने युवा सदस्यों तक फैलाने का एक प्रयास भी है। प्राचीन भारत महान नवाचारों का देश था, इसलिए आज भारत सहयोग, आक्रमण, औद्योगिकरण और निजीकरण के कारण अपने नवीनताओं को जारी रखने में विफल है। समय के साथ भारत ने नवाचार का उपयोग करने में उपेक्षा की और फलस्वरूप कल्पना शक्ति खो दी है। पश्चिमी देशों में शिक्षा और शिक्षण सीखने की उदार तरीकों को भारतीय शिक्षा प्रणाली के लिए उपयुक्त किसी भी गुणात्मक मूल्यवर्धन के बिना उत्तीर्ण करने के लिए एकीकृत किया गया है। पश्चिमी मूल्य और संस्कृति, पश्चिमी साहित्य, पश्चिमीकृत STEM, पश्चिमी नायक मुख्य रूप से भारतीय शिक्षा प्रणाली पर हावी है। इस प्रणाली के माध्यम से पैदा हुए बच्चे पूरी तरह से अमेरिकी और ब्रिटिश उपनिवेश बन रहे हैं और खुद को खो चुके हैं। भारतीय मुख्य रूप से अपनी संस्कृति, समृद्धि, विरासत, अपने नायकों के जाने जाते हैं। कालिदास दुनिया में अब तक के सबसे महान कवि थे, लेकिन तथ्य यह है कि हमारे अधिकांश बच्चे उनसे और उनके योगदान से अवगत नहीं है। भारतीय परंपराओं को पुनर्जीवित करने के लिए यह सलाह दी जाती है कि छात्र समकालीन भारतीय दर्शन और मूल्य प्रणाली का अध्ययन करें और भारतीय संस्कृति की नींव, जीवन, दिव्य योग के संश्लेषण जैसे महानतम पुस्तकों के हमारे पाठ्यक्रम का हिस्सा बनने की उम्मीद है। इसलिए बच्चों को अपने प्राचीन भारतीय शिक्षा प्रणाली की नींव, एक मजबूत समावेशी शिक्षा 3 केंद्रीय उद्देश्यों से घिरी हुई थी। आत्मा और उसकी शक्तियों और संभावनाओं का विकास एक व्यक्ति के लिए, राष्ट्र, आत्मा और उसके धर्म का संरक्षण, सुदृढ़ीकरण और संवर्धन राष्ट्र के लिए, व्यक्ति के, राष्ट्र दोनों के जीवन और मानवता के आरोही मन की, आत्मा की शक्तियों में ऊपर। शिक्षा की प्रक्रिया, शिक्षा श्रवण, मनन और निध्यासन की 3 प्रक्रियाओं में केंद्रित है। वेदों को दुनिया का सबसे पुराना साहित्य और प्राचीन भारत में जीवन दर्शन का मूल स्रोत माना जाता है। इन वेदों के अध्ययन में लोगों को जीवन दर्शन बल्कि प्राचीन भारतीय संस्कृति के
जी सर, पढ़ना बंद करो, थोड़ा मेन पॉइंट्स को हाईलाइट करिए। वो पढ़ने की जरूरत नहीं है, हम तो दिखाई दे रहे हैं, हमको देख रहे हैं। मेन पॉइंट्स हाईलाइट करिए। करो। आगे बढ़ो, आगे बढ़ो।
जी सर जी।
सारांश क्या बता रहे, बताओ।
चार वेद प्राचीन भारत में दर्शन के स्रोत है। ऋग्वेद है। ऋग्वेद ने केवल हिंदू का सबसे पहला काम है, बल्कि सबसे भारतीय यूरोपीय भाषाओं और मनुष्यों का सबसे पुराना काम है। इसने पीढ़ियों द्वारा निर्मित भारतीय सभ्यता की नींव रखी है। सामवेद सोम यज्ञ के अवसर पर उद्धृत सभी सूक्तों का संकलन को सामवेद कहा जाता है। यजुर्वेद गद्य मंत्रों का संग्रह है। हालांकि होत्री बलिदानों के दौरान भजन गाने के लिए जिम्मेदार है। पुजारियों की पहली श्रेणी अद्रयुस द्वारा गाए गए भजन है। यथर्वेद है। प्रारंभ में केवल 3 वेदों का स्वागत किया गया था। समय के साथ चौथे वेद को अंतर्वेद भी कहा जाने लगा। इसकी सामग्री अधिक मौलिक है। पिछले वेदों को विपरीत इस वेद के अधिकांश मंत्र ऋग्वेद से अनुकूलित नहीं है। अथर्वेद में एक विशिष्ट धर्मनिरपेक्षता, विभिन्न कलाओं और विज्ञानों का विशद वर्णन है। शिक्षक छात्र के संबंध में भारतीय अवधारणा में शिक्षक सिखाया का आध्यात्मिक और बौद्धिक पिता है। शिक्षकों की सहायता के बिना किसी भी शिक्षा का संचालन करना असंभव है। उन्हें एक गुरु, एक मित्र, एक दार्शनिक और एक मार्गदर्शक की माना जाता है। यदि वे गरीब हैं तो शिक्षक को छात्रों के रहने और कपड़े की व्यवस्था करनी चाहिए। फीस शिक्षकों द्वारा इस तरह के रखरखाव का एक स्पष्ट उदाहरण है। यह शिक्षकों का नैतिक दायित्व है कि शिक्षक को अपने आने के 1 वर्ष के भीतर अपने छात्र को शिक्षित करना शुरू करना चाहिए। शिक्षा का वर्तमान परिप्रेक्ष्य में सामान्य रूप से भारतीय शिक्षा प्रणाली और विशेष रूप से
आगे बढ़िए।
शिक्षा प्रणाली में सर्वोत्तम गुणवत्ता प्राप्त करने की दिशा में राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 के सुझाव है। विश्वविद्यालय और कॉलेजों के उत्कृष्ट सहकर्मी समीक्षा, अनुसंधान और सक्रिय रूप से बीज अनुसंधान को वित्त पोषित करने के लिए एक राष्ट्रीय अनुसंधान फाउंडेशन की स्थापना उच्च शिक्षा से राष्ट्र की स्थायी आजीविका और आर्थिक विकास में महत्वपूर्ण योगदान की उम्मीद है। जैसा कि भारत ज्ञान, अर्थव्यवस्था और समाज बनने की ओर बढ़ रहा है, अधिक और युवा भारतीयों के
आगे बढ़ो। ये तो हो गए, सारा पढ़ लिया हमने। हाँ, आगे बढ़ो।
भारतीय आध्यात्मिकता और ध्यान स्थापित ज्ञान उपकरण और इसे मजबूत और लोकप्रिय बनाने के लिए भारतीय शिक्षा प्रणाली में शामिल किए जाने की उम्मीद है। ये दुनिया में अद्वितीय है, इसलिए किंडरगार्टन से स्कूल से इनका अभ्यास और शिक्षा होनी चाहिए।
ये आगे बढ़ो। मैं क्या कहना चाहते हो? 2 शब्द में कहो, बहुत होगा। क्या कहना चाहते हो आपके पेपर में, बताओ। एनईपी, सनातन धर्म, सनातन भारतीय परंपरा, बहुत हो गया। क्या कम्युनिकेट करना चाहते हो भावी पीढ़ियों को, आगे वाला जनरेशन को? बताओ सुमन।
सर एंड हो गया।
हाँ, क्या कह रहे हो?
एंड हो गया सर।
क्या
निष्कर्ष हो आगे सर? एंड हो गया।
तुम अपने भाषा में बोलो, वो तो पढ़ते हो, हम भी पढ़ सकते हैं। तुमने जो लिखा है तुम तो पढ़ते जा रहे हो। तुम क्या समझ में आया, क्या कहना चाहते हो? ऋग्वेद, अथर्ववेद, सामवेद सभी बताया, भारतीय परंपरा बताया, आध्यात्मिक परंपरा, शिक्षक अगर गरीब बच्चे होंगे तो खाना खिलाओ, सब कुछ बताया। ये हो पाएगा सारा?
अरे बेटा, सर ये कहना चाहते हैं कि आप पीएचडी स्कॉलर हैं, तो आप इसको इस एलकेजी के स्टूडेंट के जैसा लाइन बाय लाइन देख के मत पढ़िए, उसको बताइए, एक्सप्लेन करिए।
मान लूंगा। चलो, अगर सुमन तो आज स्कॉलर बन गई, पीएचडी सबमिट करेगी, अवार्ड हो जाएगी, उसके बाद शिक्षक बनेगी। शिक्षक बन के करोगी क्या, बताओ? व्हाट यू विल डू? 1-2 चीज तुम कर सकते हो। जितने सारा आपने बताया, एनईपी ये बता रहे, एनईपी वो बता रहे, सब कुछ बताया। तुमने शिक्षक बनने के बाद क्या कर सकते हो, बताओ? क्या हुआ? सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है मेरा? हिंदी भाषा समझ में नहीं आ रहा है?
आप बोलो जी सुमन।
हाँ
सुमन जी, आप बोलिए। यू आर टॉकिंग टू ए वेरी बिग पर्सनालिटी। आप सर जो पूछ रहे हैं आप उसको फटाफट जवाब दीजिए। थोड़ा एनर्जी दिखाइए प्लीज। बोलिए सर, क्या पूछ रहे हैं?
जी सर।
हाँ, बोलो। चलो ठीक है, चलो बंद कर दो। थैंक यू सर, आगे बढ़िए। नेक्स्ट
Next one is who, please?
लाल साहब नेक्स्ट बताइए।
JJ. Next is Sejal Soni. Sejal Soni,
Yes,
start
sir.
presentation, please.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, all of you.
गुड आफ्टरनून, बोलिए।
हेलो सर, मेरी आवाज आ रही है आपको?
आवाज तो बिल्कुल आ रहे। तो ज्योति कहाँ है? ज्योति
पीपीटी कहाँ है?
स्टार्ट करो सर।
बोलो सर, पीपीटी शो हो रही है।
सर पीपीटी शो हो रही है मेरी?
अभी तक नहीं है, अब आने वाली है। बताइए।
दूसरी वाली लगा दी।
ये तो उल्टा हो गया। वो पता नहीं, ये लैटिन ग्रीक भाषा में आ रहा है, वो दूसरे भाषाओं में मिक्स हो गया।
Please give me a minute. Please give me a minute.
हाँ ठीक है, ले लीजिए।
सैजल सोनी जी, क्या हुआ आपका?
सर पीपीटी शो,
वो पीपीटी दूसरे भाषा में पहुंच गए सर। वो
सर प्रोसेसिंग।
अभी अब आ गया। देखो ये किसका है?
He is economics scholar, sir.
हाँ सर। हेलो।
Yes.
हाँ आ रहा है, बताइए।
हाँ बताइए।
सर मैं सेजल सोनी इकोनॉमिक्स स्कॉलर हूँ ज्योति विद्यापीठ से। मेरा जो टाइटल है मनरेगा का सामाजिक आर्थिक संदर्भ में अध्ययन से है।
हाँ जी, आगे बढ़िए।
सर मेरा सारांश है, मैंने जो अध्ययन किया है राजस्थान के जोधपुर जिले में किए गए वर्तमान अध्ययन में ग्रामीण गरीबों पर मनरेगा के सामाजिक आर्थिक प्रभाव की जांच की गई है। इसके अंतर्गत मैंने, जिसमें मुख्य रूप से भूमिहीन छोटे और सीमांत किसानों को इसके अंदर मैंने शामिल किया है। और अध्ययन के लिए मैंने 240 उत्तरदाताओं के यादृच्छिक नमूने पर आधारित है। महात्मा गांधी राष्ट्रीय ग्रामीण रोजगार गारंटी अधिनियम भारत सरकार द्वारा प्रतिवर्ष 100 दिन की गारंटीकृत रोजगार के माध्यम से ग्रामीण गरीबी को कम करने के लिए विकसित किया गया था। यह योजना वैधानिक न्यूनतम मजदूरी पर सार्वजनिक कार्य से संबंधित अकुशल शारीरिक कार्य करने के इच्छुक किसी भी ग्रामीण परिवार के वयस्क सदस्यों को प्रत्येक वित्तीय वर्ष में जो उनके रोजगार की कानूनी गारंटी प्रदान करती है। इसका उद्देश्य है सर स्थायी संपत्तियों के निर्माण के माध्यम से लोगों को अकुशल कार्य प्रदान करके आजीविका और खाद्य सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करना है। अध्ययन मुख्य रूप से अध्ययन क्षेत्र में मनरेगा के प्रदर्शन और प्रभाव का अध्ययन करने पर केंद्रित है। मेरा प्रस्तावना है सर, नरेगा भारत में पहला मजदूरी रोजगार कार्यक्रम नहीं है जिसके पास देश में लागू अन्य ग्रामीण रोजगार कार्यक्रमों का लगभग 56 वर्षों का अनुभव है। भारत सरकार ने 1960 के दशक से ही वेतन रोजगार कार्यक्रमों का एक श्रृंखला लागू की है। जब पहला कार्यक्रम ग्रामीण कार्यक्रम पेश किया गया था, इस कार्यक्रम के बाद कई अन्य कार्यक्रम चलाए गए हैं, जैसे कि ग्रामीण रोजगार के लिए राष्ट्रीय ग्रामीण रोजगार कार्यक्रम, जवाहर रोजगार और नेशनल फूड फॉर वर्क प्रोग्राम। ऐसे कार्यक्रमों के अनुभवों के आधार पर 205 राष्ट्रीय रोजगार गारंटी अधिनियम पारित किया गया था। साहित्य समीक्षा इसके अंतर्गत की गई है। भारत सरकार के एक प्रमुख कार्यक्रम के रूप में मनरेगा ने राजनेताओं, नीति थिंक टैंक और दुकानों से काफी ध्यान आकर्षित किया है। अध्ययन के उद्देश्यों को ध्यान
रखते हुए समीक्षा निम्नलिखित शीर्षकों के अंतर्गत प्रस्तुत की गई है। यह अध्ययन के बारे में जो आज तक मुख्य रूप से कुल राष्ट्रीय राज्य स्तर पर बहु राज्य मूल्यांकन हुए, उनमें से दिनरंग और लियू 2013, ड्रेज खेरा 2009, ड्रेज 2010, रैली अन्य 2010, आजम 2012 आदि को इसके अंदर शामिल किया गया है। राजस्थान में 2006 इस कार्यक्रम को शुरू करने वाले पहले राज्यों में से एक था। राज्य में राहत कार्यों का इतिहास रहा है और मनरेगा की शुरुआत के बाद से एक सक्रिय नागरिक समाज की भागीदारी का लाभ मिला है। राज्य को मनरेगा जैसी योजनाओं की जरूरत है। राजस्थान में से 3 चरणों में लॉन्च किया गया है। पहला जो चरण था 2006 है, दूसरा जो चरण था 2008 है। इसके उद्देश्य हैं सर, मनरेगा में भागीदारी परिवारों की सामाजिक आर्थिक विशेषताओं का आकलन करना है। मनरेगा के तहत सामाजिक आर्थिक स्थितियां और लाभार्थियों के काम के संबंध का विश्लेषण करना है। मनरेगा के सफल कार्यान्वयन के लिए लाभार्थियों द्वारा अनुभव की गई बाधाओं को सुझावों का पता लगाना है। अध्ययन की जो सीमाएं हैं, वित्तीय वर्ष 2022-23 के प्राथमिक आंकड़े 2040 उत्तरदाताओं के एकत्रित किए गए थे। द्वितीयक डेटा जो इसकी ईमेल है इससे संकलित किए गए हैं। जोधपुर जिला राजस्थान के विभिन्न ब्लॉकों के 6 गांवों का चयन किया गया था, जहां मनरेगा को इसके तीसरे चरण के दौरान लागू किया गया था। अध्ययन राजस्थान राज्य के जोधपुर जिले में किया गया है। जोधपुर जिले में 16 ब्लॉक है, जिसमें से 6 ब्लॉकों का चयन किया गया था। इसके अंतर्गत इसका विश्लेषण दिया गया है सर। आयु, लिंग, जाति और शैक्षणिक योग्यता है, परिवार का आकार है, आर्थिक स्तर है। इसके अंतर्गत 18 से 30 आयु है, आवृत्ति है, इसका प्रतिशत है, अलग अलग रूप में इसको दर्शाया गया है। और जो ये पूरा निकाला है सर, ये 240 उत्तरदाताओं के रिजल्ट से निकाला है।
हाँ जी बोलिए।
मनरेगा कार्यक्रम सर, निष्कर्ष है मेरा। मनरेगा कार्यक्रम के तहत काम करने वाले दिनों की संख्या, कार्यक्रम के तहत काम किए गए दिनों की संख्या के बीच संबंध का विश्लेषण करने के लिए आयु, लिंग, शिक्षा, परिवार का आकार, सामाजिक समूह, आर्थिक श्रेणी और श्रमिकों की भूमि के आधार पर आकार जैसे कारकों पर निर्भर नहीं है। यह दर्शाता है कि अध्ययन क्षेत्र में APL श्रेणी का काम BPL से अधिक है। जिसके बाद जाति समूह दर्शाता है कि काम करने वाले दिनों की संख्या जाति पर निर्भर नहीं है। यह अध्ययन क्षेत्र में सामान्य OBC के लिए SC ST के बराबर है, जो दर्शाता है कि योजना सभी श्रेणियों के लिए फायदेमंद है। अध्ययन में पाया गया है कि तुलनात्मक रूप से पिछड़ी जातियां समूह नियमित रूप से मनरेगा कार्यक्रम में बड़े अनुपात में भाग ले रही है। और मनरेगा का जो कार्यक्रम है सर, इससे आज के जो कोरोना को देखते हुए इसमें काफी लाभान्वित हुए मजदूर, जिनके लिए काम नहीं था, उनके ज्यादातर खासतौर पर जो महिलाएं हैं, उन्हीं को इससे लाभ मिल रहा है सर। मैं अपना यहीं पे इसको खत्म कर रही हूँ। मेरा थोड़ा सा सुझाव है सर यही कि सार्वजनिक कार्यों की अन्य योजनाओं के साथ मनरेगा का अभिसरण निश्चित रूप से श्रमिकों के बीच कौशल स्तर में सुधार करेगा। योजना के अंतर्गत वृद्ध व्यक्तियों के लिए कुछ विशेष प्रावधानों को शामिल करना, वृद्ध व्यक्तियों की समस्याओं को कम करने की तत्काल आवश्यकता है। दूसरा, भुगतान को सुचारू करने के लिए मनरेगा कार्यक्रमों से निपटने के लिए बैंकों और डाकघरों में एक विशेष अनुभाग विकसित किया जाना चाहिए। योजना के माध्यम से केवल अकुशल शारीरिक श्रम कार्य प्रदान करना लंबे समय में एक अच्छा विचार नहीं लगता है। योजना में अर्धकुशल और कुशल श्रमिकों के लिए प्रावधान शामिल किया जाना चाहिए। कार्यक्रम में राजनीतिक हस्तक्षेप को प्रतिबंधित करने के लिए कुछ तंत्र विकसित किए जाने चाहिए और मनरेगा में नियमित रूप से लगे श्रमिकों के लाभ के लिए 100 दिन की अधिकतम सीमा पर फिर से विचार किया जाना चाहिए। थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू सेजल, बहुत ही अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन रहा। ये आपका PhD प्रेजेंटेशन है क्या? PhD थीसिस है?
हाँ यस सर, यस सर।
PhD सबमिट कर दिया?
नहीं सर, अभी सबमिट करने वाली हूँ। कंप्लीट हो गया ऑलमोस्ट मेरा वर्क।
What is the major strength of मनरेगा और major weakness of the scheme?
हाँ सर,
वो देख लेना।
मनरेगा की खूबियां और खामियां बताइए।
मनरेगा की सर मैंने अलग अलग जगह पे मैंने रिसर्च में गई हूँ, फील्ड में गई हूँ और जो मैंने लिए हैं ब्लॉक उसके अकॉर्डिंग महिलाओं को इससे काफी लाभ है, पर जो उनका ये कहना है कि जो सैलरी है वो टाइम पे नहीं मिल रही है, और दूसरा थोड़ा सा सैलरी को बढ़ाया जाए, क्योंकि आज की जो महंगाई की स्थिति को देखते हुए उन लोगों को मतलब प्रॉफिट तो हो रहा है काफी, पर उतना ज्यादा लाभ नहीं है। तो उन लोगों मेरे तो सामने दो ही निकल के आया है कि एक तो उनकी आय बढ़ाई, थोड़ा सा वेतन बढ़ा दिया जाए, और थोड़ा सा उनका जो काम के जो दिन है 100 से बढ़ा दी जाए, 100 दिन से उसको ज्यादा बढ़ा दिया जाए।
वेरी गुड, वेरी गुड, काफी अच्छा रिसर्च है। वेरी वो लेटेस्ट एरिया है, वो मनरेगा स्कीम है, ऑल ओवर द कंट्री लागू हो रहा है। तो उसमें काफी कुछ राज्यों में तो काफी अच्छा इम्प्लीमेंट होता है, कुछ राज्यों में कुछ प्रॉब्लम्स है। तो आपने जो किया है तो इट इज अ वेरी वेरी गुड एंड कंटेम्पररी टॉपिक। वो जो रिसर्च वो NGP 2020 यही कहता है। आपने रिसर्च करते हैं, हम क्या करते हैं रिसर्च, अरे वो उसका वो 100 बच्चे हैं, उसका एटीट्यूड क्या है, जिंदगी के बारे में क्या है। भाई जिंदगी के बारे में हम बहुत कुछ सोचते हैं, बट दिस इज नॉट यूनिवर्सल टू होल वर्ल्ड। तो ये जो है सोसाइटल प्रॉब्लम्स के रिलेवेंट करिए। लाल साहब विल एग्री विथ मी, NGP 2020 स्टडिंग रिसर्च के बारे में पूछ रहे हैं। सोसाइटी में जो प्रॉब्लम्स है उसी में अध्ययन करिए। भारतीय घर परंपरा 2000 साल पुराना, मेरे को क्या पता है 2000 साल पुराना भारतीय परंपरा। अभी मेरे सामने क्या हो रहा है, आई विल स्टडी दैट।
जी जी जी,
भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा ठीक है, आई हैव लर्नड इट। मेरे दादा परदादा बुजुर्ग ने बताया, मैंने सीख लिया, मैंने पढ़ लिया। अगर 2000 साल पहले का परंपरा रिसर्च करोगे, करो। अभी जो हो रहा है आंखों के सामने उसको रिलेट कर दो, उसको जोड़ दो।
सर मेरी यही कोशिश है कि वो सामने लाना जो इनकी प्रॉब्लम्स है मजदूरों की। और सर वाकई में मैं फील्ड में गई ना तो मुझे इतना अच्छा लगा उन लोगों से बात करके, मतलब ऐसा लगा कि इनके लिए कुछ करें।
सोशल साइंस का रिसर्च, अगर इकोनॉमिक्स हो, पॉलिटिक्स हो, सोशियोलॉजी हो, कंटेम्पररी सोशल इश्यूज के साथ जोड़ते हुए शोध करिए, कुछ पढ़िए। वो जो सोसाइटी को उससे तो आपने दो सुझाव दिया है, उसको नंबर ऑफ डेज बढ़ाइए, वेजेस बढ़ाइए। दिस आर द कॉन्क्रीट रिकमेंडेशन। अगर वो कम से कम 2 में से 1 भी सही हो गया तो वो कंट्रीब्यूशन होगा। दिस इज हाउ द कंटेम्पररी रिसर्च। जो लाल साहब मेरे को पूछ रहे हैं रिसर्च के बारे में एम्फसाइज करिए। सर यही है रिसर्च। दिस इज व्हाट इज NEP 2020 is telling. Can you relate it to the existing social problem? Thank you, Sejal. Very good. All the best.
Thank you so much, sir.
Sir, one thing I would like to share on behalf of the Faculty of Education and Methodology, that we provide only those topics to the scholars who are based on the primary data work. Means scholars are supposed to visit in the field, complete baseline survey, and then get the outcomes of their problem.
बिल्कुल।
Yes,
NEP 2020 is highlighting only these things.
सेजल इज द विटनेस। जब इसका टॉपिक डिसाइड हो रहा था, शी वाज वेरी मच कंफ्यूज्ड। मैंने रिक्वेस्ट किया था कि
थैंक यू सो मच कि आपने मुझे ये टॉपिक चूज करने में मेरी हेल्प की। मुझे बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है इस फील्ड में काम करके, मतलब लोगों से मिलना, मजदूरों से बातचीत करना, उनकी कमियां हैं उनको पूछना अच्छा लग रहा है सर। और उन लोग भी मुझे बहुत अच्छी ब्लेसिंग देते हैं।
Why sir we are terming ourselves as Center of Excellence in Research. ज्योति विद्यापीठ is now Center of Excellence in Research.
Good sir, all the best. Go ahead.
हमारे स्कॉलर्स बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं। चलिए सेजल, आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आपको एप्रिसिएशन मिला तो हमें खुशी हुई कि हमारे
थैंक यू सो मच। मुझे अच्छा लगा सर, मेरी यूनिवर्सिटी का नाम हो रहा है।
हाँ
थैंक यू सर।
आप काम करिएगा तो नाम हो जाएगा। Now Anita Sharma, PhD scholar, I hope she has joined. Anita Sharma, technical team, please coordinate with Anita Sharma.
Good afternoon.
अनीता शर्मा जी ज्वाइन किए हैं?
हाँ जी सर। यस सर।
आप अपना वेब कैम ऑन करिए, वीडियो।
सर कर दिया।
हाँ जी, अब आप अपना PPT शेयर करिए और बताइए क्या कहना है आपको, क्या प्रेजेंट करना है प्लीज।
सर ये मेरा नाम अनीता शर्मा है, मैं एजुकेशन से PhD कर रही हूँ और मेरा टॉपिक है ऐतिहासिक भारतीय शोध।
PhD ज्योति विद्यापीठ
ऐतिहासिक पारंपरिक भारतीय शोध।
प्लीज सुनिए, आप जब अपना परिचय यूनिवर्सिटी, तो नाम बताइए।
हाँ,
अपने डिपार्टमेंट का नाम बताइए, फैकल्टी का नाम बताइए, यूनिवर्सिटी का नाम बताइए। ये इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस है, तो इसमें बहुत सारे स्कॉलर्स और प्रोफेसर्स इसमें पेपर प्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं।
जी जी,
मैं एजुकेशन से कर रही हूँ, कहाँ के स्कॉलर हैं बताइए। हम तो जानते हैं आप ज्योति विद्यापीठ की हैं, आपको भी
मेरा
बताना है।
नाम अनीता शर्मा है, मैं एजुकेशन विभाग से हूँ, ज्योति विद्यापीठ महिला विश्वविद्यालय जयपुर से पीएचडी कर रही हूँ सर। और मेरा टॉपिक का नाम है ऐतिहासिक पारंपरिक भारतीय शोध। सर आवाज आ रही है?
बिल्कुल आ रहे, बोलिए बोलिए बोलिए।
हाँ सर, और जैसे मैंने इस पे टॉपिक पे लिया है ऐतिहासिक पारंपरिक भारतीय शोध पे, इसमें मेरा शोध सारांश है कि भारत के इतिहास का अध्ययन।
एक मिनट, मेरे पास जो सूची है उसमें लिखा हुआ है राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 के महत्वपूर्ण प्रावधान उच्च शिक्षा के संदर्भ में विश्लेषणात्मक अध्ययन। ये क्या है?
नहीं सर, ये टॉपिक मेरा टॉपिक नहीं है, मेरा टॉपिक है ऐतिहासिक पारंपरिक भारतीय शोध।
नहीं, टॉपिक की नहीं, जो टॉपिक आप यहाँ पेपर प्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं उसकी बात कर रहे हैं, नॉट योर रिसर्च टॉपिक। यहाँ जो आप प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए पेपर बना के लाए उसका टॉपिक बताइए।
मेरा पीपीटी है, यही है ऐतिहासिक पारंपरिक भारतीय शोध।
चलिए ठीक है, पीपीटी शेयर करिए प्लीज।
ठीक है सर, इसमें शोध सारांश है सर भारत के इतिहास का अध्ययन करना और ऐतिहासिक दृष्टिकोण। और इसमें जो प्रस्तावना में मैंने बताया, इतिहास के द्वारा समाज की सामाजिक, सांस्कृतिक, आर्थिक, राजनीतिक घटनाओं क्रमिक व्यवस्थित अध्ययन करके जीवन की निरंतरता को समझ सकते हैं हम। और इसमें इसमें समस्या कथन है सर ऐतिहासिक पारंपरिक भारतीय शोध। मैंने सर उद्देश्य लिए है इसमें कि ऐतिहासिक।
आपका पीपीटी कहाँ है?
सर मैंने इस पे मेल किया था। हेलो सर, आवाज आ रही है?
यस,
बोलिए बोलिए बोलिए।
हाँ सर, हाँ, उद्देश्य मेरे सर ऐतिहासिक और पारंपरिक घटनाओं का अध्ययन करना, और सेकंड है ऐतिहासिक विकासशील घटनाओं का अध्ययन करना, सामाजिक सांस्कृतिक घटनाओं का अध्ययन करना, और इसमें ऐतिहासिक प्रभावों का मूल्यांकन करना, और ऐतिहासिक शास्त्रों के दृष्टिकोण की व्यापकता का अध्ययन करना, और लास्ट में सामाजिक जो उद्देश्य है वो सामाजिक शक्तियों का योगदान का मूल्यांकन करवाना। फिर सर मैंने समस्या का औचित्य और प्रासंगिकता करी है। फिर अध्ययन विधि में इसमें ऐतिहासिक शोध विधि का प्रयोग किया है, और जो समस्या का औचित्य एवं प्रासंगिकता पे करा है उसमें परंपरागत समाज एवं प्राचीन सांस्कृतिक धरोहर वाले समाजों का अध्ययन के द्वारा उन तात्कालिक समाजों के घटित होने वाली शोध विधि का प्रयोग किया है। सर आवाज आ रही है?
आ रहे, बोलिए बोलिए।
हाँ, फिर सर मैंने जो संदर्भ ग्रंथ सूची ली है उसमें एक तो श्रीवास्तव केसी जो प्राचीन भारत है उसे, फिर सेकंड है गोस्वामी अनिता प्राचीन भारत, तीसरा इसमें जो संदर्भ ग्रंथ सूची है वो है शर्मा रामशरण प्राचीन भारत, फिर है शर्मा एलपी मध्यकालीन भारत का इतिहास, और पांडे एस के मध्यकालीन भारत का इतिहास, और श्रीवास्तव डॉक्टर वी के मध्यकालीन भारत का इतिहास, फिर शर्मा व व्यास आधुनिक भारत का इतिहास।
अनीता जी, मैं बीच में रोकूंगा। सीआर के मूर्ति सर से परमिशन लेते हुए, सर ने अभी ये कहा है कि सोसाइटी में इतने सारे प्रॉब्लम हैं जिन पर हम ध्यान दे सकते हैं अपने रिसर्च के क्रम में। अब अभी जब आपकी पीएचडी चल रही है, जिस भी टॉपिक पर चल रही है वो तो टॉपिक ठीक है, उस पर हम लोग को अभी यहाँ डिस्कस नहीं करना है। कॉन्फ्रेंस में जनरली जो हमारे NEP 2020 का जो सब थीम है या NEP 2020 का जो मुद्दा है उस पर हम लोगों को बात करना है। एंशिएंट इंडियन लिटरेचर के बारे में अगर बात करनी है तो एंशिएंट इंडियन लिटरेचर किस तरह से रिलेटेड है ये हमें बताना चाहिए। समझ पा रही है ना आप? हूँ नहीं बोलते हैं, एटलीस्ट जी बोलिए। आप तो बोल सकती हैं, आप ये हूँ क्यों बोल रही हैं? हूँ आप जी तो एटलीस्ट कह सकते हैं, यस तो कह सकते हैं। नहीं, ये आपका पीपीटी है।
हेलो,
ये आपका पीपीटी है ना?
हेलो, हाँ सर।
ओवर टू मूर्ति सर प्लीज।
हाँ जी मैडम बोलिए। ये तो दूसरा टॉपिक है, आपने जो बोला वो अलग है। पीपीटी तो एनईपी के ऊपर है। अभी अभी और कुछ कंक्लूड करिए। कुछ कहना चाहते हैं?
ये पीपीटी दूसरा है, उन्होंने प्रेजेंटेशन किसी।
अनिता जी अभी कुछ कहना है कि खत्म हो गया? हमारे आवाज आ रहे हैं आपके पास? हमारे आवाज पहुंच रही कि नहीं? अनिता जी चलिए।
जी सर।
हाँ अभी
आवाज आ
हो
रही
गया।
है, पर ये मेरा टॉपिक नहीं है सर।
ये आपका
ये
नहीं
टॉपिक
है?
मेरा नहीं है।
हाँ ओके ओके, छोड़ दीजिए। अगर आपका नहीं तो उसको छोड़ दीजिए। और दूसरा कोई अनिता शर्मा है, उसी का टॉपिक है। वो मिक्सअप कर दिया टेक्निकल टीम ने। आपने जो प्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं वो खत्म हो गया।
ओके सर।
थैंक यू थैंक यू थैंक यू।
नेक्स्ट वन इज भावना। नेक्स्ट वन इज भावना। हु इज दैट?
लेफ्ट हो जाओ, नहीं तो लेफ्ट हो जाओ।
ओके
भावना। नेक्स्ट भावना।
एंड
भावना। यस भावना, प्लीज स्टार्ट प्रेजेंटेशन। स्वाति द्विवेदी, आपका प्रेजेंटेशन रेडी है? उमा पारिक?
यस सर मेरा प्रेजेंटेशन रेडी है।
तो आप शुरू कर दीजिए। भावना इस लगता है सुन नहीं पा रही है। स्टार्ट योर प्रेजेंटेशन स्वाति।
हेलो सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। मेरा पीपीटी शो है ना सर?
यस यस।
अच्छा, सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। मेरा नाम स्वाति द्विवेदी है। आई एम PhD scholar from Jyoti Vidyapeeth, Women University, PhD in Education. मेरा टॉपिक है नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी 2020 in light of multidisciplinary and holistic approach and research. The introduction of this paper is a multidisciplinary approach is education in a way of learning. In my opinion, all the subjects related to each other. If we all the activities like economic activity or political activities, all the activities is done by the human. If all the activity is done by the human, then all the action is done by the human. Then all the subject related to each other, because all the activity affect all the human activity which are effect to each other, like economical effect activity effect to social activity, and social activity his social decision is effect to political decision.
आगे बढ़िए नेक्स्ट।
And next is, what is a multidisciplinary and holistic approach? In this approach, we are talking about we are studying we are connected to connected to all the subject in a male subject. We are example like if we study history, if we study, then we is example to a current scenario, current history, geography, connect to other subject. In this holistic approach means we are taking broad outlook to solve any problem. And next is Indian tradition of holistic and multidisciplinary learning. In the Indian tradition, we are talking about 64 kalas, and these 64 kalas not related only art field. These are related to math and mathematics, and also related to all the field of like vocational education and engineering and medical, all the then this type of education also need in 21st century, and NEP 2020 also fill that type of education and promote that type of education to in the holistic, in the higher education and in the all level of education, in the higher level. And
आगे बढ़िए next.
And also we this is I'm also focusing on the STEM. STEM is also this is a initiative of the CBSE and Ministry of Education Cell, which is developed by the this is basically a entrepreneurship program, and which is develop a leadership and skill development program in a student. Next is why this multidisciplinary and holistic approach is important. Actually, when we if we develop a whole person, a person which is able to capability all human being like intelligent, he is, if you want to a person who is solve our problem and who is related, who is know all the situation problem. If we want to that type of student, type of citizen in our country, then multidisciplinary and holistic approach is very important. And next advice is the main aim of this policy is to aware of his culture, of our culture, ancient culture, and that's why they are promoted to our knowledge system. And if we find out the Indian find out the all the Indian problem like clean water, like energy, and all the problem, and the holistic approach and holistic and multidisciplinary approach is playing a major role in this solving all the problem, because when we
next slide next.
The provision of giving under 2020 under NEP 2020 to multidisciplinary and holistic approach, there is provision in according to 11.4 engineering institute and all the IITs and IIM are to collaborate and enhance the they are providing a multidisciplinary education in a different way and different level, and they are initiating to these type of education in his institution.
Next slide.
And there also, and my conclusion is this is very unique, and NEP 2020 is giving a very specific and focus on the multidisciplinary and holistic approach. And if we National Research Foundation, if we doing that type of all the implementation, and they are providing that type all the nomination, if they all the suggestion is apply very efficiently, then this is a very good source of education.
Thank you स्वाति. ये आपका PhD है, आपने इस पर आर्टिकल लिखा है?
तो सर ये मेरा ये मेरा PhD का प्रो एंड कॉन्स है सर. मेरा प्रो एंड कॉन्स पे PhD है. PhD टाइटल इससे रिलेटेड है सर. प्रो एंड कॉन्स ऑफ NEP 2020 सर.
अच्छा, प्रो एंड कॉन्स. यस. व्हाट इज प्रो तो बहुत बताया, कॉन्स कौन सा है?
कॉन्स एक्चुअली इतनी फैसिलिटी नहीं. हम लोगों में इलेक्ट्रिसिटी की बात करें या हम लोग मेंटालिटी की बात करें, इंडियंस में उतनी, क्योंकि जब मैं बाहर गई उसको अपने शोध को लेके, उसको सर्वे को लेके, बहुत सारे लोग अवेयर नहीं है इस चीज को लेके. मुझे बताना पड़ा, अच्छा ये तो इसके बारे में आर्टिकल में पहले मुझे बताना पड़ रहा है कि ऐसा ऐसा ये है. मैम आप बताइए. इसलिए अच्छा है बुरा है सोसाइटी के लिए।
इतना कॉन्स है तो NEP 2020 को कैसे लागू कर पाएंगे आप?
ये कॉन्सेप्ट बहुत अच्छा है, NEP 2020 का कॉन्सेप्ट बहुत ही अच्छा है।
कॉन्सेप्ट तो बहुत अच्छे कॉन्सेप्ट है हिंदुस्तान में, बहुत है, बहुत आपके पास भी मेरे पास भी है, लेकिन कॉन्स है, कॉन्स जब तक एड्रेस नहीं करेंगे लागू कैसा होगा, ये है चैलेंज है।
ये लेकिन अगर आप स्लोली कोई भी चीज एक साल लागू नहीं हो सकती, एक्सेप्ट नहीं किया जा सकता, लेकिन हम अगर धीरे धीरे प्रोवाइड कराएंगे चीजों को।
चलो आपका बेसिक डिसिप्लिन क्या है? एजुकेशन।
यस सर, एजुकेशन।
एजुकेशन के साथ एजुकेशन को कैसा मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी बनाओगे बताओ?
एजुकेशन कैसे डिसिप्लिनरी, जिसमें एजुकेशन खुद में मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी। हम एजुकेशन में सर फिलॉसफी पढ़ते हैं, साइकोलॉजी पढ़ते हैं, इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन पढ़ते हैं, स्टैटिक पढ़ते हैं सर।
सर का सवाल
सोशियोलॉजी इज द मदर ऑफ एवरीथिंग, फिलॉसफी इज द मदर ऑफ एवरीथिंग, ऐसा तो सभी कहते हैं, तो ये तो मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी हो नहीं सकता।
स्वाति जी, सर का सवाल ये है, अभी आप IIT IIM की बात कर रही थी, आपके एजुकेशन का जो कंसेप्ट है, होलिस्टिक एजुकेशन या करिकुलम या अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ करिकुलम या डिसिप्लिन या XYZ या साइकोलॉजी, उसको अगर हम इंजीनियरिंग में ले जाकर के कोरिलेट करें, इसके कंसेप्ट को वहां पर जोड़ दें, तो ये तो मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी हो जाएगा ना। सर लाइक दैट,
आजकल की सर सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है स्ट्रेस मैनेजमेंट सर।
तो पैसेंट आप अपने इसको हम लिखते हैं ज्योति विद्यापीठ इज मेरू। मेरू मीन्स मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी एजुकेशन एंड रिसर्च यूनिवर्सिटी। तो अभी NEP कह रही है कि सबको मेरू होना है, तो मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी रिसर्च को, आपका जो एजुकेशन है इसको मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी कैसे बनाएंगे? दिस इज द क्वेश्चन रेज्ड बाय CR के मूर्ति सर। आप अगर बता सकते हो तो ठीक है, नहीं बता सकते हो तो बोलो, कोई बात नहीं है।
ऐसा अभी कॉन्सेप्ट को क्लैरिटी ले आओ। मेरे से पूछोगे, मेरे को पास क्लैरिटी नहीं है क्या मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी है। दो डिसिप्लिन को जोड़ने का मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी नहीं बन सकता है। एजुकेशन में कुछ चीज ऐसा है, या साइकोलॉजी में कुछ चीज है, फिलॉसफी में, दोनों को इंटीग्रेट करेंगे तो मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी बन सकता है। एजुकेशन, साइकोलॉजी, सोशियोलॉजी, एंथ्रोपोलॉजी, पॉलिटिकल साइंसेस में ऐसा नहीं है तो फेविकॉल से चिपका दो, नो वे, दैट्स नॉट द वे मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी। कुछ एरिया, कुछ स्पेशलाइजेशन, इस डिसिप्लिन के स्पेशलाइजेशन के ताल्लुकात है, वो दोनों मिलके कुछ प्रोग्राम बना सकते हैं क्या? आप लाल साहब एजुकेशन का प्रोफेसर है, तो साइकोलॉजी प्रोफेसर के साथ मिला के एक प्रोग्राम बना दे, तब वो मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी हो सकता है। ये नहीं जोड़ने से दोने से। आपने जो शब्द बताया था सर, एजुकेशन में सारा डिसिप्लिन में सारा डिसिप्लिन है। सोशियोलॉजी इज द मदर, फिलॉसफी इज द मदर ऑफ एवरीथिंग, वो नहीं है, वो कॉन्सेप्ट नहीं है। तो क्लैरिटी के लिए कह रहा हूँ, तो आर्ग्यूमेंट का टाइम नहीं है, आप थोड़ा सा पढ़ लेना। अच्छा है, मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी द मेजर फोकस ऑफ NEP 2020, लेकिन क्लैरिटी लाना, जब मेरे पास क्लैरिटी नहीं है, हाउ कैन आई एक्सप्लेन टू अदर्स, ये इंपॉर्टेंट है। ठीक है, थैंक यू।
चलिए स्वाति, थैंक यू वेरी मच। आपने कुछ सीखा होगा, कुछ और भी जानिए, कुछ और भी आगे बढ़ाइए। दिस इज द जर्नी in which you are supposed to learn a lot. Now Bhavna, please start your presentation. You are given 5
नमस्कार सर, भावना परदानी बोल रही हूँ।
आपको 4 मिनट का टाइम दिया गया है, जल्दी करिए।
नमस्कार सर, भावना परदानी बोल रही हूँ, सीकर्स राजस्थान से, ज्योति विद्यापीठ स्कॉलर हूँ हिंदी डिपार्टमेंट की। मेरे रिसर्च का टॉपिक है छायावादी युग के कवि और हिंदी साहित्य में उनका इतिहास। इसके बारे में मैंने सबसे पहले उद्देश्य लिखा है, क्यों हम छायावाद पे आगे जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, छायावाद का युग कैसा था, हमने किस किस टॉपिक को लेके पढ़ा, यहाँ पे छायावादी कवियों ने क्या क्या योगदान दिया हिंदी साहित्य में। तो शीर्षक में मैंने लिखा है छायावाद काल के प्रमुख कवि और उनका साहित्य क्षेत्र में योगदान। और उससे पहले कि हम छायावाद की आगे की बातों के बारे में देखें, उससे पहले हमें छायावाद के काल के प्रमुख कवियों के विषय में जानने से पहले हमें छायावाद क्या है और उनकी प्रवृत्तियां विशेषताएं क्या हैं, उनका भी थोड़ा सा अवलोकन करना पड़ेगा। तो सबसे पहले हम छायावाद की विषय वस्तु पर आपका ध्यान आकर्षित करते हैं कि छायावाद हिंदी साहित्य के रोमांटिक उत्थान की वह काव्यधारा है जो लगभग
आपके पास भावना जी, अगर कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए पीपीटी नहीं हो तो क्या कहेंगे? इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए पीपीटी तो चाहिए।
सर मैंने प्रेजेंटेशन वो पीपीटी शेयर करी हुई है, अभी 2 जगह शेयर करी है, मैनेजमेंट मेल पे भी, इससे पहले मैम को भी शेयर कर दी, जिन मैम का ग्रुप ने बताया, दोनों चीजें शेयर कर दी हैं सर मैंने।
ने आप खुद से शेयर करिए ना उधर से, वो तो आपने भेज दिया है, आप खुद सीखिए शेयर करना। यू आर रिसर्च स्कॉलर, आपके पास लैपटॉप हो तो शेयर करिए। टेक्निकल टीम शेयर पीपीटी।
सर लैपटॉप तो चल रहा है लेकिन
चलिए आप हिंदी के यहाँ बता दीजिए।
बताइए।
हाँ जी सर, तो पहले छायावाद के बारे में थोड़ा सा जानना जरूरी होगा कि छायावाद 1918 से 1936 तक की प्रमुख युग रहा है उस टाइम पे। और सबसे पहले अगर छायावाद के बारे में जानना चाहें तो छायावाद के प्रमुख स्तंभ रहे हैं जयशंकर प्रसाद, सुमित्रानंदन पंत, महादेवी वर्मा, ये छायावाद के प्रमुख स्तंभ रहे हैं। और हिंदी कविता में छायावाद का युग द्विवेदी युग के बाद आया। द्विवेदी युग की कविता नीरस, उपदेशात्मक और इतिव्यतात्मक थी और छायावाद इसके विरुद्ध काम कर रहा था। छायावाद में हमने नई नई चीजों को देखा, छायावादी कवियों ने अलग अलग चीजों को समझाया कि हम क्या कर सकते हैं, कैसे आगे इस बारे में बढ़ सकते हैं। हिंदी छायावाद में कला प्रधान था, भावलोष्मित कविता रची गई। यह भाषा सुप्रसिद्ध कविता और नोबेल पुरस्कार विजेता रविन्द्रनाथ जी ने गीतांजलि में भी छायावाद के बारे में बहुत कुछ लिखा है। और द्विवेदी युग में कविता का ढांचा हमेशा पद्य का था और छाया से उसके सूक्ष्म कला व्यंजन का भी परिचय मिलता है। और उसकी काव्य कला में काव्यार्थ और चीजें बहुत अत्यधिक ध्वन्यात्मक और लाक्षणिकता हमें इससे मिलती है सर। और छायावाद की प्रमुख प्रवृत्तियां कई सारी रही हैं, जैसे व्यक्तिवाद का प्राधान्य, छायावादी काव्य में प्रकृति प्रेम, रहस्यवाद, रूढ़ियों से मुक्ति, नारी स्वतंत्र की भावना, राष्ट्रीय भावना। और छायावाद की सर प्रमुख शिल्पवत विशेषताएं भी बहुत अच्छी थी कि कल्पना का नवोन्मेष, काव्य भाषा, छंद से मुक्ति और बिंब और प्रतीक। और प्रमुख छायावादी कवि जैसा कि मैंने आपको पहले ही बताया कि जयशंकर प्रसाद, सूर्यकांत त्रिपाठी निराला, सुमित्रानंदन पंत और महादेवी वर्मा, ये प्रमुख छायावादी काव्य के स्तंभ थे। और छायावादी काव्य जब से चला आ रहा है तब तक अपनी नई चीजें छोड़ के आया है कि उसने छायावाद में कहाँ तक काम किया। जैसे जयशंकर प्रसाद ने की जो विशेषताएं थी छायावाद में, जयशंकर प्रसाद को छायावाद के ब्रह्मा, विष्णु और सुमित्रानंदन पंत को छायावाद के विष्णु और निराला छायावाद के शंकर थे। छायावादी काव्य में प्रकृति का बहुत अच्छा साधन था, जैसे कि शंकर प्रसाद ने लिखा है कि वे कुतपिन कितने सुंदर थे, नैनों की छाया भरे थे, जब सावन सघन बरसते तो क्या। उसके बाद रहस्यात्मकता भी था, जैसे लिखा है, न जाने नक्षत्रों से कौन, प्रसाद जी कहते हैं, निमंत्रण देता है तुझको मौत, तुम हिमालय शंग और मैं चंचल गति सरिता। और नारी के सौंदर्य एवं प्रेम का चित्रण बहुत अच्छा हुआ है सर। कुसुम कानन वैभव में नंद, रचित रमाण पराग शरीर, पवन प्रेरित सौरभ साकाम, खड़े होले मधु का आधार। जैसे सुमित्रानंदन जी पंत छायावाद को पाश्चात्य साहित्य के रोमांटिक से प्रभावित मानते हैं। और महादेवी वर्मा जी बहुत ज्यादा अच्छा लिखती है कि छायावाद का मूल दर्शन सर्वात्मा को मानती है और प्रकृति को उसका साधन मानती है। महादेवी वर्मा के अनुसार छायावाद की प्रकृति कविता हमारा प्रकृति के साथ रागात्मक संबंध स्थिति करके हमारे हृदय में व्यापक भावानु उत्पन्न करता है और हम समस्त विश्व के उपकरणों एवं एकात्मक भाव संबंध से जुड़े रहते हैं। और छायावादी काव्य में एक सबसे बड़ी विशेषता सर ये थी कि वेदना विभक्ति थी। वेदना से मतलब ऐसे ऐसे वेदनापूर्ण कविताएं लिखी गई हैं, जैसे पीड़ा मैं तुमको ढूंढूं तुमसे ढूंढेगी पीड़ा, तो महादेवी वर्मा जी ने लिखा, पीड़ा मेरे मानस से भीगे पटसी लिखती है। वेदना की यह अभिव्यक्ति छायावादी काव्य में अत्यधिक धार्मिक रूप से हुई है। छायावादी काव्य में राष्ट्रीय भावना भी है, जैसे मुझे तोड़ लेना वनमाली माँ, उस पथ पर देना तुम फेंक, पुष्प की अभिलाषा मातृभूमि पर शीश चढ़ाने जिस पथ पर। छायावादी काव्य में सर मानवतावादी दृष्टिकोण भी है, जैसे खोला है मेखला युग की, अमर प्रेम हो उसका बंधन, कभी प्रदेश से तन में वह पवित्र हो मन से।
भावना आगे बढ़ो
जी सर।
क्या कंक्लूड कर पा रहे हो बता दो हमें उस बेसिस पे। तो अच्छा किया आपने, काफी अच्छा प्रेजेंट किया, वेरी गुड प्रेजेंटेशन। कंक्लूजन में क्या कहना चाहते हैं?
कंक्लूजन मेरे पास सिर्फ इतना ही है छायावादी काव्य के लिए कि छायावाद के जो 4 स्तंभ थे ना, उन्होंने छायावाद काल को युग को बिल्कुल अलग बदल दिया और जो अपना योगदान दिया ना हिंदी साहित्य में, वो इनका एक बहुत बड़ा योगदान था। उस योगदान से हिंदी साहित्य में एक नई चहल आ गई। जो हम चहल देखना चाह रहे थे हिंदी साहित्य में, वो नई चहल आ गई थी, जिस वजह से जयशंकर प्रसाद की आंसू, कामायनी और ये सारी चीजें, प्लस उसमें लाक्षणिकता आ गई और हिंदी साहित्य में गद्य में जैसा कि द्विवेदी युग के बाद ये युग आया था, तब पद्य का बहुत सीजन था सर, और पद्य के बाद वो चीजें खत्म हो गई। उन्होंने उस चीज को अलग तरीके से प्रेजेंट करना शुरू कर दिया। इस काल में कवियों ने भावनात्मक दर्शन किया।
थैंक यू वेरी
थैंक यू
गुड।
सर, थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू सो मच।
एक ही सवाल है, थोड़ा सुन लेना।
जी सर, जी सर।
छायावाद का मेन पीरियड है 1918 to 1936, इज इट करेक्ट?
जी सर, जी सर।
1936 तक ये छायावाद तो पूरा डायरेक्शन दिया, लेकिन उसके बाद ये क्या हुआ? 36 के बाद जो पीरियड है हिंदुस्तान में, ये छायावाद का जो सारांश कंटिन्यू हुआ या बंद हो गया वहां पे?
नहीं सर, छायावाद का सारांश तो 1900 सुमित्रा नंदन पंत ने 1977 तक लिखा है, जिसमें कि उनकी प्रमुख कविताएं थी उच्छ्वास, ग्रंथि, वीणा, पल्लव, नौका विहार।
मतलब है वो अभी भी चल रहा है, वो अभी भी आगे बढ़ रहे, यही तो कहना चाहते हो?
हाँ सर, लगभग मेरे हिसाब से 60% का रेशो ऐसा है कि जहाँ छायावाद से रिलेटेड बहुत सारी कविताएं आज भी हिंदी साहित्य में लिखी जा रही है।
चलिए, अभी जो कंटेम्पररी सोसाइटी है, तो हमें इतना अच्छा सा राइटिंग्स है, हिंदी में भी है, बाकी भाषाओं में भी है, बहुत अच्छा राइटिंग्स है, ऐसा नहीं है सिर्फ हिंदी में। हिंदुस्तान का कोई भी भाषा ले लो, बहुत ही स्ट्रांग है, तमिल हो, तेलुगु हो, कर्नाटका कन्नड़ा हो, गुजराती हो, बहुत ही अच्छा है। तो उसके बावजूद वो जनरेशंस है, जनरल फॉरगेट अबाउट हिंदी एंड स्कॉलर्स, आप तो इसी में है, बाकी जो जनरेशंस है इस सारांश से दूर हो गया, इस सारांश से हट गया। देखिए बाकी कल्चरल सोसाइटी देखिए, बाकी कल्चरल ग्रुप देखिए, काफी इम्पैक्ट ऑफ मीडिया देखिए, हम कहाँ से कहाँ पहुंचे।
जी सर,
ठीक है, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
थैंक यू सो मच सर,
थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू। और इट इज टाइम टू रिक्वेस्ट आवर professor who is chairing this session, Professor C.R.K. Murthy sir, who is the former director of Stride in New Delhi, to give the concluding remarks of this session.
After तो मैंने तो हर एक पे रिमार्क्स दे दिया, तो कंक्लूडिंग के लिए ज्यादा कुछ रहा नहीं है। फिर भी आई थिंक एक दो स्कॉलर्स काफी अच्छा प्रेजेंट किए थे। एक तो स्वाति जो मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी अप्रोच में थोड़ा सा प्रेजेंट किया है, भावना जी अपना हिंदी के थीम में ले लिया है, और ये मेरा सजेशन है जो सुबह भी कहा था सेशन में, स्कॉलर्स है जो एनजीपी के फोकस है, जो भी टॉपिक लेते हैं वो कंटेम्पररी सोसाइटी हिंदी, मैंने अभी जो भावना जी के इसमें कंक्लूजन में बोला था, अभी जो छायावाद का जो एम्फोसिस था, अभी मॉडर्न कंटेम्पररी में किस हद तक यूज हो रहा है, किस हद तक यूज नहीं हो रहा है, हम किस डायरेक्शन से जनरेशन जा रहा है, वो ऐसा रिलेट कर सकते हैं। सिर्फ नहीं तो वही रह जाएगा छायावाद, वो सोसाइटी के क्या फायदा होगा? सोसाइटी का आप ही स्कॉलर है, आप रिलेट करेंगे, मैं नहीं जानता हूँ। अगर भावना जी छायावाद का कंटेम्पररी इश्यूज में रिलेट करेगी, आने वाले विद्यार्थी उसको पढ़ सकते हैं। अगर अभी नहीं रहोगे, वही रह जाएगा, मैं यही रह जाऊंगा। तो दिस इज एप्लीकेबल टू एवरी स्कॉलर। वो थोड़ा सा करें, जो बहुत सारे स्कॉलर्स ने थोड़ा जल्दीबाजी किया है, भाई एनजीपी में जो डॉक्यूमेंट में है वही प्रेजेंट करने की जरूरत नहीं है, वो तो हमने सब पढ़ लिया, 11.4, 8.2, 8.1, वही पढ़ने की जरूरत नहीं है। वो जो पॉइंट के ऊपर आपका क्या व्यू है, वो पॉइंट को हमने कैसा लागू कर सकता है, कैसे इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकता है, इम्प्लीमेंट करने में क्या दिक्कत आ सकती है, दिस इज हाउ यू एज अ स्कॉलर हैज टू सी दैट वन। आई थिंक दीज आर माय कंक्लूडिंग वर्ड्स। Thank you very much. I sincerely thank the organizers, particularly Lal Saab and the team, for giving me this opportunity. I think I really enjoyed interacting with all the scholars. Thank you very much, sir.
Namaskar, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks a lot, because you have contributed a lot beyond to the expectation. And now, Murthy sir, you will be happy to listen that
Thank you,
this session we are having experts.
Thank you, Murthy sir. Thank you very much for your time, valuable time.
नमस्कार सर आपका नाम किशोर है सर आई वांट टू
सर मेरा नाम है डॉक्टर प्रमोद के राघव, डॉक्टर प्रमोद राघव.
Pramod Raghav. I think when I visited 15 years back, I met quite a few people. I have not met that's why I'm just walking.
Yes, sir.
Sometime we'll meet.
Yes. In this session, we have Dr. Venu Gopal Rao Soma. He is chairing this session. He is Professor Advanced Center of Research in High Energy Materials, University of Hyderabad. And we have keynote speaker Dr. Ajay Kumar Misra, Department of Applied Chemistry, University of Johannesburg, South Africa. We have Dr. Pradeep Kumar Srivastava, Deputy Director and Senior Principal Scientist in the Medicinal and Process Chemistry Division of CSIR, Central Drug Research Institute, Lucknow. And perhaps Dr. Joshi has also joined to us. Joshi, Dr. Joshi. Anyway, so first of all, welcome to Dr. Professor Venu Gopal Soma, and me allow to introduce him. Dr. S. Venu Gopal Rao has more than 28 years of research experience in experimental, ultra-fast, non-linear optics, phonetics, and spectroscopy. He obtained his master and PhD degree from University of Hyderabad in 1994 and 2000. And also it is a matter of pride for us to know that he has been identified as one of the top 2% of scientists worldwide in optoelectronics and phonetics by the Stanford study in October 2020. He received the MRSI medal for 2022 from the Material Research Society of India, and he has obtained so many fellowships and others. So we are very much happy and we are feeling proud to see Professor Venu Gopal Rao. Similarly, we have scientist Professor Pradeep Srivastava, Dr. Pradeep Srivastava. So this session, first of all, and Ajay Kumar Misra ji, and by dint of his versatile experiment and extraordinary knowledge in chemistry, Dr. Ajay Kumar Misra is now working in Johannesburg, South Africa, where he is working on different level of patenting, research, and different other aspect of modern and applied chemistry. So on behalf of the whole fraternity of the conference organizing team, we are welcoming all our experts and all our guests. So first of all, I'd like to request Dr. Venu Rao Soma for your small talk for all the young participants and for their generous elevation on the subject physics, chemistry, and maths that is intended for this session. Professor Dr. Venu Gopal Rao Soma.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Is my voice audible?
Yes.
I'll be. Is my screen visible, sir?
Not yet.
I have shared my full screen. Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Okay. A very good afternoon to everybody to this special session on physics, mathematics, and chemistry. So we have three distinguished speakers apart from the student presentations. So I will start with the introduction to myself and my research work. I belong to Advanced Center of Research in High Energy Materials. This is a DRDO Center of Excellence at the University of Hyderabad. And our main goal is for defense applications, we use what we call as ultra-fast lasers, and using these ultra-fast lasers, we prepare nanomaterials. So these nanomaterials are used in defense and or space applications. I will show you one such application in defense where we use these lasers and nanomaterials. So our main goal is to detect explosives at the trace levels at very small concentrations. Of course, there are many techniques to detect explosives in the bulk, but there are very few techniques to detect explosives at the small scale. You have chemistry based methods, you have laser based methods, you have non-laser based methods. So I'm not going into those details. So we use lasers to prepare a specific kind of nanomaterials. So lasers are now used in a variety of fields. They are used for patterning, texturing, coating, deposition, etching, pyrolysis, micromachining, 3D structuring, sintering, and melting. So a variety of applications are possible now with the different kinds of lasers available in the market. Here I am showing a pictograph of two different lasers. One we call it as a nanosecond laser, which is 10 power minus 9 seconds, and a femtosecond laser, which is 10 power minus 15 seconds. So we call this as a short pulse laser, and this is as an ultra short pulse laser. So when you make a structure on a surface of any metal, for example, you see this is a kind of structure with this short laser pulsar, and this is a kind of structure with this ultra short laser pulsar. So these ultra short laser pulses can create precise structures on materials or inside the materials, and there's a whole lot of physics going on between the mechanism, what happens when this pulse interacts and creates this structure, or this pulse interacts and creates this structure. So we use ultra short pulse laser material processing to create the nanostructures. We get very precise nanostructures, and there are several applications including lassie, crystal growth, lithography, materials analysis. So what we basically do is we take a solvent and which we put a target. For example, I can put a silver target or a gold target or a copper target, and you focus the laser beam. The focused laser beams ablates the material. It will remove material from the surface because the pulse is very powerful. The number of photons packed inside this pulse are too large. So this ablates the material, which means the surface atoms are removed, and those are now in the liquid. So this liquid now contains these nanoparticles, what we call it, these small, they form a nanoparticle inside this medium, and this surface of the structure remains modified. So this is what we do experimental. Laser pulse comes in, we have a target at the bottom of the beaker, and you have either distilled water or any organic solvent. That depends on what kind of material you want to prepare. And you can see the plasma is created and the material is being ejected. And within few minutes, you see the change in the color of the liquid, which means there are nanoparticles formed. In this case, we are preparing gold nanoparticles by simply ablating a gold plate inside this liquid. So these are very pure nanoparticles, unlike your chemically prepared nanoparticles, and we use ultra fast pulses. This is 50 femtosecond pulses at a wavelength of 800 nanometer, 500 microjoule pulse, and they come at 1000 pulses per second. So these are pulse lasers. So these are a variety of nanomaterials we could prepare, from ranging from silver to gold to copper to alloys of gold silver, alloys of gold copper. So these are, for example, the target. This is, for example, silver target, and this is what portion has been ablated, and that is collected as colloids here. And this is a nanostructure on the surface. This is gold. This is silver. You can ablate silicon. These are AgAU alloy nanoparticles. So a variety of materials can be ablated, and you can get a variety of nanoparticles, hundreds of them, thousands of them now. So I've shown you only a very specific nanomaterials. And what we do with these, we use the technique of Raman spectroscopy. Raman spectroscopy is, most of you know, it's a molecular fingerprinting technique, and it's one of the most common techniques for detection of bulk explosives. However, the problem is the Raman scattering is a very weak process. So only 1 in 10 power 6 incoming photons are scattered. So the Raman signal itself is very weak. That's what initially Raman found very difficult to look at the signals when he did the experiment in 1920s, 27, 28. So the molecular vibration spectrum that Raman measures has a very high information content. Usually it's a signature of a particular molecule. Each molecule has a distinct vibration Raman spectrum. So that is the idea we use. And Raman spectroscopy exhibits very high specificity, And it has, unlike your IR spectroscopy, you can do analysis in water also. Raman has that advantage. IR spectrum of water is strong and complex, whereas Raman is very easy to collect the spectra. So you can work with aqueous samples also. It's a non-destructive technique and it's a real time. You immediately measure, you get your spectra, you can identify the molecule. That's the key thing we use in our studies. And as I said, it's a very weak process. So unless you put in large number of photons or you improve the signal by what we call as is nanoparticles, and this surface of these nanoparticles enhance the Raman signal. Therefore, we call it as surface enhanced Raman spectroscopy. And this surface enhancement comes from these plasmons, which are a signature of these nanomaterials. For example, these gold spheres, gold triangles, gold cubes, gold nanostars. These are all nanomaterials. They exhibit the surface plasmons, and this surface plasmon helps to amplify the Raman signal when an analyte molecule sits in the vicinity of these nanostructures. For example, at the tip, you see an analyte molecule, the Raman signal gets enhanced, or in between two nanospheres, the Raman signal gets enhanced. So here you see all these red dots are where the Raman signal gets enhanced. So, and enhancement is quite huge. It can be 1,000,000 times, it can be 1,000,000,000 times. So therefore, you can do a single molecule spectroscopy or single molecule detection with this kind of nanostructures. So the challenge is now to prepare these nanostructures where you can get this enhancement of the Raman signal. And once you prepare those nanostructures, we collect the analyte, drop the analyte molecule on this nanostructure and use a simple portable Raman spectrometer and collect the Raman spectra. So we can do different types of CRS substrates. Again, I will not go into detail. I will show you some examples. So this is what we do, portable Raman spectrometer. We have a laptop where 12,000 Raman spectra are collected. So any unknown molecule you give me, I can collect at a low concentration and match it with my library. And I can show you. So this is what the Raman spectra looks like without any nanoparticle. This is a very low concentration methylene blue, which is at 5 nanomolar. Once you start putting EU nanoparticles, you see these are the Raman peaks of this particular molecule. These are the different vibrational modes of this molecule. So without nanoparticles, you don't see the signal. With nanoparticles, you start seeing signals even for 5 nanomolar of this particular time molecule. Then we also do some analytical calculations. So one example is where we have ablated these silver nanoparticles separately, copper nanoparticles separately, and then again mix them and expose to laser. We get alloy nanoparticles, AgCu nanoparticles, or we can ablate it in the presence of a gold salt. The laser will reduce the gold salt to gold nanoparticles and the AgCu target to Ag or Cu nanoparticles, and again they form a CuAu or AgAu nanoparticles. So this is how we make these a variety of nanoparticles, and then we characterize them, study them, we look at their sizes, shapes, morphologies, we confirm that these are indeed pure or aligned nanoparticles, and then we do the Raman spectroscopy or the surface enhanced Raman spectroscopy. Here I am showing you the spectra of a dimolecule 5 nanomolar and DNT, which is an explosive at 1 micromolar. So even at 1 micromolar of these explosive molecules, we see the signature peaks using these alloy nanoparticles. Again, details I'll skip. And then, as I said, these are the colloids which we get from ablation of a gold, and these are the surfaces which are left over after the ablation. So these can be used for SER studies. These also can be used for SER studies. In fact, we have shown that when you have two analyte molecule mixture, even then you can identify each one of these molecules independently. Different mixtures of molecules and even a mixtures of two explosive molecules, we can identify the molecule easily even at very low concentrations. One of our best substrates is this gold structure which we made using these short laser pulses, and this is what it looks like. When you zoom in, these are the structures, hierarchical structures we see on this, and these really help in enhancing the Raman signal. And here we could get almost 3 different molecules we could detect. This is for a dinitrotoluene, this is for picric acid. So this is what basically we do, create a variety of nanomaterials and use them for studying explosive traces using a simple portable Raman spectrometer. So tomorrow I can take this portable Raman spectrometer and my laser prepared substrates to any point in the field, and then I can detect any hazardous molecule, whether it is a pesticide, whether it is an explosive. Even we are trying to detect narcotics. So there is a large possibilities of detection of various hazardous molecules using these kind of structures and a simple portable Raman spectrometer. So this is our main goal, and we have studied different structures, different materials, different ways of modifying these structures and see which structures gives you the best Raman enhancement. So this is what we are right now doing. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Benu Gopal Rao Shoma, sir.
Yes,
We are very much thankful to you, and for your kind information, you are chairing this session. So this session is under you, and I'm getting permission by you, and I would like to request Professor Ajay Kumar Misra ji. I don't know what is the time right now in Johannesburg. He's in South Africa right now.
Yes.
I hope that yes, it might be there may be night or what is the time I'm not able to forecast. So we are welcoming to Professor Ajay Kumar Misra ji for your expert talk in a very emphatic form and a very concise form for our viewers and for our researchers. So over to Professor Ajay Kumar Misra, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am not sure whether anybody can be able to hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Oh, right. So the time is 11:52 at this moment. So it's like 12 noon at this moment in South Africa. Quite pleasant weather at this moment. So obviously you can see. Let me just try to save the slide and then we can take it from there.
Please share the full screen, then we'll be able to.
Yes. Share the screen. Can you able to see my slide?
It's loading. Yeah, now we can make it full screen, please.
It is now full screen?
No, it's medium.
Okay.
Change the slide and see if it works. Okay, now it was, no, we have come back to the, no, it was earlier full screen only. Yeah, fine. Please go ahead.
All right. Okay, so not taking a lot of time, let me say thank you very much for the organizing team to give me the opportunity to present. And I just joined like 10-15 minutes before, and I can see like it's quite versatile field has been, given the opportunity for many of the speaker. So I'm just going to be brief as I have been told, and thanks for the giving me the opportunity once again. So obviously I work in the area of nanotechnology and environmental remediation, and quite a long time I have been based in South Africa. So those who is not familiar, actually this is the last part of Africa, that is called South Africa. Mostly with the cricket team, I think everybody will be quite familiar. We have around close to 59 million population, full of all the races, around 80% black, around 8% white, and around 8% Asian. So even Indian population is quite huge there. A little bit brief about my university, which is Durban University of Technology. At this moment, actually, this is the way the campuses look like. Around 5 campuses we have it, and obviously they have a good ranking there. In terms of the view, I think our university is somewhere right here, and then you can see like you can have good, the seashore, and you can enjoy. If you want to enjoy the natural beauty, obviously you can do. That is the part. And if you want to do the surfing or walking with the lions or the safari is quite beautiful. So more a warm welcome for you those who want to visit to South Africa. And then obviously like you can do the culture celebration about the South Africa quite nicely we do. So since I have little less time actually, so let me little bit introduce about the nanotechnology. Obviously, those who are very much new in the field, they can know this is just like less than 100 nanometer size. Obviously, due to the surface area ratio, this field has been quite explore because of the application. You can see not limiting to the energy. It is going to the medicine, drugs, nanotechnology, nano devices, optical engineering, defense security, bioengineering, cosmetics, nanofabrics. But our main focus of the research is like this water treatment. So because we are close to the society, and obviously when we are trying to we are trying to make sure actually like the material is being tested in the lab and with the help of industry, and that's how the materials is going. So those like who's working, they can easily see like there is two way of making this nanomaterial. Obviously, it does exist in our natural system. Obviously, you can see our DNA is the smallest side we have it. And if you have to imagine the human hair, it's around, if you're trying to imagine about 10,000 times smaller, you can see actually like that is the nanoparticle we are trying to talk about. In terms of like when we are going to go like the man-made, there is a lot of discovery that has happened, usually starting from the carbon nanotube, fullerenes, buckyballs, and then nowadays a lot has been done with the graphene material as well. Right. So you'll be wondering actually like this nanotechnology was existing. Obviously, India was quite good and adventurous in that way that we were using a lot of carbon nanopowder long before. And especially if you try to see the Ajanta painting and the sword of Tipu Sultan, obviously you can see the nanotechnology was right there. And obviously there is a Asoka pillar there in the Kutub area, and it has been documented right there. But this terminology is coming from 1959 Caltech, when Richard Feynman is the one who coined this kind of term. Like there is plenty of term room at the bottom, but in 1974, Norio Tonguchi is the one who has coined this terminology called nanotechnology. But why we need actually this nanotechnology? The questions a lot comes to our mind actually, like how do this strain resistant material work, how the electronics keeps getting smaller. Like if you are going to think around 20 years back, we are thinking the television size is quite now reduced, and obviously their life cycle, performance, everything has been multidisciplinary. Even our smartphones, if you try to see, and in the medical sector, as I was trying to brief it, you like how we are looking that the cancer patient is not having the side effects. And if we are trying to put as a thinking cap, obviously nanoscale is the answer. At least we are know. But in terms of synthesizing, we have two methods. One is called top-down. The other one is a bottom-up approach. And this is the way basically two methods the nanoparticle is being synthesized. Obviously, why we are trying to synthesize or make this one, because of the problem behind the water. What is around close to 1% is available to us. Rest is the ocean, around 97.1%. Obviously, then we have the lakes, borewell. So idea is like how we can try to clean our environment safe. So we have the industry, we have the littering, house waste, picket of waste, and that is how we are to make this water pollution quite a huge number. So obviously, like what we can do actually just to minimize, because the consequences is quite big, and you might have seen in Discovery channels and other kind of channels like what are the nature disadvantage that is taking place. So the saving of water, there are multiple way we can try to do, and obviously like those who are not working in the area, these are the way actually you can try to make it. And if you want to really have the fun with the water, obviously you can go to the water park rather than wasting the water. So our approach of the research is like simple. We use the plastic. That's how I have done a BBC interview in 2016 itself, where we are using a lot of filler materials. So we make the composite or nanocomposite based on the sizes, and then obviously we try to do the simple adsorption technique, which is like with the surface adsorption, we can try to remove. Obviously, we have done a number of cycle actually how we can reuse it or recycle in number of ways we have done there. Just to make the nanocomposite, you need two things. One is called the filler or reinforcement. The other one is called matrix. And if you have to talk about the fillers, we have the clay, siloxane, metal nanoparticle, rare earth nanoparticle, the carbon nanomaterial, which is single walled, multi-walled, double walled. And then when we are looking for the matrix, we are having the carbon, metal matrix, the biopolymer, the ceramics, and the polymer. It is going to be form of the nanocomposites. So the idea is like there are three kind of most abundant nanocomposite, whether it is a polymer nanocomposite, a metal oxide, or metal mixed type of nanocomposite, what has been discovered. What we are trying to do actually, we are trying to make a polymer nanocomposite material. With this animation, you can try to see like how in the matrix, in the channel you can see like the colored one is like the polluted water. It is going to stuck up on the surface, and obviously like you can see how we can try to purify the water. Obviously with this there is a different kind of processes has to be involved, where you can see actually like how to check the water quality, and that's how you can try to reuse that same water. For the layman understanding, this is one kind of nanocomposite we made it called polypyrrole glycine doped iron oxide nanocomposite for the chromium 6 removal. So the nanocomposite is looking like this. Before adsorption is like that, and after adsorption. But in terms of the pictorial one, you can see like the 200 ppm concentration of chromium is like that. And when we are trying to incorporate the nanocomposite, you can see this is chromium free. But as I said before, obviously it has to go for the water quality check, and then obviously you have to release for the municipality and other the purposes what we can do. For your understanding, if you have to see there how the water works actually, like it coming from the lake Rockwell, then go to the chemical treatment, flocculation sedimentation process, it works there, and then obviously like there is a chemical treatment is happening, and then it is going to the storage, and finally it is going to be distribution for the household. Our nanotechnology role comes right here. If you try to see there, where we are using two good techniques. One you have seen that called adsorption, and then the other one it is called the photocatalysis process. We try to use and degrade the material, the harmful material, so that we can reuse it. Another example, if we try to see, this is with Taiwan, we have done the collaboration there. We try to make the nanocomposite in the form of foam. Obviously, why we are making in the form of foam? Because we want to make it like more porous material. As soon as it is more porous, obviously the adsorption capacity is going to be increased. And then obviously we have done this one in the late adsorption. The publication is there in the public domain. You can find it out. And this is simple with the simple coordinate bonding with the lead we have removed. So all the physical parameters we try to take, like effect of pH, concentration, doses, time. I'm not going more on the details and everything because of the time constraint. Obviously, I'm taking a little bit more actually, but 2-3 minutes I'm trying to conclude in that way so that you can see. And end of the day, we have to see actually how many number of cycle we can do. And then when we are trying to approach to the community, how we can try to make sure like this harmful kind of this chemicals, whether it is organic, inorganic, it is not there, and then we measure the quality check, and that's how it is coming right there. So the another material what we try to use, the hydrogel material, where we are trying to use the dyes actually, which can really adsorb in between the surfaces, and obviously like that is another way of treating. The second approach we try to do actually, this was the way like when we can synthesize using the nanotechnology and then we can treat the water. And the second way what we try to do, we try to take the waste which is from the pulp and paper mill, effluents it is there, and then we try to take out the black liquor. Obviously black liquor has a lot of carbon content there, and obviously we try to make the silicon carbide, and this is very, very important aspect of discovery we have done, where we are using the coal tar pitch as well, and then we have used even the raw the organic compound, and then obviously the polymers. So different kind of approaches it has been done actually just to synthesize this silicon carbide material. So trying to go a little bit on the conclusion side, what we need actually as the motive of this conference, that how we can see actually like how we can make the viable type of material which can be helpful to the community, how we can try to take it from the lab school to the industry, what we are already doing there, and then obviously like when it is going to go, what we can do for the domestic and industrial purposes. And end of the day, if the young researcher is quite motivated and they are coming all together, obviously we can find a good solution for the nanotechnology. We had one academy, nanotechnology of wastewater. So those who are interested, they can follow the details, and they are the one who's pioneering. And then, like if you look for more note, I have to say thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. And if there is any queries or question, I will be more than happy to respond.
Yeah,
Thank
Professor
you so much.
Professor Misra, it is the appropriate, Professor Venugopal is the appropriate person to give you thanks because he is sharing the session.
Right.
But
Yes.
my curiosity is very high since from the first day by interacting with you. You say that this is India's first and largest women's university, Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, India's first state private women's university. So, what is the possibility to collaborate? Because you have discussed with me regarding that, so it is why I am talking to you publicly. Would like to collaborate regarding some our research, specifically related to nanoparticles and others. Is there any possibility with your institution where you are working currently?
Yes, there is a lot possibility. We have done actually quite good MOUs with IITs and the other university, but we don't have any mandate actually like we have to only work for those premier institutions. So whosoever makes comfortable and to do, and that is the one way when your university has approached, I agreed to collaborate. And obviously everything starts from the small. So if we are looking some collaboration, we can try to have like a workshop or symposium type of things, and we can see actually like how we can fit together. And once that is defined, obviously there is a lot possibilities there we can do, because nanotechnology, I think many of peoples are doing, but perhaps they are not also aware like whether they are making use of this thing. So, and facilities, obviously if you don't have, you don't need to worry, because we have the facility, or there is a lot of collaborative
Dr.
facilities
Misra,
are there.
Dr. Misra, sorry to interrupt. I think we can have this discussion separately. The next speaker is probably anxious about his battery.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank
So
you.
please let us
Now
go to the next
we have
speaker.
Dr. Pradeep Kumar Srivastav, and he is the senior scientist, and he has been deputy director and senior principal scientist in medicinal and process chemistry division, CSIR, Central Drug Research Institute, Lucknow. So, sir, as per the instruction of our chair, we are inviting you for your expert talk in concise form so that our researchers may be inspired by listening in. Over to Pradeep Kumar Srivastav ji, please.
Sure. Please share your full screen, sir.
I'm unable to connect. That is the issue. Should I go to the slide or share screen? I think.
Yeah. Share screen, correct, and share full screens there.
Actually, I've never used StreamYard. So to get connected, that is a problem.
And there's no student there who can help you?
So if you have a near to
No, sir,
task
I'm
bar,
sitting
I think
alone in
showing-
Mizoram.
Okay. Did you share the slides with the
Should I
organizers?
go to the slides, sir? Slides?
Yes.
If you have shared to the technical team, then Dr. Suman, please coordinate with the technical team and try to.
No, sir. I'm using my laptop. Is presentation is open, but it is not. I'm unable to show, like, Zoom and other things. I can go from here and present, but I'm here.
First,
I'm unable
please
to connect.
share. There is a share button, sir. Present. There is a present button there. You please click that.
Yeah.
Share, huh?
Just near the
Yeah.
taskbar.
No, present. Settings. Present. Leave studio. Present. Settings. Stop cam and mute from right to the left. At the bottom of your screen, you will see these buttons. There is a present
share
button.
option is coming, sir. But present button, yes. Share screen. Should I go now?
That. Yeah, share full screen. Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, I think something is loading.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah,
so I'll thank you so much.
Please make it full. Please make it full screen, sir. Please make it full screen.
Can you see right now?
Yeah, we can see your slides
now.
Yes.
So I'm going to talk to you on a very interesting subject. It's bio-inspired engineering. And see, we all say we are professor for last 40 years, 50 years. But here is the nature which has got experience of 3.8 billion years. That 8 billion years, nature has done a lot of R&D work. So there is a lady who gave an idea that why not to learn from nature. So bio-inspired engineering is basically learning science from nature. So I want to come to the very quickly, because my battery is going off. Here is an ant. Suppose my weight is, I cannot even hold 70 kg comfortably. But can you imagine an ant can carry 50 times than its own weight? So you can see what are the muscle power, what are the chemicals involved in making those muscles powerful. If we learn that, we can create superhumans. So here is a small worm, and he's telling, look, he's not simply watching us. He's a scientist like me. He will learn from us and then we'll make millions. It's high time we file a patent for everything we do. Now, I was surprised to see, I was in China recently in a city called Nanjing in Inspired Engineering Conference. They showed me this slide, and here you can see the ants are moving in both the direction. So I said, what for this is there? They said, we are learning how to manage the traffic on the roads of China. And that we are learning from ants, how they move, how they change the direction and everything. So this is a kingfisher bird, and because of this bird today, the bullet trains are running. The first bullet train was started in 1964 in Japan, and it was Shinkansen bullet train, the same train which is coming to Mumbai and Ahmedabad in India. So initial speed was around 300 kilometers. But what happened when it was to pass through 22 tunnels? The moment it passed through the first tunnel, there was a sound blast and all the window panes of the nearby building got smashed. People thought they will go mad because their ears will burst. And they said, no, we don't want bullet train. So the government Japan has no choice but to stop the whole project. Now, what to do now? So there was a person from Japanese Railway. One day he was watching kingfisher bird, and you can see when she was diving 10 times, every time she could catch a fish. Whereas the other birds, with a rounded beak, they were able to catch 50 to 60% time. So he got here and he went to the government and said, I want to do some work. And what he did, he changed the shape of the engine like the beak of the kingfisher button. And can you believe in this time it was run, there was no sound blast, speed increased 10% more, that means 330 kilometers, and electricity consumption came to 15% down. This is another good example how nature helped. And because of this, now today the bullet trains are running, at least 100 trains run in China. And I was standing in a station there, and 2 bullet trains were coming and going, and there was no problem. Now see this small tree frog, which lives in the rainforest area. And he doesn't jump like the normal Indian frogs. And remember, it is a rainforest, so it is rainy, it is slimy, it is slippery. He can fall down anytime, but he never falls. The reason is the very strong grip he has. So I met a scientist in China, and he realized that a lot of old people, like our grandmother, grandfather, they are 85, 90 years of age. They slip in the bathroom and they have hip bone fracture. Now, operation is not possible, so they get a chronic infection, and after that, there may be death also. So, what he did when he studied the limbs of this frog, he found that in 1 square inch there are thousands of grippers, and that makes the grip very strong. So, same thing he copied and he made new shoes, chappals, and and on a slippery surface, you will not fall down. A small tree that can walk on our palm can make the life so comfortable for the elderly people by this experiment. Now, this is the desert of Texas in America, and here lives a lizard, and the deserts are very hot. Now, lizard has got a technology. What technology she has? She catches moisture in the night, and daytime she keeps on slowly releasing the moisture, so whole body is cool and comfortable. So scientists copied the same thing. They designed bricks, and those bricks do the same thing. They absorb moisture in the night, and daytime they keep on releasing the whole slowly the moisture, so the building becomes comfortable. And so so just I'll go to the last slide, sir, because here you can see the same. Just I'll. You can see these are the fire alarms we normally put in our buildings. And in every building, you might have seen every 15 to 20 feet, one fire alarm in it. Their sensitivity is like this. But here is a small insect called Melanophila. She can sense the fire even because she has 70 thermosensor in her neck. Now scientists are learning from this small insect that can they design a fire alarm which can cover area of 130 kilometers. That means for one city, one fire alarm will be enough. And these are the shells, when you go to the seaside, you catch up the shell. And these shells are very strong, you cannot break them. So when scientists cut them, they found their shape is very similar to an aircraft engine or turbine engine and hydroelectric generation turbine engine. So now, recently, I saw this kind of shells in Barcelona, Spain Science Museum. So scientists told us that now they are trying to develop a new kind of aircraft engine by this design, and if it becomes possible, then they can have very powerful hydroelectric engines at the way aircraft engines also. So I used cartoon for giving the lecture. So here is a small baby, and he's talking to his father, Dad, if they design turbine engines of the aircraft based on our shells, then will they allow us free air travel? So these are the seashells, and this picture I took in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. And these muscles, they are very strongly attached to the dog. Even when the seawater is coming, they are not getting detached. So scientists discovered the adhesive, and they thought when you do the surgical operation, the blood comes out. So for joining the skin while the blood is coming out, this kind of adhesive obtained from these. This is something I wanted to convey to you because time was less. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to talk to you and tell a brief about the bio-inspired engineering. So thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your nice presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for very, very informative presentation. And now, Dr. Benu Gopal Rao Sharma, sir.
Yes, sir. The third speaker.
We have some research scholars who are here to give their presentation.
Okay.
So, firstly,
We'll take the third speaker later, right? There's a third speaker also.
No. Who is
Sir,
that?
may I present Sunil Chaudhary?
Sir, just wait, please. Sunil Chaudhary, who is this, please?
Okay, sir.
Who is this, please? Sunil Kumar Chaudhary,
Sir,
who is this?
I am research scholar of JVW,
Just you wait, please. Just you wait. Dr. Deepika, she is waiting since last some moments. Deepika is here.
No.
And one big information is here that Professor Mahua Banerjee, who is the HOD of Mathematics and Statistics from IIT Kanpur, has joined us, and she has been a special guest. She was also with us in the inaugural session of this function. So, madam, welcome you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't. There was some trouble logging in, but anyway, now it's fine.
Okay, madam, just be with us for some moment and let us enjoy the presentation firstly.
Deepika is online. Deepika is joined.
Yes, Deepika, please start your presentation. Deepika, please. Deepika, start presentation.
You have to unmute yourself. Your voice is muted. Deepika, you have to unmute yourself.
In this session, scholars of physics, chemistry, and mathematics, consequently, they are going to give their presentation. Deepika Yadav.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are given 5 minutes maximum. Please finish your presentation.
Share your slides. Please share your slides.
मैम स्लाइड शेयर करो.
दीपिका जी, आपके पास 4 मिनट टाइम और बचे हैं. प्लीज. We have a long list. See here. Yes, Sunil Kumar Chaudhary ji, you start your presentation. I hope there is some network issue.
Sure, sir.
Firstly, on your camera.
Is it visible?
No,
Open your slides. Open the PowerPoint. क्या हुआ?
Yes,
सुनील जी
I'm
जल्दी
sharing.
करिए.
Yes, sir. Is it visible?
Slowly. Yeah, your screen is visible. You have to open the PowerPoint presentation. You are only sharing probably that window. You have to share the whole screen.
Okay.
Open the PPTX, that Sunil Kumar Chaudhary PPTX.
Yes, I have opened, sir.
Then you have not shared the whole screen then. You have to share the whole screen or share the presentation. Better to share the whole screen. Stop and start again. See, I think the organizer should collect the slides and they should start presenting.
We have
This way
already
we are
passed
going
this
to be.
information, but these scholars are listening less. We have already passed the information to all the participants that specifically to UG, PG and PhD students that you should submit your PhD to the technical team so that in case of any problem they can share by their
Yes.
side.
Absolutely right. Now he has left.
Deepika,
are you ready?
दीपिका, अरे सुनील जी आप प्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं क्या?
Sir, I am trying but having some issue.
Yeah, now we can see your screen. Now
चलिए
we can
शुरू
see your
करिए.
slides. Yeah. Put it in full screen mode.
दीपिका आप प्रेजेंट करिए.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Presentation mode पे डालिए आप.
Start presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Deepika and I am a research scholar in Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University. So my topic of presentation is green synthesis and characterization of cadmium selenide nanoparticles.
Yes, yes.
Next slide. Introduction. So as we know, in today's time, nanoparticles have attracted enormous attention due to their unique size dependent properties. As we know, today's time, nanoparticle is an area in which everyone is going to research. So my interest is nanoparticle is because of that. As we know, nanoparticles have two properties, that is quantum effect and surface. Quantum effect. What is quantum effect? Because of quantum effect, as we know, nanoparticles have small size. So because of that, nanoparticles have small size and their energy band gap increases so that electron and hole cannot make a pair. And because of that, excitons created. Okay, as we know, cadmium and selenide are second and fourth group nanoparticles, and their applications are like solar cell, light emitting diode, gas sensors, single electron transistors. And cadmium selenide can also be used in biomedical imaging due to their wide absorption cross section and narrow emission bands. Cadmium nanoparticle exists in many three structural forms, and one of that is hexagonal structure. Here in my presentation or in my research, I use thin layer of cadmium selenide, which is prepared by chemical method. So my material and method is, firstly, I made a cadmium selenide as a cadmium and selenide as a precursor. Cadmium selenide was prepared by a Stokes solution of sodium sulfide, and then I took selenium metallic powder and mixed them at 80 degrees for 24 hours to make a clear solution. So cadmium selenide was prepared by cadmium nitrate and selenium solution as a precursor. Then I added 2 drops of hydrogen hydrate in selenium solution, and after that I got my cadmium selenide crystal.
What happened, Deepika?
I think she is lost. We lost her connection.
सुनील कुमार चौधरी जी.
Yes, sir.
बट इनका स्लाइड्स चल रहा है सर, सो इसको कैसे चेक करेंगे?
अभी तो साथ में है, इसके बाद आप प्रेजेंटेशन देंगे या इस स्लाइड को हटाएंगे? प्लीज टेल अस.
No, we'll wait 1 minute. Otherwise, we'll give you 1 minute time and then.
Sir, Deepika is present.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir. Yes,
Deepika.
sir.
So Deepika, continue, please.
Yes, sir. So the optical absorption of nanocrystal was studied by using UV spectrometer with a spectral bandwidth of 2 nanometers.
Oh,
Next
next
slide.
slide. Next slide.
Next
slide.
So this is the result of structural characterization. In this X-ray pattern of cadmium selenide quantum dots have different particle size represented in this figure. So it represents that broadness of different peaks of sample increase gradually with decrease in the size of particle. That means when we decrease the nanoparticle size, the broadness of peak increases. And there are 3 different peaks in this diagram, which shows the different observed value of different samples. Next test is for optical characterization. Next slide. Optical characterization. In this, as we can see, this diagram shows is between wavelength and intensity. It shows that on decreasing the particle size, the binding energy increases of the because of the overlapping of holes and electrons. And this confinement of energy of hole and electrons is responsible for the creating of excitons. Next slide.
Next slide.
So in conclusion, cadmium selenide quantum dots were prepared through chemical route, and I have successfully designed the synthesis process of cadmium quantum dots with an capping agent, which can help in further studies for biological applications.
What is the size of the quantum dots you prepared?
That is a 50 nanometer.
How do you know it is 50 nanometers? How do you know it is 20 to 50 nanometer?
I measured the size.
How did you measure the size? That's the question. How do you measure the sizes of your quantum dots? You need electron microscopy images to find out is scanning electron or transmission electron microscopy.
In structural characterization, I find that the size of nanoparticle is between 20 to 50 nanometers.
Which structural? What structural characterization? What technique?
UV spectrometer.
No, you will not get correct sizes with the UV spectrometer. You need SEM or TM images. Please check that. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Next speaker. Should we go with the next speaker, sir?
Yep. Yes, we have Nikita Jain, Pramod Mehta.
Yes.
Nikita Jain is connected?
Yes, sir, connected.
Yes.
Ma'am, if you able to share my PPTs.
PPT share.
सुनील जी आपका प्रेजेंटेशन हो गया?
No, sir.
Okay, just then you wait, please. Nikita Jain. Sunil ji, please don't share. Yes, please wait.
Okay.
You stop sharing.
Sure, sir.
You mail it to the organizers and ask them to share, please.
Nikita Jain.
No, she is not here.
Nikita.
She is not here. She is left.
Pramod Mehta.
No, I don't see Pramod Mehta also. I think Nikita has joined.
Nikita
is
ready.
Yes, sir.
Please start your presentation.
I'm
Hello.
calling the. Yes, you
Yes,
please
sir,
start your presentation.
Sir,
You share your PPT.
Okay, sir. Sir,
Next will be Sandeep
my
Sir.
PPT, sir.
What is the problem?
Sir, PPT not. Sir, 1 minute.
सर सुनील कुमार चौधरी जी का करवा लीजिए आप।
हाँ ठीक है, प्रेजेंट करिए, स्लाइड्स डालिए फिर उसका।
सुनील सर आप प्रेजेंट करिए.
Okay.
Share your full screen, not one window.
Is it visible?
Only one window is visible, where I can see 4 file names. अरे यार पूरा स्क्रीन शेयर करना है, एक विंडो नहीं. ऑप्शन आता है उधर फुल स्क्रीन शेयरिंग. When you share full screen, then you'll be able to show your presentation. Is your presentation open? Yeah. Now open your presentation. No, hide करो उसको. Open your PPT at the bottom.
हेलो. हाँ सर.
PPT. Yes. Now full screen. Make it full screen.
Okay.
Presentation mode पे जाओ.
निकिता जैन मनीषा.
Right. All right. और. हाँ वो वाला. प्रेजेंटेशन मोड देखो किधर है. ठीक है, अभी स्लाइड चेंज करके देखो. हाँ, go to the first slide and start.
Okay. Sir, my title is the synthesis, characterization and biological activity of the carbamates derivative bearing the 4-amino 1,2,4 triazoles. Triazole are the heterocyclic organic compounds having the 5-membered ring molecule structure containing 3 nitrogen atoms. The chemistry of triazole derivative receives the much attention because the usage of applications of medicine, agriculture, and industry purpose also. And compound containing 4-amino 1,2,4 triazole have received the considerable attention among chemical because with these structures feature. So in triazole, one of the class organic heterocyclic compound is the 5-membered structure and having the 3 nitrogen atoms and 2 carbon atoms known adjacent positions. I am especially working on 4-amino 1,2,4 triazole. It was considerable attention among chemists because molecule with these structure feature have been found that display the wide range of biological activities such as antifungal, antibacterial, antimicrobial, anti-cancerous, like that. So that was the importance of triazole, anti-HIV, cancer, bacterial, inflammatory, agrochemicals also, and reactions of 4-amino 1,2,4 triazole having with carbonyl groups also. We can react with the anhydride also, with sulfonyl chloride also, make the peptide coupling, and oxidation also, deamination also can be use the this triazole, and with cyanide and isothiourea also. So the importance of carbamates, especially importance, it's used for the anti-HIV, anti-helminthes, anti-cancerous, muscle relaxant, anti-pleasant, and anti-convulsant, neurodegenerative disease, and hepatitis C also. And these all medicines, this type of carbamates used medicine available in market also. So the current science is searching the number of additional medicines. So the research scholars and research industries are working on that. So now I'm presenting the synthesis and characterization of carbamate from 4-amino 1,2,4 triazole as well as the 3-mercapto 4-amino 1,2,4 triazole using the chloroformate methods. So for making this triazolamine, I have started with the benzoic acid and make the ester using the H2SO4. Then we couple with the hydrogen hydrate and make the amides. And this peptide coupling, we make the NHCOCO this peptide formation done. Then it's cyclized with use of the acidic condition, thionyl chloride. At reflex condition, we just cyclize it and make the, again we in pressure reaction we performed with the hydrogen hydrate in propanol in autoclave reaction, so it cyclize and make the triazole 1,2,4 triazole. Then after this making this triazole, we react with phenyl chloroformate and it's make the carbamate. This is the newly synthesized.
What is the yield in your reaction? What is the yield?
Yield are consistently we getting the 70 to 90% yields using this phenyl chloroformate reactions.
And how do you check the purity? How do you check the purity?
Purity, actually, sir, we have used the TLC basis, and as well as some compounds we also attempt in a HPLC chromatograms also. Actually, we have the method for urea. Actually, I am working in industry, so we have a lot of urea we synthesized here. So at the same urea or carbamate used urea, we checked in a special make a ARD department make a procedure for check the quality.
Go ahead, please.
And these all are the newly synthesized triazole carbamates. I have made these all in laboratory. So these are and are acids variable. We're taking the benzene and some other substituted chlorinated, fluorinated, some isopropyl, some methyl group attached amino triazoles, and react with different type of these chloroformates and make the carbamate. And here also I have attached the yields, whatever molecules I synthesized in laboratory. So that is these all are the yields. And if we R1 is our benzene, simple benzene, the yield is the 95%, and reaction time take the 15 hour, and the melting point of isolated compound it was showing the in table. So these are the urea. And I have also studied these synthesized new 4-amino triazole carbamates on antibacterial activities. So these are the slide methods. We have used the disk diffusion methods, and the data relieved the carbamate derivatives. And I have make a table also, and graphical formula also. And we especially against the different bacterial species, Enterococcus species, and Pseudomonas, and Escherichia coli, Calvicinus pneumoniae, Bacillus anthrax, Proteus mirabilis. These all are the species which against the I have studied my synthesized new molecules. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, one question I have: how does this molecule help in these antimicrobial properties? How does this molecule kill those microbes?
Sir, in this disk, we have make the agar solution and inject
that is a
the
procedure. That is
Yeah.
a procedure. But what is the
Yeah.
mechanism by which it kills the microbes or the bacteria?
Actually, I have taken a standard ciprofloxacin dissolved in this solution and inject. So, how many area cover for the kill the bacterias? So against this, I have make a complete slides.
No, you have not understood the question. Mechanism क्या है? How does this molecule kill the bacteria or the microorganism? Why only this molecule? Why not other molecules? So what is so special about these molecules? What happens when it interacts with the bacteria or the microorganism? उसके लिए पढ़ो तुम थोड़ा. Or okay, the mechanism you should understand. You have shown, you have prepared, you have synthesized, and you have applied it, but you should know what is the mechanism by which this works. Okay. Yeah. Next speaker, please.
Now I request to Professor Mahua Banerjee ma'am that please some scholars who are supposed to be overviewed by you. I am calling to Manisha Bajpayee. Manisha Bajpayee.
Yes,
Her
sir.
presentation is on motion of particle using practical fractional calculus approach.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Then next one is integral transform of Miller-Rose function via pathway operator. Nikita Jain. Then Rasmi is also.
Yes, sir. Namaste, sir.
Rasmi. Yeah, Nikita, please wait. Now, Manisha, you start presentation. Then Gopal sir, Sisu, start presentation.
Yeah, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
And this is student is going to be remarked by Professor Mahua ma'am, who is the professor IIT Kanpur. Please.
Please start.
These all are our scholars. थोड़ा बेटा जल्दी करिए प्लीज.
मनीषा प्रेजेंट के सामने क्लिक कर दीजिए. जो प्रेजेंट लिखा हुआ है उस पर यू जस्ट क्लिक ओवर देयर. प्रेजेंट डाउन टू स्क्रीन.
क्लिक किया है.
नीचे देखिए प्रेजेंट लिखा हुआ है, उस पर क्लिक करिए.
हाँ सर.
Are you able to see something?
You have shared your PP to the technical team, Manisha.
सर मैंने किया, वो शेयर ही नहीं हो रहा है स्क्रीन.
भूल गया हूँ मैं.
शेयर
रश्मि शर्मा. रश्मि शर्मा.
मनीषा वाजपेयी, आप जो सेटिंग और इनवाइट के बीच में प्रेजेंट लिखा हुआ है, यू जस्ट क्लिक ओवर देयर. इनवाइट
वही किया है, शेयर का ऑप्शन एक्टिवेट नहीं हो रहा है. इसमें प्रेजेंट के बाद जो स्लाइड आ रही है उस पे
शेयर स्क्रीन.
शेयर स्क्रीन भी क्या है, उसके बाद आ रहा है स्क्रीन शेयरिंग टिप्स. यहाँ शेयर स्क्रीन कर रही हूँ.
तो वो सेलेक्ट करो उसको, स्क्रीन को सेलेक्ट करो, फिर आगे जाएंगे आप.
Just click on entire screen. Click on the entire screen. Are you able to see entire screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Please click on that.
एंटायर स्क्रीन पे क्लिक करिए मैम. शेयर का ऑप्शन एक्टिवेट नहीं हो रहा है.
उसमें सेलेक्ट करना है, जो स्क्रीन है अंदर उसको सेलेक्ट करना है आपको.
स्क्रीन के बीच में क्लिक कीजिए. इंटायर स्क्रीन जहाँ पे लिखा है ना, उसके बीच में यू कैन क्लिक. उस पर क्लिक करने के बाद हाईलाइट हो जाएगा. फिर वो
नहीं हो रहा है मैम हाईलाइट.
ओके.
Sir, presentation mailed to the technical team, then maybe they can share the slides.
चले जाइए सर.
Maybe there should have been one tutorial for all the students to how to share the screen.
I think so too.
Because StreamYard is slightly different from Zoom and Google Meet.
Right.
I too found it little difficult, but I could manage.
मनीषा क्या करें बताइए प्लीज. हमने तो
Very simple, Manisha जी. I am not able to present. It's written here present. You go to it. इस पे जाइए, जाके आपको ऑप्शन दिख जाएगा. शेयर स्क्रीन में जाइए, आपका पीपीटी. So simple.
आपको अगर प्रेजेंटेशन में दिक्कत थी तो वी हैव ऑलरेडी शेयर्ड द ईमेल आईडी जिस पर आप भेज देते तो टेक्निकल टीम यहां से शेयर कर देती. टेक्निकल टीम प्लीज राइट योर ईमेल आईडी हियर इन द चैट बॉक्स. निकिता जी आपका प्रेजेंटेशन रेडी है. निकिता जैन.
Hello. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. Then Madam Mahua is waiting for your
Sir,
presentation.
PPT was not present. Hello.
बताइए तो मैं इसका प्रेजेंटेशन बिना पीपीटी का. रुक जाइए, अब
Hello.
रुकिए. जस्ट वेट. मनीषा वाजपेयी का पीपीटी शेयर हो गया. हाँ जी, थोड़ा साइज बढ़ा दीजिए इसका, या तो आप F5 क्लिक कर दीजिए. F5 पर हाथ दबा दीजिए. हाँ.
Yes.
Yes.
Fine. Go ahead.
Hello.
Now start presentation. It is visible.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, respected sir and ma'am, and faculty member and my research scholar. I am Manisha Bajpayee.
थोड़ा जोर से बोलिए मनीषा जी. Yes.
I am Manisha Bajpayee, research scholar in mathematics. My presentation topic is motion of a particle using fractional calculus approach. In this present paper, we study a fractional differential equation is described to vertical motion of a body through the air. To keep dimensionality of the physical parameter in this system, an auxiliary parameter is the system introduced by sigma, and fractional calculus is a generalization of calculus with the operation of differentiation and integration of non-integer order. Fractional calculus is ordinary differential equation d over dt, now introduced by connections on sigma d alpha upon dt alpha. Fractional differential operator is d over dt is a differentiate of one time, second time, and d alpha over dt alpha is one fractional and 1 upon 2, 1 upon 3 times is a differentiation. And the equation first is given by the references of 13 is connected to sigma. That fractional differential operator is a uses and Riemann-Leibniz integral operator and left-right and differential Riemann-Leibniz differential operator. This equation is given by first, second, and third, fourth. The fractional calculus operator is used to pursue differential. This is used to मतलब ये जो डिफरेंशियल डेरिवेटिव है, मतलब जो डिफरेंशियल ये ऑपरेटर है, इनका रीमान-लीवली ऑपरेटर ने यूज़ किया है एंड कैपिटल फ्रैक्शनल डेरिवेटिव में भी यूज़ किया गया है. जैसे हम पैरामीटर को यूज़ करते हैं, मतलब 1 टाइम 2 टाइम, ये जनरलाइजेशन ऑफ हमने यूज़ किया मेटेक-लेफ्लर फंक्शन पे. दिस इक्वेशन 6 इज कैपिटल फ्रैक्शनल डेरिवेटिव ऑफ फंक्शन t टाइम. दिस इज कनेक्टेड टू सिग्मा पैरामीटर. This is convert to Euler gamma function, and the equation 7 is convert to Laplace transform. The fractional falling body problem. This fractional differential equation is connected to falling body problem by using a Newton's second law. Force is equal to product of mass and acceleration. This equation 8 is given by a references of 14. This equation is solve it. This equation solve is F equal to ma, and K is a strength of retarding force. And equation 8 is solve it convert to इक्वेशन 8. जब इक्वेशन 8 को सॉल्व करके हमें जो इक्वेशन 9 मिली है, ये मिली हमें इक्वेशन 8 से and this equation is integrating and the limiting value z0 equal to h, then again solve it. This equation 10 and equation first is differential operator of connected to parameter sigma is related to equation 8. इक्वेशन फर्स्ट का यूज हमने इक्वेशन 8 से कनेक्ट किया है। यहाँ पर जी m इक्वल टू सिग्मा 1 माइनस अल्फा डेरिवेटिव ऑफ m के बी, जो हमने न्यूटन का सेकंड लॉ का यूज किया था 8th में, उसमें वहां हमने ये फर्स्ट इक्वेशन को उससे कनेक्टेड किया है, जो हमें गिवन हुई इक्वेशन 11, वेयर इक्वेशन m इज अ मास ऑफ द बॉडी in measure in kg, and this equation rewrite and convert to equation 12. This is a Mittag-Leffler function is the series expansion E alpha x equal to summation r equal to 0 to infinity x tends to r gamma ar plus alpha and alpha greater than 0. This is a Mittag-Leffler function. This is a gamma function. Yeah, alpha is a parameter. This is alpha equal to 1. This Mittag-Leffler function is converted to exponential function. And Mittag-Leffler function is alpha's parameter is generalization of two parameter alpha and beta, and again given equation 14. And this equation 13 is taken alpha equal to 1. This series is convert to exponential series. And equation 14, this is convert to equation 13 where beta equal to 1. Then this is generalization function is a Mittag-Leffler function is again, and alpha and beta is equal to 1. Thus that is series is एक्सपोनेंशियल सीरीज. अगर हम इसके पैरामीटर 1 ले रहे हैं तब भी ये सीरीज हमारी एक्सपोनेंशियल में कन्वर्ट हो रही है, अगर पैरामीटर 2 ले रहे हैं तब ये सीरीज हमारी एक्सपोनेंशियल में कन्वर्ट हो रही है. यानी दिस इज अ जनरलाइजेशन है, अगर हम इसके पैरामीटर चेंज करते रहेंगे तो ये सीरीज हमारी एक्सपोनेंशियल में ही कन्वर्ट हो जाएगी. दिस इज अ Mittag-Leffler फंक्शन इज अ लिमिटिंग वैल्यू ऑफ एक्सपोनेंशियल फंक्शन. This is solve with this equation. This is conclusion of fractional calculus started to be useful tool within the modeling of complex system. This is a modeling of complex system. One of the main difficulty we can apply fraction differentiation operator on a function is related to the change the dimension of the obtain. Having same issue in mind, in this manuscript we analyze the fractional differential equation in counterpart of the vertical motion of a body through the air. This is a references are. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I think the first comment, can I comment?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Please go ahead.
I think the main comment will be that, Manisha, I think you will have to completely change your style of presentation, all right?
Yes,
so you, and I think what you realize that what you have done is just copied or pasted from your manuscript directly and presented here, right? So that's of course not what a presentation is about. I mean, presentation should just take the salient points from your results. So
Yes,
it could start with it could start with a motivation, but that doesn't mean you write a whole paragraph or like you do in a paper. Are you getting my point? So there you should have just some bullets, and you should speak, elaborate on the bullets. Similar, so you begin with a motivation, then the state of the art, then what are you addressing, what problem you are addressing, and then you move on to the results that you have. So for that, the basic definitions you can present. So all of those should be very succinctly presented in one. So one slide, the default rule that all of us follow for presentation, one slide should not have more than 4 or so bullets.
Yes,
it should
yes.
not be crowded. All right. So it should definitely be not the way you have done it. So I hope I
Yes.
was able to explain. And then similarly, you finish with your open, questions. How much you have achieved? That's how you should end. How much you have achieved, and what are the open questions that your results have thrown open, right? So that is about it. And about your work, I think my only question would be that you have generalized, if I have understood correctly, this is not really my area, but if I have understood correctly, you have finally, I think, generalized that Metagleffler thing, right? So equation,
Yes, ma'am.
right? So introducing two parameters. So what do you hope to achieve by that? I mean, by that generalization. So do you have any ideas of where you are going? I mean,
Yes, ma'am.
so can you give me some idea of, by the
Ma'am,
generalization, by
yes,
introducing?
ma'am.
Yes.
Yes,
Tell
ma'am.
me.
जो मेटालेफ्लर फंक्शन इज जनरलाइजेशन है जब यूज टू पैरामीटर 1 2 3 एंड अगेन द एक्सपोनेंशियल फंक्शन अगर हम इसके पैरामीटर चेंज कर रहे हैं 1 ले रहे हैं 2 ले रहे हैं 3 ले रहे हैं तब भी अगेन हमें एक्सपोनेंशियल सीरीज ही मिल रही है तो दिस इज अ जनरलाइजेशन ऑफ
No,
मेटालेफ्लर
no, I'm
फंक्शन
not questioning that this is a generalization. This is
Yes.
certain, it looks like a generalization, certainly. But
Hmm.
with the generalization, what more do you expect to achieve? Generalize, when do we generalize? I mean, when the special cases fail to address certain directions, right? So in that case, we are motivated to generalize, and then the generalization captures much more, right? So in
Yes,
your
ma'am.
case, so I'm asking a very general question. So what more does your generalized form of Metagleffler equation capture, in your opinion? Or it's possible that you haven't yet seen it. That's also possible. So did you understand my question?
No,
So
she's
with
not.
the help of the generalization, what else are you able to capture that the special cases were not able to capture?
अच्छा
If you haven't seen it yet, that's fine.
मनीषा वाजपेयी, आपने
Yes, ma'am.
सवाल को समझा है मैडम जो पूछ रही हैं?
सर मैम बोली जो जनरलाइजेशन हमने जो किया है
हाँ हाँ
ये जैसे हम तो ये मैम बोली जो जनरलाइजेशन है इसका जो फॉर्म है मतलब कि ना
नहीं, so maybe I can, my Hindi I do not know, but
no,
anyway
she
I
is
can.
unable to, actually madam, she is unable to get your point.
That's why.
Madam,
So let me try it in Hindi. Let me
yes,
try it in Hindi. So what I'm trying to say, Manisha, is कि आपने generalization किया है, तो इस generalization से extra क्या achieve हो रहा है जो special cases जो original थे उससे नहीं हो रहे थे. Otherwise generalization का तो मतलब significance
फायदा
क्या है? हाँ, is it clear now?
यस मैम
तो
आपने
अगर वो
जनरलाइजेशन की
वो
बात
सोचा नहीं है
इसलिए
तो ठीक
सोचा,
है.
she is asking like that.
अगर अभी तक आपके पास आंसर नहीं है तो ठीक है, मतलब इसको लेकिन
I know.
एड्रेस करना चाहिए. Every time we do a generalization of an existing problem or equation or anything, there are two things we always must address. One is that is the special case, will I get back the special case in some situation from the generalization? Point one. Point two, what extra am I able to gain through the generalization? ये दो चीजें हर बार हमें जनरलाइज करने के बाद ही आंसर करना ही चाहिए. हाँ, तो अगर आपने अभी तक नहीं किया दैट्स फाइन, पर आई वुड अर्ज यू टू थिंक अबाउट इट.
Look into
ठीक
it.
है?
Look into it.
थैंक यू
ओके, थैंक यू.
Next speaker.
Okay, so thank you, Rashmi. You are Rashmi na? No?
Manisha.
No, Manisha.
Vajpayee. Manisha. Okay, thank you very much. And Venugopal sir.
Yes, please go ahead, sir.
Rashmi Sharma is also connected with us. Rashmi Sharma. Rashmi, but we don't know why she is not listening. She
Sandeep is there. Sandeep is there. You can ask Sandeep.
Sandeep.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes. Can you share your presentation?
Yes, Sandeep is.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Sandeep Sangwan is trying to say something on generalized metric space together with the theorem that are associated with fixed point. Okay, Sandeep, and
Yes, sir. My
Professor
topic is
Mahua,
a generalized metric space.
Professor Mahua
Yes.
Banerjee from IIT
Sir,
Kanpur.
is
She
visible?
is Professor of Mathematics and Statistics.
Yeah,
So,
Rashmi, you have to wait. Rashmi, you have to wait. Sandeep is presenting.
Rashmi, wait, please. Now, Sandeep,
Yes.
please start your presentation.
Namaste, Honorable sir. Yes, sir. My topic of research paper is a generalized metric space together with the theorem that
आपके
are
पास
associated
पीपीटी
with
है
the
संदीप
fixed
जी?
points.
संदीप जी, आपके पास पीपीटी है?
जी सर, जी सर.
शेयर कर
फिर
दीजिए
शेयर
प्लीज।
करो, पहले प्रेजेंट बटन क्लिक करो।
जी जी सर. Okay sir. Sir, there is some technical issue regarding this screen sharing.
जस्ट डोंट लूज पैसेंस। अभी तुरंत ही कह दिए टेक्निकल इशू है। ट्राई।
ओके सर, एक मिनट।
संदीप, आपको क्या प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है?
संदीप प्लीज टेल। संदीप जी क्या दिक्कत आ रही है बताइए।
सर इज विजिबल?
नहीं।
यस सर ओके।
सर डिस्प्ले हो गया सर, ये साइट पे हो गया।
हाँ, जस्ट वेट।
सर ये शेयर नहीं हो रहा है यहाँ।
अब हो गया सर।
आप F5 दबा दीजिए।
F5 पर क्लिक करिए।
माय टॉपिक इज
F5। अगर आप लैपटॉप से जुड़े हैं तो F5 पर उंगली दबाइए।
जी सर। जी सर।
सुनिए, आप करिए कंटिन्यू।
आप कंटिन्यू प्लीज स्टार्ट।
जी सर। A generalized metric space together with the theorem that are associated with the fixed point. In abstract, the gradually process of refining the framework of previously established theorem and conclusions in the one of the most prevalent in evolution of mathematical study. This is one of the most
आप एक एक लाइन को नहीं पढ़िए संदीप जी, एक एक लाइन को मत पढ़िए।
significant number.
Yes, please.
Okay, sir. We have constructed a rational type and Cannon type and rich type in which we distribute the fixed point theorem into one point to another point, in which we can take the mapping T from X to Y and we get a fixed point. This fixed point is considered in three types. One is rational type and Cannon type and rich type. There are many authors work on the fixed point theorem in which the main part is F contraction mapping to present particular discoveries of fixed point multi-valid mapping. These findings have been presented a number of different ways. Our main fixed point is and weighted metric space, and F contraction function is the keyword of this topic. And first of all, we generalize the fixed point theorem in respect of function weighted metric space, in which we generalize the function in metric form, in which metric we define a function d from x cross x to r, and we get a real number function. The theory of Banach contraction is says that when a function d from x cross x to r is taken, then we get a fixed point in single form. In area of mathematics, we have recognized the significant contribution that many authors, included Nadler and Journal, agree the mathematics term in Russian and Kulik's about the fixed point theorem in mathematics. And the first definition related to the F metric space is defined as M is equal to 0 to infinity, be an open interval, and we define a mapping G from M to R is a logarithmic like if every positive sequence Un satisfies the certain condition. The condition is that if Un tends to 0, then we get the function value at Un tends to minus infinity. And we use this result in generalizing definition of metric space in the concept of F metric space, or we can sometimes say that function weighted metric spaces. According to the theory of Banach construction, in order for a construction to be regardless logarithmic limit about this function, then again we use the second definition let S equal to R a function g from M to R, M to S such that the function 0 less than omega 1 less than omega 2, we get the function value is g of omega 1 less than equal to g of omega 2 for every omega 1 and omega 2 belongs to 0 to infinity, means g is a non-decreasing function here. Due to the fact that Banach contraction principle is so important in mathematical theory, and we prove the generalization definition of a function metric space. For this, we let F the set of all mapping which are non-decreasing logarithmic like. For this definition, we define as y is non-empty, h beta belongs to f cross close interval 0 to infinity, be an element, and suppose a function m from y cross y to 0 to infinity such that the following conditions are satisfied. The first condition is for all st belongs to y cross I, we get the function mst0 if and only if s equal to t. The second condition shows that the function is symmetric, means the value of the function m at s and t is the same as m and t and s for all st belongs to y cross y. So this function represents this function m is symmetric about the point st. The third property is for every st belongs to y cross y, for each k belongs to n and m greater than equal to 2, and for every tj contained in y with the condition that t1 tk is same as st, we have mst is positive, implies that the function hmst is less than equal to h summation mtj tj plus 1 j varies k minus 1 plus में beta, where is a beta is some constant, then m is said to be the map weighted metric space or f metric space, and the pair ym is a function weighted metric space, or we can say that it is a f metric space. The viewpoint of Jelle and Smith are used in the article to discuss a recently generalized version of a metric space that referred as a function weighted metric space. Means Jelle and Smith are the first author who described this definition in 2019. It is possible to categorize using a variety of different frameworks while the object is in the space constructed state in maintaining not just locally on the closed ball. Means we can define the F metric space in the open ball and closed ball in also in respect of topological spaces. We generalize this F metric space or F function weighted general metric space भी इसको कह सकते हैं. So let y and d be a sequential compact F metric space and h be a self map on y such that the given condition is satisfied for all x y belongs to y, and the condition is distance of h x h y with function g is less than distance of x and y with function g, means g decrease this distance function for all x y belongs to I, where g is a distance function. Also suppose that f metric d is continuous, then s has a unique fixed point, means tx is the same as x. This function is a fixed point. So, and also we get any element x in y, then we get hmx is a sequence which convergent that fixed point.
Sandeep, please come on your last slide, conclusion part.
जी sir. Okay sir.
Yeah. हाँ बताइए प्लीज.
For example, let y is closed interval 0 in, then we define a metric d which shows that the function is a constant value which is fixed point. We define st is the initial value of t, means logarithm of t at alpha 0 is a particular case of f metric spaces. Conclusion: as a direct result of this body of work, the idea of f metric space has been developed further, and the discoveries regarding fixed point and common fixed point theorem have been elaborated upon within the framework of F metric space. F metric space, it found that the fixed point and common fixed point of a contraction mapping may still be used. After the investigation was finished, this finding was analyzed, and after doing so, it was found that it was accurate. Means F metric space can be generalized in many ways, in topological way and metrical space. Thank you, sir.
Yes, actually, it's the same problem that I mentioned to the previous speaker. I just could not understand what is your contribution and what are, in that whole presentation. So, if you give a presentation which is just a copy from your paper, it doesn't help, right? You must have watched presentations by other speakers who have come to your maybe university or elsewhere. So please prepare. See, I don't know if that faculty can help them in giving a kind of a. That's my suggestion. Like for example, we have a communication skills presentation seminar courses run for PhD students. So there we make a point of uh, exposing them to what is a good presentation, what is a good style of presentation. That we try to do right in the first year of the PhD, their PhD coursework. So that may be a good idea. I'm not sure. Maybe these were exceptions, but it may be a good idea to make that part of the curriculum if it is not already so. So yeah, I think we can move on to the next one. Yeah.
Okay, madam. Thank you very much for your kind remarks and for your kind information. We have also initiatives, and in the previous since previous conferences, we are providing best presentation awards and others to those who are presenting well. They are actually defining the problem and also suggesting the solution. And we are reminding regularly them that here they should basically try to give the outcomes of their work they have done in concise and beautiful form, but in fast scholars it seems they are coming. So, madam, it is time, and Professor Benu Gopal Rao, it is time to see the talent of our UGA students, girls who are very junior, and they are daring to give their presentation before you all as
Okay.
a head of
Okay.
the
Sure.
section. Yeah,
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
let's start your presentation, please.
You're muted. You're muted. You're muted.
Unmute yourself. अपने को अनम्यूट करिए. Yes, start presentation.
Namaste and good afternoon to respected higher dignitaries. I, J.V. Achal Sarva, from my co-researcher Achal Ardiz and Jyoti Yadav, we are here to present a presentation on optical characterization of nanocrystalline zinc sulfide. So first I would start from the introduction about nanotechnology. Nanotechnology is the branch of science and engineering that deals with the making structures at nanoscale which are less than 100 nanometer. And here we are taking an example of zinc sulfide nanomaterial which have been an active research of research for their multifunctional properties. And green nanoparticle synthesis is a tool of choice that can be easily prepared and engineering and are less expensive, which can be afforded by each and everyone. There are wider applications of nanotechnologies in many fields like in computing, power generation, optics, drug delivery, and environmental sciences. Nanotechnology is also eco-friendly, that it doesn't cause any harm to our environment. So next we move on to our objective of our research. First to develop the synthesis for the zinc sulfide nanoparticles, and second to investigate the structural and optical properties of zinc sulfide nanocrystals. Now we move on our literature review. In past few years, many scientists and researchers take ZNS as for its multifunctional properties. In 1959, Richard Feynman gave a talk called "There is Plenty of Room at the Bottom" at annual meeting of the American Physical Society at California Institute of Technology. ZNS is one of the first discovered semiconductor material which are multifunctional, and its unique property which can be applied in optoelectronic devices such as ultraviolet lights, emitting diodes, etc. It has several methods for
ZNS material. Some methods of preparation for ZNS nanoparticles are chemical co-precipitation method, pre-pyrolysis, Solzhenitsyn synthesis, chemical vapor deposition, etc. Here we all use chemical co-precipitation method. In this method, we dissolve raw material into solvent. We got homogeneous solution. Here we have our research questions. Are ZNS nanoparticle optically sensitive and surface modified? And what is the size of ZNS nanoparticle? Here our methodology, sample preparation by our mentor Dr. Nayan Mishra sir, data analysis, paper presentation and PPT by me and my co-researchers. The chemical co-precipitation method will be synthesized at different molarities and temperature, and their structural and optical properties will be investigated by using X-ray diffraction and ultraviolet visible spectroscopy.
We use two methods for the characterization strategy of the ZNS nanoparticle. Here is a structural analysis for the X-ray diffraction and the optical properties for the UV spectroscope. Here we study about the X-ray diffraction. It is totally based on the Bragg slope, and it tells about the wavelength is the integral multiple of the path difference. In this graph, we shows that we contain the stronger peak at the 111 plane and the weakest peak at the 220 and 222 plane. The average size of the particle T was calculated by the Scherrer formula, and the formula is that T is equals to 0.9 lambda by T cos theta. Further, when you move on the method of UV spectroscopy, it is the absorption spectra of ZNS particle. Here the absorption spectra is normal from the 200 to 400 nanometer. In our experiment, we got the spectra from the 317 nanometer, and here we got the blue peak point. The fundamental absorption edge shift to blue side by a small value of 0.3 electron volt only by the due to peak confinement. And the outcome of our study are the structure of ZNS is cubic phase and the size of particle is 8 nanometer. ZNS nanocrystal, we got the strongest peak point at the 111 plane. UV visible spectroscopy gives the outcome. The sensitive lower UV range is optically sensitive and the fundamental absorption age is 317 nanometer. UV visible range can be used the ZNS in LED, biomarker or sensor activity. Thank you for giving us this golden opportunity and your precious time. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Venugopal Rao, please.
Yeah, nice presentation. I have two questions. You said the band gap increases when you go to the nano size.
Yes,
Why
sir.
does the band gap increase? Why does the band gap increase when you go to nano size?
Sir, because of the absorption.
No. What is the bulk? Bulk band gap is 3.6 eV, right? And it has increased to 3.9 eV. Why does the band gap increase?
Sir, according to as I know, it is because of the increase in the size.
No, you're going to nano size, right?
Yes, sir.
So it's not because of increase in size. So you have to understand what happens to a material when it is going from bulk to the nano size. So if you understand that concept, you will be able to explain this band gap increase. Okay? You have to read that part.
Yes, okay, sir.
And then for sizes, you should go for a transmission electron microscopy or scanning electron microscopy images. That will give you a very good idea about the sizes. And there is a small difference between the sizes you measure from the XRD and the size you measure from this SEM or TEM. One is called the crystallite size, one is called the nanoparticle size. When both are equal, they both match, but in most cases they are not equal. So you should understand that the size measured by X-ray diffraction is different from that of the size measured by other techniques. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Right. Good.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, next. Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. Now, I hope
Thank you.
Manisha Chaudhary is hoping. Yes, Manisha Chaudhary.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
हाँ, आप किस क्लास के स्टूडेंट हैं?
Sir, PhD scholar, chemistry.
Subject?
Sir,
Yes,
chemistry.
Start presentation, please. You are 4 minutes. You are having 4 minutes only. Venugopal Rao sir, from 5 p.m. Our chief guest who was supposed to join in the morning is a very, very renowned person of the world.
Okay.
Dr. Swami Nikhleswaranand from
Sir,
Rajkot.
my skin is visible or not?
Yeah, visible.
He's supposed to join from 5 p.m. today.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
We'll
Good
close
evening,
it by
sir.
5 p.m.
Good evening, sir. My name is Manisha Chaudhary, and I live in Kotputli, where is the Asia's one of the biggest cement factories situated. Kotputli area, Rajasthan. So my interest area is about impact of some trace elements in water, soil, and plants surround the cement industry. Contamination of soil and water due to industrialization can be problematic because the contaminants do not degrade biologically and create lot of ecologically imbalance and affect human health. Heavy metals are categorized as environmental pollutants because of their cyanogenic effects on people, plants, and nutrients. This image showing how the environmental pollution created by anthropogenic activities and industrialization. During cement processing, waste generated is directly disposed into the environment without recycling and reusing. There is a deterioration in soil and water. The raw materials such as limestone, sand, carbonate, silicon dioxide, calcium oxide, alumina, and iron oxide are primarily used for cement production. This image shows how the many type of pollutants which release in air like nitrogen oxide, sulfur oxide, particulate matters. The importance of the study. According to the report, India contributed 19% emission of CO2 by industrial activities, in which cement and steel production industry emitted half of the total CO2 emission. Health complication due to consumption of heavy metals, contaminated vegetables are cancer, neurological disorder, constipation, impaired cognitive, osteoporosis, renal dysfunction, and cardiovascular. Objectives: to collect sample near the cement industry, which is located at Kotputli, to evaluate the heavy metal contamination in water, soil, and plants using ICP-MS method and AAS method, to evaluate pH and electrical conductivity of soil and water sample, to interpret the geo-accumulation and transfer factor of each heavy metals, to study the impact of heavy metal contamination in water, soil, and plant sample. Methodology: sample collected from study area were stored in suitable vials and stored in room temperature condition. Foreign objects were removed by hand and plant species were collected in plastic bag. Plant parts segregated into 3 parts, namely root, stem, and leaves. Sample were acid digested using 2 ml HCl, 1 ml chloric acid, and 1 ml nitric acid and labeled for further analysis. Heavy metal analysis was performed using ICP-MS and AAS analysis. ICP-MS method is a type of mass spectroscopy that uses an inductively coupled plasma to ionize the sample and atomize the sample and create atomic and small polyatomic ions which are then detected. AAS spectroscopy is the study of how radiated energy and materials interact. Matter absorbs energy, which will create some sort of change in state. Therefore, using AAS method, you can measure for a specific element in a material based on the amount of light absorbed at a defined wavelength, which correspond to the no characteristic of the elements are testing for.
What is AAS means? What does AAS means?
Sorry, sir.
AAS का मतलब क्या है?
Sir, atomic absorption spectroscopy.
ठीक है.
To analyze heavy metals, uptake of plant species transfer factor model is used. Its ratio around 1 demonstrates that plants are not influenced. Level 1 show that plant exclude the element from soil, and the data is greater than 1 show that plants are enriched in elements from soil. pH of the sample for determining using pH meter, hydrometer using for determining the soil texture, conductivity of the sample were determined using conductivity. Whereas the pollution index and geoaccumulation method was used to calculate the pollution index of the samples. Pollution index is equal to Ci divided by Cs. Where is the Ci is the representative of the heavy metal.
Manisha, please come on your last slide. Last slide.
So data analysis, all the experiments were conducted in triplicate and statistical analysis were conducted by one-way analysis of variance method. The mean value separated by Duncan's multiple range stack done by SPSS. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now UG students are ready. UG students, otherwise they will start weeping. Venugopal sir, since very
Sure.
last they are waiting. UG student for presentation. UG students. Yes, start presentation. You have to
Unmute yourself.
within 3 to 4 minutes maximum.
Unmute yourself.
Unmute yourself. After your presentation, there will be a big session by chief guest Swami Nikleswarnand. And Venugopal sir, you are with us.
Yeah.
Swamiji has joined.
Namaskar.
Namaskar. Just Swamiji, we request please listen to this small girl. She is going to give presentation. After that, we are going to listen you.
Okay.
Start.
Namaste. Honorable Advisor and CEO Sir, Registrar Ma'am, Proctor Sir, Chief Guest, and all the higher dignitaries present over here. I, Javian Aditi Verma, pursuing BSc B.Ed from the Faculty of Education and Methodology. I am here to present my research paper on fixed point theory using the C-class function and in the algebra valued matrix space. I am here presenting this research paper with my colleagues Umang Rathi, Priya, Yogita under the supervision of Assistant Professor Rishi Harivan sir. Starting with my introduction, fixed point theory is an old and rich branch of analysis with numerous applications in pure as well as applied sciences. And in this, the Banach contraction plays a very important role. And the Banach contraction is an important tool in the theory of matrix spaces, and it guarantees the existence of the uniqueness of the fixed point of certain self maps. And this principle is useful for solving different kinds of equations such as integral, differential, fractional, and partial differential equations. Ma et al. Has extended Banach contraction principle to C star algebra valued matrix spaces by replacing the set of real numbers with set of all the positive member of unital C algebra. Unital C star algebra is the algebra which consists of multiplicative identity. In the present native script, fixed point theorem are proved with the help of C-class function. In this paper, we have used C-class function for proving the fixed point and set which satisfy a certain type of contraction on the self-mapping. Here are some definitions. First, I am starting the C star valued matrix space. What is C star algebra valued matrix space? Suppose here is X is a non-empty set and there is a mapping. There is a in which Cartesian product X to A is called C star algebra valued matrix space on X if it satisfies some following conditions. First, DRS is greater than equal to alpha. Second one, DRS is equals to alpha if and only if R is equals to F. Here the D is the distance between R and S. Third condition, DRS is equals to DSR. Fourth condition, DRS is less than equal to DRT plus DTS for all RST belongs to X. Then D is called C star algebra metric on X and the triplet XAD is called C star algebra valued metric space. Moving on to the next definition on the sequences that convergent and Cauchy sequences. A sequence A and in XAD is said to be convergent with respect to A if for given Sn greater than 0 there exists positive and such that norm of the A and A is less than epsilon n for all n greater than 1. Second is Cauchy sequence. Cauchy sequence with respect to A is for any epsilon greater than 0 there exists an element n which belongs to n such that norm of B of A n AK with less than epsilon for Nk is greater than M. For every Cauchy sequence is convergent with respect to A, the triplet XAD is said to be complete C star algebra valued metric space. Then what is C class function? Here suppose A is a unit of C star algebra. If for any Rs belongs to A, the following conditions satisfy, then a continuous function f is called C class function, and the first condition is f of Rs is less than equals to R. Second condition, f of Rs equals to R implies that either R equals to alpha or S equals to alpha. Here alpha is a zero element. Here C will denote the C class function. The extra condition should be imposed on f is required that
Your concluding slide, please. Yes.
in this research paper we find a unique fixed point of self-mapping under which is defined as the mapping T from X to X. This is called a self-mapping under the framework of C star algebra valued metric space using the C class function. That's it.
Over to Venugopal sir.
Yeah, nice presentation. I'm not mathematics guy, so I don't have any questions.
No. We are here. Her presentation is good, but since she is our student, so we are inviting comment by our guest. So now it is time to request Professor Ajay Kumar Misra ji to please open your webcam, and this is time to welcome our very prominent guest of this session. Actually, he was supposed to join in the morning, but he was traveling since Bangalore to Rajkot and he was in the flight. So it was not possible for him to join the session at that time. But by dint of our request, Swamiji has said yes, and he is with us. So first of all, on behalf of the organizing team of the International Conference of Faculty of Education and Ecology, we are welcoming to Swami Nikhleswar Nandji, who is the chief of, currently he heads the Sri Ram Krishna Ashram Rajkot, which is the branch center of Ram Krishna Math. I request everyone please mute yourself. Ram Krishna Math mission, the distinguished worldwide organization, were started by Swami Vivekananda around 125 years back, having their headquarters district Howrah, West Bengal. Swamiji graduated in chemical engineering with honors in 1970 from Government College of Engineering and Technology, Jaipur, that is presently known as NIP Jaipur, and postgraduated in industrial engineering in 1972 from National Institute. After working for a short period as a management consultant, he renounced the world and joined the Ram Krishna Order at its headquarters in Vellore Math in 1976. There is a very brief Swamiji, but one thing we would like to say that he is very kind-hearted and he is a very good human being. Recently, he was in vocation in a very renowned university of Madhya Pradesh. He has contributed a lot, and he has conducted training programs on various topics for many reputed companies, organizations, and institutions like GSFC Limited, GFFC Limited, Kibler Copper Limited, Reliance Limited, Tata Chemicals Limited, Ahmedabad Management Association, and others. So, Swamiji, on behalf of the whole fraternity of Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, we welcome you. And viewers, we would like to share here also that Swamiji is the chief guest in our engineering conference that is scheduled from 17 will last at 18. So he will prepare to inaugurate the function with our Honorable Chairman of the Jyoti Vidyapeeth, Sir Vedant Garg, who is the advisor at the committee, and with other officials of the university. So, without any additional discussion, I request Swami Nikhleswar Nandji for your kind words on NEP 2020 and your vision regarding women's university or women's university, as well as how to empower the women, the nation, and what was the concept of Swami Vivekananda regarding women's education. We are very much keen and interested to listen to you. Over to Swami Nikhleswar. Please.
ॐ असतो मा सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर्मा अमृतं गमय ॐ शान्तिः शान्तिः शान्तिः. Respected dignitaries present online, including Professor S. Lal, the Dean of the University. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, Jaipur, for organizing these two international conferences in connection with NEP 2020. And I am sure the presentations will be of excellent quality, and there will be a lot of discussion, and it will be a very fruitful international seminar, and this will have its effect on the education panorama of not only the state but also the country. First of all, I would like to congratulate Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University for being the first women's university in the country. Had Swami Vivekananda been alive today, he would have been so happy, because during his times, only 1% women were literate. And he was so much pained due to this fact, that as soon as he returned from America after delivering his historic speech at the World's Parliament of Religions in Chicago, and delivering speeches in America and Europe, in 1897 when he returned, he performed two very important items of work. Number one, he started Ramakrishna Mission on 1st May 1897 for removing the sufferings of people through various service activities, irrespective of caste, creed, color, religion, nationality. And he gave a clarion call to his brother disciples and his disciples. You have heard the mantra so far: Matru Devo Bhava, Pitru Devo Bhava, Acharya Devo Bhava, Atithi Devo Bhava. I am giving you some additional mantras which are more important today, and that is Daridra Devo Bhava, Rogi Devo Bhava, Chandal Devo Bhava. Worship the God who is coming in the form of poor. Worship the God who is coming in the form of the uneducated. Worship the God who is coming in the form of the sick. That is why you fight. Swami Vivekananda started Ramakrishna Mission on 1st May 1897. Just now we are celebrating the 125th anniversary of Ramakrishna Mission spread all over the world. All over the world they are celebrating through 265 branch centers, official branch centers, 65 abroad and 200 in India, apart from 1,200 non-affiliated centers. So many activities are being conducted, and all these activities of Ramakrishna Mission, whether it is indoor hospital, outdoor hospital, mobile dispensaries, whether it is health sector, whether it is education sector, where we have hundreds of educational institutions educating lakhs of students every year, the best quality education along with the value-oriented education, and lot of relief work. Whenever there is disaster, immediately we go and start the relief work, followed by rehabilitation work sometimes. So all these service activities are a part of the spiritual sadhana of the monks. Atmano mokshartam jagadhitaya cha. And he said people are suffering from mental tension, for which he devised a very, very important method how to bring peace to the minds of the people in a very simple way. So he said the peace is also existing, already existing inside every human being. There is a center of consciousness having infinite joy, infinite bliss, infinite knowledge, but we are unaware about it. There is a screen of ignorance. So the only what we have to do is to remove this ignorance, remove this screen of ignorance, and immediately we will be face to face with that peace which passeth understanding. And so he devised a very simple method. The gist of whole of Vedanta he gave in his book on Raj Yoga in one paragraph, where he says, each soul is potentially divine. The goal of human life is to manifest this divinity within by controlling nature, external and internal. Do this either by work or worship or psychic control or philosophy, by one or more or all of these, and be free. This is the whole of religion. Doctrines, dogmas, rituals, temples, churches, mosques are but secondary details. So this combination of these four yogas, Raj Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Jnana Yoga, Karma Yoga, when they are practiced in daily life, you don't have to go to the temples, churches, mosques. You don't have to go to the Himalayas. You don't have to go to the forest. Wherever you are, whatever work you are doing can be converted into worship. To work is to worship. To renounce is to conquer. That is a new formula that Swamiji said. He said no difference henceforth between sacred and secular. Each and every work can be converted into worship. How? By combining these four yogas in daily life. Meditation, Raj Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, prayer, Jnana Yoga, inspirational reading and reflection, and service to humanity, Karma Yoga. And this can be practiced by every human being. Once this is practiced, it brings happiness and peace in everyday life, and also takes us to the supreme goal of infinite happiness, infinite bliss, infinite knowledge. That is how we started Ramakrishna Mission, and all our activities, they are a part of our spiritual practices. This combination of four yogas with more emphasis on Karma Yoga, because the society is suffering today, and so we must work. We must work. Of course, it has to be backed up by meditation and prayer. So this is the first thing that he did, was to start a machinery to bring noble ideas to the door of everyone with a practical demonstration. He did not say only serve the God in human beings. Here is a practical demonstration model. We monks, in spite of being monks, giving up our desire of our mukti and moksha, we are working hard. Why can't you work? And by that, you are not moving away from spirituality. This is practical spirituality. When I was traveling with Dr. Kalam, he was asking me many things about Swami Vivekananda. I said, Dr. Kalam, why are you so eager to learn about Swami Vivekananda? He gave a beautiful reply. He said, Swamiji, I feel Swami Vivekananda is a rare saint who converted religion into practical spirituality. So that is what he stood for. And this is the first great thing Swamiji did after returning from the West, 3.5 years of his lecture tour of Western countries. Second thing that he did was, when he saw the misery and the plight of the people, masses and suffering and all that, particularly the condition of women. So he said, no nation can develop without the development of women. Just as a bird cannot fly with one wing, a nation cannot develop without the development of women. And the best way of the development of women is through women education. So at that time, just see how a visionary he was. He started a school for the girls. At that time, the girls used to be married at the age of 5 or 6 years. He went against the society. He had to receive so much of criticism, but he said nothing doing. Without the education of women, education, the development of women will not take place, and our nation will not be developed. So then he wanted someone who could monitor this education work of that he had started, who could look after that school, who could run that school. After a long search, he could not find anyone in the country. Nobody was agreeing for such a revolutionary step at that time. So he gave a clarion call to his disciple, an Irish disciple, Miss Margaret Noble, who was a teacher at that time in UK. He gave a clarion call. The world is burning with misery. Can you sleep? Let us call and call till the sleeping hearts awake. The world is burning with misery. Can you sleep? Let us call and call till the sleeping hearts awake. Buddhas by the hundreds are necessary with eternal love and pity. Sacrifice, sacrifice, sacrifice in the past has been the law. It will be, alas, for ages to come. The earth's best and bravest will have to sacrifice themselves for the good of humanity. Buddhas by the hundreds are necessary with eternal love and pity. Are you ready to sacrifice? Then if you come, I'll be with you always. And Miss Margaret Noble took up that challenge. She came from UK to India, sacrificed her whole life for educating women, and that is why when Swami Vivekananda gave her Brahmachari Diksha, he gave her the name Nivedita. Sister Nivedita is very, the life of Sister Nivedita is very inspiring for the teachers. What an amount of dedication can be there in a teacher. She has shown through her life. And with that time, what a type of life she was leading. In spite of being British, she fought against the British. In spite of being from Britain, she was going through the simplest of the lifestyle so that she can understand what others are going through. So that is Sister Nivedita. There are many things can be told about it, but I will humbly request the Jyoti Vidyapith Women's University that this life of and teachings of Sister Nivedita, there are 4 complete works of Sister Nivedita spread over 4 volumes. Her life and teachings should be read, and from there you will get a lot of hints. Whatever we have been given here in this new education policy 2020, many of these things have been told by Swami Vivekananda, which has been implemented by Sister Nivedita 125 years back. That is the beauty of it. Because new education policy is very good, but how to implement it? Sister Nivedita has shown the way in which it can be implemented, though in a small way, but a role model, but a sample. And based on that, we can go moving forward, particularly with regard to women education and women development. Now, coming to the point, so women education is a must, and for that, not going into the details, I would humbly request the authorities to go for study of literature of Sister Nivedita, who has implemented the ideas of Swami Vivekananda in not only her school, which is still existing. It is called Sister Nivedita Girls School in Calcutta, one of the best schools of our country. But at the same time, lot of experiments he had made at that time. In 1898, the school was started. Just imagine. So I would leave the matter at that time, at that stage, because we move on to now new education policy. Now, our suggestions have been taken from Ramakrishna Mission by those people who were engaged in bringing about these changes, and some of the suggestions have been also accepted, and many ideas of Swami Vivekananda on education are reflected in the new education policy, We are very happy about it, though the name is not given, but that does not matter. Swami Vivekananda said, I do not want that my name should be popularized. I want only my message should be accepted. And that has been accepted, that is enough. And that is Dr. Kalam said, the most important message that I like of Swami Vivekananda is that when he says, I do not want my name to be preached and practiced, I want only my message to be actualized for the benefit of mankind. What a noble idea, Dr. Kalam, when he came on 12th January 2006 to Porbandar for inaugurating Vivekananda Institute of Value Education Culture. At that time, he told. So, this new education policy, I will just take up a few points and one by one I will take how this can be implemented and what is some important points out of that, which are very, of course, there are so many brilliant ideas spread throughout the new education policy, but I will be focusing on a few which will be more important and which can be discussed today in the light of the teachings of Swami Vivekananda, and how we can implement that also we can discuss a little, though time is short, within the short time, whatever we can. The first thing that we find in the new education policy is education is fundamental for achieving full human potential. This is the brilliant idea and the most important idea. Education is fundamental for achieving full human potential. So, what is the purpose of education? This has been made clear. UNESCO had already brought out a paper on that. Not education to do, but education to be. To be excellent human beings. That is more important. And excellent human beings means a multifaceted personality, total personality development, not only intellectual development of personality. And what Swami Vivekananda said, what we want is a total personality development, total human potential. And total human potential is not only in terms of mental and intellectual or physical. There are 5 factors which we have to remember when we are talking about the human potential. First, human potential. Swami Vivekananda had given in a little different way. He said, education is the manifestation of the perfection already in man. Is the manifestation of perfection. Already it is there. It is not that we have to import that perfection. Every human being has got a birthright on this perfection. Each and every human being has got that birthright. Only thing is that it has to be manifested. Education is the manifestation of the perfection which is already existing. Now, how to get it manifested? That is the main purpose of education. How full potential can be obtained? This is why it is given the human potential. Now, when we are talking about human potential, normally we confine ourselves to physical, mental, and intellectual level. But according to Swami Vivekananda, total personality development will mean physical development of the personality, mental development of the personality, developing willpower, developing concentration of mind, and then development of intellectual development of the personality, and 2 more, moral development of the personality and spiritual development of the personality. That will be the total personality development. To speak in the modern science, to speak in the language of the modern science, IQ plus EQ plus SQ is equal to TPD. IQ, intelligence quotient. EQ, emotional intelligence. Daniel Goleman made a research in 1991 and said that EQ is more important than IQ. And the latest discovery of the modern science is SQ. Dana Zohar, she is a professor in Oxford University. She has written a book. The name of the book is SQ, Spiritual Intelligence, the Ultimate Intelligence. The book was published 23 years ago. Now many more books have come out on spiritual intelligence, but this is a sort of a guidebook which was brought out as early as 20 years back, where she has given scientific proof about SQ, detailed analysis. So she says neurologically, physiologically, biologically, and psychologically, From every point of view, there is a concluding evidence. There is something called SQ, which is the basis of both IQ and EQ. What is IQ? IQ will tell you how to play the game of life. What is EQ? EQ will tell you how to play the game of life under changed circumstances with changed strategies. And what is SQ? SQ will tell you why to play the game of life. What is the purpose of this life? Why are we here on this earth? What we have to achieve? So that at the time of death we don't have regrets that we did not achieve it. Now we are completely forgetting this particular aim of life. The aim of life is to go beyond. So in our olden times, our education meant paravidya, aparavidya. Mundokopanishad says, De vidye veditavye parachaiva aparacha. What is aparavidya? Whatever you think of is all aparavidya. Physics, chemistry, mathematics, geography, algebra, quantum mechanics, anything you tell. This is all part of aparavidya. Even the knowledge of the scriptures is aparavidya. Then what is paravidya? Paravidya is knowing the absolute, knowing yourself, knowing whom you do not need now anything is left behind to know. By knowing him, by knowing that particular thing, you know everything. That is the paravidya. So paravidya, aparavidya, both were taught in our education institutions in the olden times. This has to again come back. When we are talking about total human potential, that includes spiritual and moral development of the personality, and for that we will have to teach them 4 yogas. Not only yoga, nowadays yoga has become exercise. Of course, that is good for health. But what is more important is yoga, Raj Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Gyan Yoga and Karma Yoga, as I told. So practicing these 4 yogas, reaching that human potential to the maximum, development not only IQ but EQ, and also not EQ but also SQ. SQ is like going above the boundary line and knowing the very purpose of human life. Today, why so many people are committing suicide? Why so many youngsters are committing suicide? Because they have been told by the motivational speakers, ambition, high ambition, keep high ambition. Overnight try to become millionaire. And when they can't become millionaire, they submit suicide. What is the purpose of life? What is the aim of life? What is the gist of life? Eat, drink, be merry, thus enjoy the life. And when there is no enjoyment, commit suicide. What is the purpose of life? Is not only these enjoyments of the senses. We have to go beyond sensory enjoyment, which is the real happiness and peace and bliss, and which is our birthright. Nobody has told them. That is why a simple problem, small problem, and they commit suicide because they don't have any purpose of life behind. They do not know why we are here on this earth. What do we want to achieve before we die? So this purpose of life has to be met. And it is not only in terms of God. Swami Vivekananda wrote a beautiful, very inspiring letter to Maharaja of Mysore. My dear prince, this life is short. The vanities of this world are transient. In this short life, they alone live who live for others. The rest are more dead than alive. Living for others, otherwise we are dying. Now, have our youth, our students been told this thing, that you must live for others? You must, the education not only about package, not only about earning money and enjoying the pleasures of the senses, that's all. There is some higher purpose behind that. What an amount of joy you get by serving others. That type of taste of joy should be given to the students. Then only they will understand there are not only one type of joy, there are so many types of joys available. And a human being only has got a prerogative. That is why Dr. Einstein said in his book, The World is a Seed, very small book, very beautiful small book, The World is a Seed. Dr. Einstein says the true value of a human being, we are talking about true human potential, the true value of a human being is determined primarily by the measure and the sense in which he has attained to liberation from the self. Just imagine one of the greatest scientists of our world is speaking about the same thing that our scripture said. Yes, the goal of human life is to go beyond time, space, and causation, reach that absolute. Then only the human potential. Human potential is not only for the physical, mental, intellectual level, but there is a level higher than that. And so Lincoln Barnett wrote a book. The name of the book is Einstein and the Universe. And he said beautifully, very nicely he said, man has a unique capacity. Man has a unique capacity of transcending himself and perceiving himself in the act of perception. Man has a unique capacity of transcending himself, going beyond time, space, and causation, and perceiving himself in the act of perception. And so Niels Bohr, Nobel Prize physicist, says man is an actor and spectator in this great drama of life simultaneously. No other species on this earth has got that unique capacity of transcending himself and perceiving himself in the act of perception, being the actor and spectator in this great drama of life simultaneously. That is a special prerogative of human beings. That is human potential. That is what is different from human being, the animals. And our scripture said that there are 84 lakhs of species. Now, what the modern science says, no, there are 125 lakhs of species. Not much different. But one thing that is they are telling, only human beings have got that prerogative, have got that capability of knowing themselves, of reaching that ultimate, of reaching the ultimate absolute beyond time, space, and causation, of transcending himself and perceiving himself, that perception. Only human beings, no other species out of 84 lakh species. Modern science says, no, not 84 lakh species, but 125 lakh species. But modern science also says IQ is available with all the species, including computers. EQ is available with only with a few species, but SQ is available only with the human species. That is the discovery of the modern science, Dana Zohar says. Now, this is special prerogative. SQ is not available with any other species. And this is our special prerogative. What is human potential? Human potential is to develop not only IQ and EQ, but also SQ, and have infinite happiness, infinite joy, infinite bliss. This is the special prerogative. This is the human potential that we have to remember and we have to understand. So this is a very important. Education is the fundamental for achieving full human potential, and this is what Swami Vivekananda said. Education is the manifestation of the perfection already in man. Another thing that has been given, we have to. I think we are short of time. Providing universal access to quality education is the key to India's continued ascent and leadership on the global stage in terms of economic growth. Yes, already it has become an economic power. Once upon a time, India was on the forefront. It was the topmost on economic growth. That is why it was called Sone ki Chidiya, full of gold. And people used to come and take away that gold. So many people came just to take it, and they took away the gold, and yet the gold remains. And yet our people have got that capability of generating that wealth. So this universal access to quality education has to be there, and we have to prepare leaders in our education institutions who will, because once our country takes up the role of a leader in the whole world, naturally that type of leadership will be required. So we have to prepare those type of leaders in our education institutions, and to tell in the modern language, they should be servant leaders. Swami Vivekananda advocated servant leadership much earlier. In about 125 years ago, he talked about that. Of course, now the latest trend is that same thing they are telling. Robert Greenleaf he coined the word servant leadership. He says servant leadership only will give you long-term success and long-term achievement in the long run. So that we have to create such type of leaders, who are practicing servant leadership, leading by example and not by precept, and not egoistic, not selfish. These types of leaders will take our country to the topmost position, and our country will be able to lead all the other countries. The need for children not only to learn, but more importantly, learn how to learn. What a beautiful, very nicely it has been told in the new education policy. Not only to learn, but more importantly, learn how to learn. This is exactly Swami Vivekananda said. Education is not the amount of information that goes into your brains and runs undigested all your life. Education is being and becoming. If you take up only 5 ideas and assimilate them, you are much better than a person who has crammed the whole library, who knows by heart the whole library. 5 ideas, if you practice in your life and put them into practice, they are more learned than a person who has just devoured the whole of library, who learned by heart the whole all the books in the library. You are more educated. So this more important thing, learn how to learn. That is a very important thing. Education must build character, enable learners to be ethical, rational, compassionate, and caring. This is very important. And I think the next most important than the first one that I talked about, this is where we are lacking at present. What is the crisis of the nation? Crisis of the nation today is crisis of character. When I was there with Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam at Rashtrapati Bhavan, 16th April 2003. So actually I had gone there to just gift one of this one CD based on the talk that he had delivered on 13 February 2002 at Porbandar. At that time, he was not the president of India, but later on he became the president of India within 4 months. So I went there and Delhi handed over that particular speech. In between, we had, of course, traveled together by flight and by car. So we were a little friendly. I said, Dr. Kalam, you want to make India a developed country by 2020. But I tell you, even if you bring the wealth of the world back, the poverty of the poor people will not go. GDP growth will be there. And this is what exactly happened. In 2009, there was so much of GDP growth and yet 40% below poverty line. Even today, 25% below poverty line. GDP growth is there, good. But poverty. Why, Swamiji, why? Why? I said, the former Prime Minister of India said, if you put 1 rupee to the 5-year plan, only 15 paisa comes to the grassroots level farm. I am afraid even 5 paisa is coming or not. Rampant corruption in the country today. I am talking about 2003. That time it was really rampant. Then he thought for something. What is the solution, Swamiji? What is the solution? I said, only one solution. What we should have done on 15th August 1947, we should do it now. What is that? We should have implemented the message of Swami Vivekananda immediately after independence. What is that? Swami Vivekananda said, education, education, education is the panacea of all our evils, all our problems. But what type of education? He said, what we want is man-making education, character-building education. This is the need of the hour, character-building education. And because that character building education is not there, then I told how in our education institution we are trying to give that value education, character building education. And we have some more institutions where we are trying to give education, value education to the other schools and colleges, students of other schools and colleges. Through Vivekananda Institute of Human Excellence, Hyderabad, Ramakrishna Institute of Moral and Spiritual Education, RIMSE at Mysore. And I said we are now going to start Vivekananda Institute of Value Education Culture at Vivek, which we have started in Rajkot also. So he was very much happy to know all this. Then I said, Dr. Kalam, you have to come to inaugurate that institute. He said, surely I will come. And then he came 12 January 2006, and then he inaugurated Vivekananda Institute of Value and Culture, and he said Swami Vivekananda is not the leader only of our planet, not only of India but of the whole planet. And then he described how Swami Vivekananda had inspired Jamshedji Tata to start Indian Institute of Science while they were traveling together, both of them, in a ship from Yokohama, Japan to Chicago. So all these details he gave. And that is why Swami Vivekananda's most important message was what we want is science coupled with Vedanta. And in our new education policy also, science and technology has been given quite a good importance, which Swami Vivekananda wanted. But along with that, he said combination of Vedanta. That has to be there. Then only the combination will bring more success. Without, so left brain education, left brain oriented education will have to be coupled with the right brain type of education, which Swami Vivekananda anticipated at the time, which he wanted that time, which we have to implement. So, and then there was question answer session, and then one student stood up and said, "Sir, Operation Duryodhana, Operation Chakravyuh, and other operations have revealed the tip of the iceberg, that is rampant corruption in the country today. As the President of India, how do you feel about it? And where do you think lies the solution?" He gave that question. Then Dr. Kalam stood up. Then he said, "You see, the Parliament has already taken action on those MPs." And then he took up a book of Swami Vivekananda and started reading from the book of Swami Vivekananda, where Swami Vivekananda says, "No number of Parliament acts can make a nation good, can make a nation great." Then what can make a nation good and what can make a nation great? Again, he read out from the book of Swami Vivekananda. Only a large number of good people, large number of good enlightened citizens can make a nation good, can make a nation great. Then how these good citizens will come? Who will produce good people? Then he said, and the government cannot produce good people. And the government will not produce good people. They also said. Then who can do it? He said only three persons can do it. Who are the three? Father, mother, and the teacher. So he gave a maximum importance to teacher when we are talking about character building education. So Swami Vivekananda emphasized character building education, but he told for that the vehicle will be teachers. Teachers have to be the role models. Teachers are the torchbearers of change. And the formula is be and make. Because when we are talking about value education, values are never taught, values are always caught. Be and make. That was the message Swami Vivekananda gave to Nivedita. First, become great, make others great. First, develop your character, then develop others' character. Unless until you develop your character, you cannot be a role model. You cannot be a motivating force. You cannot be inspiration source to the students. So teachers have a very, very important role, very important responsibility. It is a life of sacrifice. Everybody should not join, should not join. Those who want to sacrifice their life for the sake of the nation, for the sake of the society, they should come forward. They should come forward to become teachers because it is a life of sacrifice. After all, what you are getting compared to the corporate sector, the salary is less. Number one, of course, we are talking about many teachers are not government teachers. In government schools, they may be paid more, but how many get that job? So most of the teachers are very less paid. So less pay, and at least in the olden times, the teachers used to be given maximum respect, and now no respect. Because the respect is given to the money. How much is your package? Depending on that, you get the package, you get the respect from the society. Because our society, unfortunately, become a consumeristic society. Consumerism has come in a big way in our society, in Indian society also at the present. This is the present scenario I'm talking about. Wrong type of education has given this scenario. So who will correct it? Only education system can correct it. Right from the childhood, the students have to be taught the values of values, and not the value only of money, not the value of only sense pleasures, but the value of the other types of happiness and peace, and the value of serving the society, All these values have to be inculcated at the level of the children. How it will come? Unless until it is in the teachers, it will not percolate down. So Swami Vivekananda's message, be and make. So this has to come, this character building education is very important, but how it will be implemented? We have to remember that it cannot be implemented unless there are a large number of good teachers with character, not only highly educated, not only with degrees and not only with PhD degrees and all that. That is one type, that is only knowledge. But that knowledge is one thing. But when I'm talking about character building, you see somebody maybe an expert on maybe a PhD in chemistry. He may be teaching chemistry. At that time, he doesn't require that, irrespective of whatever he is outside the school, college, it doesn't make difference. After all, he is teaching chemistry. But when we are talking about character building, at that time, the teacher has to have character. If the teacher hasn't got character, it will not percolate down. So this is the most important thing. When we are talking about character building, we have to remember the most important thing for teachers, not only the academic knowledge, along with that, the excellence in his character. That is very important. So, quickly going through, building upon India's traditions and value systems. Very important thing, which we have been telling in our education institution. We of course say, we of course do, and how this can be implemented is by such type of traditions which will not be, because ours is a pluralistic society. Ours is a pluralistic society, so we cannot go for only one, say, based on one faith. We have to go for in a broad way which will be acceptable to the people of all faiths, such type of values. But what we are doing is that we did the other way around. We removed all the religious values. No, we should give values of all faiths rather than removing the values of all faiths. Is a positive way is to teach them the harmony of religions. How fundamentally, if you go to the fundamentals of every faith and every religion, they are the same. Fundamentalism can go only if the fundamentals are taught. So only fundamentals, without fundamentalism, should be taught to the children right from the childhood. Then they will understand, oh, they are talking, they are fighting about themselves, but they are unnecessary fighting, because every religion is telling the same thing and there are various paths to reach the same ultimate reality. So this reach upon India's traditions and value systems have to be given, and India's culture has been a global culture. We must understand that. It is not a narrow culture. We talked about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We talked about the global family when globalization world was not there. Globalization come only recently, and only globalization has come only on economic front. But the globalization has not yet come. Global culture has not yet come. Global civilization has not yet emerged. But in India, we talked about it thousands of years back. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. That is the special prerogative, the special contribution of Indian culture. That should be taught, not the narrow, just some sort of, in the name of religion, just you just give some rituals, emphasis only on rituals. No. Itna tilak lagana chahiye, itni bar fasting karna chahiye. These are good, but not the essence of Indian culture. The Indian essence of Indian culture is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. That should be emphasized in our education system. Then it will be acceptable to all. And what we want is to go through the line of least resistance. You see, then only we can make progress. If there is resistance, we will not be able to progress. Go through the line of least resistance. And the rich legacies of India to World Heritage must not only be nurtured and preserved for posterity, but also researched, enhanced, and put to new uses through our education system. Very important suggestion has been given in this by the new education policy. But now, how it will be researched, how it will be enhanced, we have to find out the various methods of how implementing it. Idea is very good, excellent, but this has to be further. We have to work on it at a practical level, but it is very important. teachers are the most respected and essential members of the society. That is what the new education policy says. But what is the ground reality? Ground reality is teachers are least respected. Of course, some teachers they receive. So when during a teacher seminar, some teacher said you are talking about too much. The teachers are the torchbearers of change, and you are talking so high about the teachers. But reality is that we are not getting respect. Then I said, you see, do not demand respect, command respect. I know some teachers who command respect even today. If they're going on the road, the students come, the modern students come with the modern dress and bows down. Why? Because that student has seen the life, the character of that teacher. Based on today, there are some teachers who command respect, but we have to enlarge that number. At the same time, in general, that particular mindset that the more package, greater you are, better you are. This has to be removed. Consumeristic society, money should not be the criteria by which to judge a person. Simple living, high thinking, we talk, but actually what we are practicing is high living, simple thinking, sometimes no thinking. So this simple living, high thinking, if that is being preached to the children, and the value of it, and the value and how it gives inner happiness, if that is being taught, then only the teachers will be evaluated depending not only on salary or package, but on the contribution they are giving to the society. Each and every teacher is responsible for creating 1,000 great men. One teacher can produce 1,000 great men. Inversely, they can produce 1,000 Rakshasas also if they don't give proper education through behavior pattern or through this one. So this is teachers are most important, but of course there has to be training program for them, residential training programs where they will be given the how to build their own character. There should be not only lessons or academic lessons, but also they should be allowed to practice meditation, prayer, and all type of things that we want from these children. First, they should be taught. So the training of trainers is necessary, then training of teachers, and then training of students. So particular focus on historically marginalized, disadvantaged, and underrepresented groups. This is what Swami Vivekananda said time and again. Masses, the education of the masses, unless until our masses are well fed, well educated, there is no future for India. As on today, also same thing, underprivileged people should also get excellent education. The education, and then if they do not come to education, Swami Vivekananda wrote in 1894 a beautiful letter to Diwanji Haridas Vihari Desai of Junagadh, Diwanji of Junagadh. My dear Diwanji, the only solution of helping these poor people and marginalized, underprivileged people is to educate them. But how to give them education? Even if you start, he said at that time, even if you start a school in every village, these people will not go to school. They will go rather there with their parents to plow the land because they are so poor. What is the solution then? A wonderful solution, he said. The solution is this: if mountain cannot come to Muhammad, let Muhammad go to mountain. If they cannot come to education, let education go to them. So this education for all, the remote education, the long-term education, the distance education, these are various methods they have now devised, but Swami Vivekananda talked about it, distance education. And now with the more of our online programs and all that, we can still go further into that. But the education of the masses is a must if we want to develop the whole country. If we want a particular section only, then we may neglect it. But that neglect will be at our own peril in the long run. So incorporating the various elements are to be done taking into account the local and global need of the country and with a respect for a difference to its diversity and culture. So these are some of the things. These are very nice things. My time is up, but I am very happy to interact with you, and I'm very happy that such nice things are being discussed, and I'm very much sure this international conference, the output will be wonderful, and it will be in the long run. It will help not only the university, not only the participants, not only the students, but also the society at large. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Swamiji. I can say that I bewildered, and I was, I entered in some other domain. I entered into some other domain when I was listening to you, and it's my personal comment after listening to you that you are the demand of new generation, and new generation should listen to you, because until there is no moral value, your line that is very much important, that trainers should be trained firstly, then they should enter into class to train to others.
Yes.
Very important, as well as the ideology that was adopted by Vivekanand ji and Sister Nivedita. Currently, what we are doing, what is the cause of suicide? Why we are running so fast? So, really, this is very, very. Your words are very, very inspiring, and we are very much thankful whole fraternity, on behalf of the whole fraternity of our university, Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University. We give a lot of thanks. So you are coming again with us on 17th as the chief guest of our engineering and science-based concept conference. But one thing I would like to share that this session is being chaired by Dr. Venu Gopal Rao Soma, who is Professor, Advanced Center of Research in High Energy Materials, University of Hyderabad. So I invite his comment because here some students are also eager to see the presentation, and they are requesting for 5 minutes maximum. But Dr. Gopal, please give your comment on the presentation given by Swamiji and others presentation you have seen. And then after taking presentation of these girls, we will be concluding today's one day seminar, and we'll be waiting for tomorrow. So over to Gopal, please.
I think Swamiji has covered all the important points and aspects. So the ideas are very good in the new NEP. Only I feel that if the implementation is good, then I think we'll see the fruits of these policies in the next few years, 5-10 years. I think the policymakers also should understand that it will take some time for things to come out. So I am sure that if they implement it properly in the next 5-10 years, we'll definitely see a lot of changes in our education system, and hopefully these kind of suicides will come down. Regarding the presentations, I think the students should spend a little more time on their slides. See, they are very enthusiastic. I can understand that, but you should also spend time on the slides. What it means to do a presentation in a conference, what it means to do presentation in a class, both are different. So you spend little time. See, all of you are knowledgeable, all of you are working hard, but then that hard work has to be shown in the slides. So people should appreciate that, yes, the student has put in effort to learn, to understand, to present properly. So put a little more effort in trying to make the slides. Just don't copy paste. You always have to acknowledge if you take a citation from some source, a figure or a text or an image, you always have to cite it first. So acknowledgement is very important to your supervisor, to your co-worker, to the data, to the images, or anything you outsource from anywhere, even Wikipedia. You can just mention this image has been taken from Wikipedia. So these are some of the basics you should learn, and don't put too much text in the slides. You have to have not more than 5 to 6 lines per slide. So that is a rule actually. So spend time. Once you spend time, that effort will be shown in the slides, and people will really appreciate you. Not only doing good work is important, but the other people also should feel that you have done good work. So that appreciation comes only when they see, look at your slides, look at your presentation, and the quantity and quality of the work done in your presentation. So these are the only few words I would like to tell these youngsters. So there's a long way to go. So you can learn quickly and learn fast. Thank you.
So, Swamiji, I request for your kind stay for some moments because you have to inspire our, students who are waiting for their presentation. This will be the last presentation for the day. And Dr. Venugopal will, I request to you also, please be patient and stay for some moments. Two students who are visible to me, one is from MSc Mathematics, another is from MSc Chemistry. And they will be introducing themselves and giving their presentation in short. Please start your presentation.
Namaste, sir. Sir, is it visible to all of you?
Not yet.
You all are visible, but your slide is not visible. You share your slide, beta, firstly.
Yes, yes, sir. Sir, now it is visible?
Not yet.
Yes, I think it is loading. It is loading. Yes.
Namaste to all present here, Honorable Advisor and CEO, sir, respected all the higher dignities, Dean and Directors. Good evening to all. I, JVN Akriti Pandey, pursuing MSc Mathematics, 2nd SEM.
And I, JVN Pranjal Yadav, pursuing MSc Chemistry, 2nd SEM, here to present the research topic, study of crucial aspects of artificial weather modification by cloud seeding technique.
This is the content which is covered through our PPT, such as introduction, idea and invention, how is cloud seeding done, benefits, advantages and disadvantages.
This paper focuses on importance and need of cloud seeding technique to reduce problem due to scarcity and crisis on water on the surface of Earth. It is a weather modification technique. This paper describes technology of cloud seeding, crucial aspects, significance, merits of this breakthrough technique. The question arises, can it be rained by humans too? Yes, humans can get it rained and they can also get it done. But how it is possible? It is possible through the cloud seeding technique or the artificial rain technique.
What is cloud seeding? It is a type of weather moderation technique which enhances cloud ability to produce rain by different scientific methods, which can be done in case of lack of rain, drought or any other problems related to water crisis.
Idea and the invention. Vincent J. Schaeffer was the rainmaker who developed cloud seeding on November 13, 1946. Many countries such as Australia, China, India, France, Saudi Arabia, Greece, Spain, time to time use this technique to make the cloud rain.
How is cloud seeding done? Cloud seeding can be done in 3 steps. First one is chemicals such as calcium chloride, calcium carbide, calcium oxide, salt, urea compounds and ammonium nitrate are used to set the air upward and absorb water vapor from the air and start condensation process which results the cloud formation. After that, cloud formation is done, mass value increase by chemicals. Clouds are cooled in this step through spreading the silver iodide and dry ice into the clouds by airplanes. When water vapors in the clouds are cooled to ice crystals and grown in size, this results in artificial rain.
Benefits of cloud seeding. An incident based on cloud seeding is Beijing, China 2008 Summer Olympics. When the Olympic Games were played in China, the Chinese government has already showered them with the help of cloud seeding before the opening ceremony. There should be no rain and stadium remains dry. It creates more winter snowfalls and lead to more mountain snowpack. It enhances the natural water supply to the communities.
Some advantages of cloud seeding are it removes fog, it increases rain, it reduces air pollution and reduction of crop damage.
Some disadvantages of cloud seeding are it is expensive, it can pollute water and soil. On continuous practice, it may cause permanent change in the climate.
These are some references. Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for your very nice presentation. And a message is also for those who have not given presentation today and they are waiting for their presentation, they will be given timing for tomorrow. So students, pass this information to all your friends that we are open for tomorrow also. During our gap in between the presentation or different session, we will be accommodate all the students who are ready for their presentation. So thank you very much. So now it is time to express our gratitude and thanks to all the participants who took part today in our international conference. And by the blessings of Almighty, by the blessings of all our dignitaries, all our guests, all our esteemed speakers, as well as by the blessings of Honorable Chairperson, Madam Mithilesh Garg and our Honorable Advisor and CEO, JBN Vedant Garg ji, our respected Registrar, Madam Hema Bakfila ji, other officials of the university. We concluded our first day of this international conference on NEP 2020, and we are hopeful that tomorrow we will be doing better than as we have done today. So hoping to see you Swamiji again in our next conference, and we are very much eager to listen. And even one thing I would like to share with Swamiji, that very soon we will be trying to collaborate with your some other institutions who are running under the aegis of Swami Vivekananda Trust and others, so that we can get some literature for the benefit of our students and other activity that is supposed to be done with the moral boosting and other cultural and social reformation of the society and others. So we are keen interested to collaborate with your institutions also. So thanks again. Thank you very much. Namaste to all. Thank you. Technical team, thanks to you for your kind support for today, and be ready for tomorrow since 8:30. Tomorrow session will be started at 9:15, and
thank you.
Gopal for 3 hours devotion, 3 hours, sharing 3 hours, devoting 3 hours with us. It is really great things. You are a scientist and you are giving such timing, so we are very much thankful to you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Swamiji. Thank you. Namaste.